know you said stay out of this bit, but I don't get tired of it. You told me I'd never be happy. I'm not sad at all. Maybe I'm a fool, following my dreams, but mama, you're gonna see me on every magazine. what you did to me. Made me double take it right on my teeth. Had me burning in the third degree. Made me rip off the heart on my sleeve. I don't know if I can stand another night with you near my side. I can feel us tearing apart from the way my mind, I complete my sanity. You're my enemy. You're my enemy. Wait, my mind, I complete my sanity. You're my enemy. I feel like my life is passing me by. 40 years and 7 months of true crime. 180s off the top of the house in real time. Follow me into water where we will find love. Made me double take it right on my teeth. Had me burning in the third degree. Made me rip off the heart on my sleeve. I don't know if I can stand another night with you near my side. I can feel us tearing apart from the way my mind, I complete my sanity. You're my enemy. You're my enemy. Wait, my mind, I complete my sanity. You're my enemy. And you were gone. I said I'm getting out. Town I'm gone. I'm always on the run. It didn't go to plan. If it's the wrong move. Another night with you near my side. I can feel us tearing apart from the way my mind, I complete my sanity. You're my enemy.
trying to get out of my mind at this point. I'm just trying to get out of my mind at this point.
Week 2 has arrived for CRL Split 1 of League Play. I'm your host of this week's festivities, Vaudable. Joining me for the first time is Chixa, then some returning faces of Bass from the Past and Danger Taco. Everyone, it's been a pretty intense and contested season so far with the Opens happening. We have some winner results from that, and we also had the first week go down. Bass, how are you feeling to be back on the broadcast?
I'm excited. We've got some really good matchups today. We've also got some questions that should be answered by the end of broadcast, as last week had us more scratching our heads than actually understanding anything that's happening in the scene. We've got new kings. We've got new unfortunate jesters in the court that have been kicked a couple of times already throughout the 1 week of play. I'm hopeful that both sides get a little bit of, let's call it, find an equilibrium maybe this week. I don't know.
We'll have to see. Chixa back on the broadcast again from the spring and now into the fall. Trying to see how these teams fare against the competition. How are you feeling now that we have actual league play in CRL?
Yeah, it's so nice to be back. It feels like it's been a while since I've seen this format. Granted, it's a hybrid of what we've had in the past, but there's a lot of new faces to Collegiate Rocket League. We've, of course, seen the impact of some of those faces, even if they've been in pro play or really good play beforehand. And then, of course, we have a bunch of new schools that were kind of off of our radar that are now back on it. So I'm really excited to see today what the teams that we know can do and what some new faces can do as well.
Taco, you know how this goes with all these matches and everything else. I mean, what are you most excited for today?
I mean, ultimately, this is like the week where, since we have such a kind of like contested format with single round robin, this is the week where, and we were all talking about it throughout this week, just in DMs, group chats, or just like in general on social media as teams are reacting to all the results. This is where we're kind of going to be deciding, weirdly enough, that, okay, who's going to emerge as a consistent performer, but also potentially whose season in the Split 1 might be basically over, because there's some teams that I don't know if you're going to be able to dig out of the trench if you drop some of these crucial games, especially with head-to-head as a potential tiebreaker, and especially with game differential. So these teams taking sweeps, they have a lot of ground to make up. It's weird to say even in week 2, but it's kind of make or break for a lot of these teams.
It is make or break. Champions. Yeah, I know our former champions from spring and fall of last year are kind of struggling a little bit, but we'll get to that after we go through some housekeeping. So let's talk a little bit about the format here for those here for the first time. Bass, break it down for them. What is going down this season?
So right now we're in League Play Split 1. Just a little while ago, back in September, we had our open qualifier, which determined the 8 teams that are now playing in our first League Play. The good thing is, for the teams that did not make it into League Play Split 1, you've got a chance to redeem yourself by earning points in the 3v3 Opens. As you guys can see, going on at the same time as our first League Play are these 3v3 Opens, which you can earn points to eventually get into the closed qualifier. 8 teams from our 3v3 Opens will get a shot at the closed qualifier versus the bottom 4 teams from League Play Split 1. Top 4 teams get an automatic bid into League Play Split 2, but if you want to make it into League Play at all in our fall semester, you have to either make it through the first split or make it through those Opens and then win in the closed qualifier, where 4 more spots will be given for our second League Play Split. Good thing is, if you don't make it into that, we got 2v2 Opens you can participate in. It won't get you a spot in CRL League Play, but it will earn you a little bit of scholarship money, as well as also the ability to compete at the highest level of Collegiate Rocket League. However, the very highest of all of that is going to be our Fall Championship. As you guys can see, in November, we've got a Fall Championship with our top teams from CRL League Play. And honestly, all of what we're doing right now is just leading up to that moment to see who we are going to crown at the end of this semester.
Some great scholastic prizing available. I believe it was $60,000 across the semester available. A $10,000 increase of scholastic prizing than we had last semester. Pretty great to see. But talking specifically about the winners of the first 3v3 Open 1 pools, there were 6 different pools. Chixa, talk to us a little bit about the familiar faces, but some new rising stars in this scene.
Of course, we see the familiar faces of Ball State, Akron Blue, and Davenport. Davenport doing really well, struggled a lot last year. Ball State always seems to surprise us, you know, at the best time, I guess, for them speaking. And Akron Blue, of course, Akron has been just a huge hallmark of Collegiate Rocket League. But of course, our newer faces in St. Edwards and Kennesaw, we see Cronulla, we see Nolly. We know them in the past. They have a long history in Rocket League, really elevated their teams this past Open. It seems like a lot of the pickups that we've talked about in the off season are really showing their faces. And we talked a little bit about Indiana Tech, but that was, I think, a shock for a lot of people. The names familiar, but we didn't know how well they would do together, and they've done really well thus far. So impressive to see how well these 6 teams did. Can they do it again? Of course, is always the question.
That is the question. And looking specifically at the standings, with those 8 teams of the total over 120, 140 for some of these opens that we've seen so far competing to try and make their way into close qualifiers, how are you feeling about these standings right now, Taco?
I think it's generally a return to form. We had some questions about some of the top teams, as Chicksa just went over, where it says these are the teams we would perennially expect to always be at the top, and then they weren't, and now they have to fight their way back, and it seems like they have heard the message loud and clear. I think that's the biggest thing that people get worried about, but I also want to pay attention to Burros Blancos, our single Mexican representative on this list, made a ridiculously deep run in that bracket, went all the way to that final of their pool. Fortunately, they dropped to Davenport, but everyone who played them said that team was peaking out of their mind, looks great. And in this format, even if you don't win that pool, if you place that highly, you are in a great position. So I'm super excited to see what they do, as well as East Tennessee State, which is a team that I think we all have seen go basically to the finals of almost every tournament they've ever done and just fall short. So if they can peak just a little bit further, again, they're a name that we could see among that upper echelon.
Gotta give a shout out to Albright College Esports as well. They came kind of out of nowhere and were able to show up with Flo, Froze, and Frost. So seeing how they can perform in future events, we'll see how that goes. But again, that next one's gonna be happening this upcoming Wednesday. The registrations for Open at 3 are still available, so make sure you sign up if you're looking to try and get into those close qualifiers. But we do have to talk quickly about the league play standings for week number 1. There was a couple of matches that went on off stream. Concord notably fell in a 3-0 sweep to Northwood. It was very close 1-goal games, but now they are without a single game win, our fall champions from last semester. And looking at St. Clair themselves too, 1-1. We're expecting big things from them, but new kids on the block, Winthrop doing really well for themselves. Cumberland, after getting their victory against Northwood, they got a 3-0 sweep against Baylor, who just swept Concord. Crazy to see that going down. And West Virginia, a lot of questions remain about exactly how strong that roster is. A lot to be determined with the matches that we have going on today. But let's talk about the matches that we do have on stream. There's a couple that will be happening off stream. We'll mention those real quick. Baylor versus Northwood, Concord versus Cumberland, Concord versus St. Clair, OC versus Winthrop, and WU versus Cumberland. But these are the matches that we are having on stream. A doubleheader for St. Clair, a doubleheader for Baylor, and our premier matchup of Northwood versus Winthrop. Bass, I mean, that Northwood versus Winthrop is probably the one everyone's waiting for.
I think that's what we've been talking about a lot on the build-up here, but honestly, I think the intro match is the one that I'm the most curious about out of any of them. Former champions St. Clair have had what I would say is a rough start to the semester. We talked about them not being able to really produce the same amount of wins that they did last year when they were, or I guess technically the same year as this one back in spring, where they were really dominant and were unarguably one of the best teams in the nation. Now we get to the point where we're kind of wondering, where do they stand amongst the table of CRO? And West Virginia, on the other hand, are the complete opposite. They did not have the spring that they were hoping for. They did not have the year, I would say, that they were hoping for in the last scholastic year. Now we find them here with what we believe to be the best version of their trio. I think this is going to be the matchup that really determines where we see these two teams sit at the just overall top of the table for pretty much the rest of the semester. So I'm curious how this goes. I've got a lot of faith in both these teams to kind of show us what they've kind of been hiding to start this semester. But either way, yeah, I think Northwood and Winthrop are going to be good, but I'm really paying attention to that intro match.
All these matches matter so much. There's only 4 weeks of league play for each split, so you got to win your matches every single week to stay on the top out of that relegation, especially for split 1. But let's introduce our first matchup. That's St. Clair versus West Virginia matchup that we have here. Both teams with the exact same record, could be even closer in the seeding if we tried, based on how they have performed. They lost to Winthrop, and then they won versus Oklahoma Christian, got a couple games here and there. But Arju, Jazzy, and Sai with Shuffleverse as their coach, returning as the champions, the reigning champions from the spring semester after taking down Maryville. Unfortunately, are not participating this go around. West Virginia, though, this is their kind of new look that we were expecting a little bit earlier with Gyro, Matt, who used to go by Daunt, and Tool, with Angel now from the player seat into the coaching seat themselves. I mean, Chicksa, seeing these familiar faces, we've seen these matchups happen so many times before, but this this is kind of a new look for West Virginia.
Yeah, I really enjoy watching Gyro play. He has been someone who is often in, those random like draft tournaments that go on. He plays so well with a variety of people, is a very calm player, and has a great leadership role. He just has so much experience behind him, and I could see that really grounding the likes of both Matt and Tool, who WVU in the past has almost seemed disorganized in the way they play. But I think Gyro being a really good leader in game, kind of grounding those comms, having that experience has really elevated this WVU team to being back as a top contender. So I'm really excited to see him play today. I know we worry about those historic players having, kind of rust, maybe not having the same mechanical style that we see nowadays, but I think Gyro will do just fine, especially in this one.
We don't need to waste any more time. Let's get straight into the predictions for this one as well. We have the players on camera. They're all ready and hyped up to get into our matchup. Taco, I need your thoughts. Who is going to take this first series? Is it St. Clair, the reigning champions, or is it WVU here on a bit of a resurgence lately?
Well, I think if people are looking just to the master sheet and looking at CRL, you're thinking, well, these two teams couldn't be any closer in series record, but also in terms of who they played. They both beat Oklahoma Christian and they both lost to Winthrop by the same margin. So when you're looking at that, you're saying, how do you really choose? For me, the biggest thing is outside competitions from the actual CRL league play. St. Clair has been looking a little shaky. They've lost a decent number of series that I don't really think they should have to teams that are kind of newcomers that don't have that competitive experience at the top of CRL. So because of that, maybe it's just because I know less about West Virginia, but at least from what I've seen, I like them a bit better, and I have them taking this one.
Okay, we got one for West Virginia. Chixa, you were kind of singing the praises of Gyro here. Do you think they're going to be enough to lead their team to victory?
Yeah, I think I gave away my pick a little bit early, but I am going with West Virginia in this one. I have a lot of faith in them being more together than they have in the past. I think we'll see that on the field today, and I'm really excited. I know I might be caster cursing Gyro in a sense by praising him a little bit too much, but I like all players to raise to the occasion. So St. Clair proved me wrong, but West Virginia, please prove me right.
Okay. We got two half the deaths so far for West Virginia. Bass, I kind of know your thoughts on this, but give it to me straight.
Hey, look, man, we've been singing the praises of West Virginia here on the broadcast. Maybe it's time we give a little more light to Saint. Nope. Anyways, back to West Virginia, the number one team here in this matchup. They are taking this one home, and I stand on it for a number of reasons here. West Virginia have proven this to me in the last week of play. They looked probably the best I've seen them in about a year's time, combined with the fact that St. Clair, again, we talk a lot about, shaky results here. Shaky results elsewhere as well. I'm trying to make sure I got the stats on this one right, but if I'm not mistaken, against the top 10 to 15 teams in Collegiate Rocket League right now, they have a 2-4 record. 2-4 for our former champions. Until proven otherwise, I cannot take them in any of the matchups against the best teams in the entirety of CRL, and West Virginia definitely qualifies as one of those right now. I've got WVU taking this.
Man, we have the whole desk so far going for West Virginia, so I'm going St. Clair on this one because they're looking so good from before. I mean, we saw how they were performing in the spring, but actually, Bass and everyone else, you've kind of convinced me. I'm going to West Virginia instead. We can't stick with St. Clair. No more Canadian propaganda here. It's got to be West Virginia for the entire desk sweep on this one. We'll get that swapped around in just a second, but West Virginia, they are the promised child that we've been waiting for in Collegiate Rocket League. We expected big things before. We were disappointed by some of the performances by them, but there's no distractions with RLCS here for these Collegiate Rocket League players no more. St. Clair has been on a downtrend. West Virginia only stonks upwards for them. We gotta expect big things from Gyro, Tool, and Matt, but we'll see exactly how things go down. This is a matchup to potentially determine who is going to move on into that top 4 and go 2-1. Both teams tied exactly even as can be. Will it be our spring semester heartthrobs, or will it be West Virginia rising to the mountaintops? We'll find out in our first series of the day.
West Virginia! Mountain Mama! Send them home! WVU trying to stake their claim for CRL as the European invasion continues in year, I guess, number 3 at this point. We've got an all-European St. Clair lineup that has come here to NA soil and taken a championship already. One that West Virginia, Chixa, I think, believe they could have had the crown for. This is the best we have seen them in years. Do we think it's enough? It's time to find out. Our first matchup of the day here for CRL Sunday.
I can't believe your voice did not crack during that. I am very impressed, to say the least, and already impressed at which the speed of gameplay we have had. Aerials are off the charts to start off in this one, especially the amount of contests that we've gotten. No one has space or time yet. No one has had the opportunity to get a really good shot. St. Clair right now has the save on the one shot that WVU made early right off that kickoff, but so far it's been back and forth. We're right to 100%. This isn't any more feel or out match. We've already said the stakes of this format and this play are very high, and Sai up there on the double tap gets the first blood in this one.
This is exactly what we wanted to see from St. Clair. No hesitation to get this series started, and to do so with a little bit of style. Perfect pass out center. Arju dimes up Sai, and he does not miss. Double touch on target, proving St. Clair, we might have had you guys down in the stocks lately, but promise, if you underestimate, they will punish. So will Matt, though. That's break jump. That's cool. That's a block from Arju. St. Clair teaming in a clean sheet.
Yeah, beautiful back post rotation that allows for that save from Arju. He has both of them to start. He's been the third man back, allowing both Sai and Jazzy to kind of just play upfield, be extra aggressive. And for now, we're seeing that aggression go across the field. A backflip that may leave an open shot for Tool. It's off the bar. Can Matt follow up? Jazzy in the way. Gyro trying to come through, gets the 50, finds the finish, and West Virginia ties it up.
This has been one of the big problems so far for St. Clair this year. The coordination on defense, which was almost untouchable last year, is looking a little bit shakier. You got a zero boost player in net. They make the initial save. Not a great one at that. Arju comes in afterwards as his teammate's being demoed. He's barely got any boost. And again, the defense just kind of getting picked apart at the seams. Not surprising to see, as again, West Virginia, a very competent team with a very solid offense, but expect a little bit more here from St. Clair. After a good start, it has been anything but that since. That 1-0 quickly erased. It's 2-1 to West Virginia.
This all starts from Gyro's contest off the ceiling. He has no boost, and he's still blocking Arju. He's being impactful, even with the limited amount of boost he has on the field. It's impressive to be that annoying upfield, and back-to-back West Virginia gets these goals, gets their lead, and keeps the momentum to themselves. So much game left to be had, and Matt somehow finds a piece of that one to deflect it away.
More offense still here for St. Clair, or so I thought. Sai on low boost can't actually go up for that one, and although Jazzy technically can for this, I'm not sure he's got many options with 20 in the tank. Eventually the challenge comes through, but it's right back to Sai, who now has some boost to play with. An attempted pass out center, who gets blocked out again. West Virginia showing that initial goal they gave up was probably the only freebie they're going to give to St. Clair throughout this series. Meanwhile, on the other end, Sai, what are you doing with that one? Passes it straight out to Tool in front of net, and definitely not the touch he was intending for, but that defense that we said was shaky earlier so far have not tightened up whatsoever here for St. Clair. Got to be careful. Little touches like that are just wasting boost and giving extra possession time too. Hey, West Virginia don't necessarily need any more.
You read my mind exactly. So many touches so far St. Clair has put in front of their own net, and that's caused a lot of problems for them defensively. They have to control out of their half a little bit better. Gyro has been contesting very early. We've mentioned his 50s and his contests off the ceiling. If they control off of their backfield into the front field a little bit better, St. Clair will have a better time. This one, though, waterfalling down perfectly for Gyro to finish. And again, the defensive transition is a struggle right now for St. Clair.
It just kind of feels like they're eager to push past midfield. The problem is West Virginia are challenging them at every approach, and one wrong move, like you see in that play as well, and this one's popped over your head. St. Clair got to be careful here. Kind of feels like they're stuck between wanting to go hyper-aggressive and in the face of their opponents and play defensively so that they don't make those mistaken touches on defense. Not really sure how they correct what's going on here in game one, but with 2 minutes left, they do have the time. They're just down by 2 goals, and it could be more if they continue to have lackluster touches like that. A dive from Matt will immediately put it back into the St. Clair half, and they have to escape all over again.
This one looking for a pinch, doesn't get found. Gyro last back, has the one-on-one. Jazzy's there, but Gyro still gets in the way. Has boost to work with, does get contested by Arju, but still, we see WVU able to contain this one, manage the 50, that's off the goal line. Arju barely finds the save, and somehow WVU just relentless. They're continuing to control this ball, put more shots on net. 2 people for St. Clair commit for that save, and that's how you can tell the trust is starting to loosely leave for St. Clair. They can't have multiple people going for the same ball. They have to get out of their half.
especially with the lack of production that we're seeing from it as well. It would be one thing if they continue to send these players downfield and they're starting to find offense from it, but they haven't. They have 3 total shots in this game in comparison to the 9 that West Virginia currently have. Let's make it a 10th. Double digits here for WVU to start off the series, and even if they had scored every single goal in this game, St. Clair would still only have a tie. They've got to find a way to start their offensive production upping itself, and also maybe to stop this ball as well. Jazzy pops it out to midfield, but Gyro is there. Through the corner it goes, and even though he's got low boost, the rest of the team now setting up shop. Tool also low on boost after the initial touch, but it goes right back to Gyro, who pops it back center. Again, same idea. Just keep this ball in play in front of the St. Clair net. Eventually something will give, but this time St. Clair able to break out and get an offense of their own in the final 30.
Still, it's a throwaway pass. One quick shot on net's all they give. Gyro, another 50. He manages to get it on the backwards touch. And man, oh man, has Gyro done the most impressive things on a little to no boost today so far in this game 1?
It's not even really that, good of a touch. I don't want to take it away from him, but it's just, again, the defense being shaky in a moment that they cannot afford to do so. We talked a lot about this with the upping of CRL this year, with the new names, the new talents, just this new sort of pedigree that every team has to play up to. You can't afford to make mistakes like that. And a St. Clair that barely ever had a mistake last year, they're getting exposed here in game 1. 4-2-1 victory here for West Virginia. Let's see if they can make it 5. They're going to go for it. Skim back behind, and it does make a difference. The win, regardless, goes to WVU.
Yeah, I think a great game 1 for WVU. Of course, all of us on the desk predicted them to win, but regardless of that, they showed that they were more prepared for this game. They managed to keep up pressure at field. Everyone has at least 1 assist. Everyone has at least 1 save, and they certainly had that production when it came to shots at field. At one point, you had said 9-3. We ended up 11-2, probably somewhere around 5. So they just outshot their opponent and really had great midfield presence throughout the entirety of that game. It seemed like St. Clair always had these one-off opportunities, while West Virginia was able to follow up often on plays mainly made off of 50s.
They didn't hesitate on a lot of those 50s as well. It weren't as if these were freebie goals were guaranteed in front of the net, but they just recognized crashing on this defense that was already unstable was just going to kind of take their legs out from underneath them, continue to trip them up at every occasion. This goal, looking back again, it's not even as if Gyro gets the perfect 50. There is a backup player there, and the player full-on misses. You just can't afford to do that in an instance like this when you're playing at this level. And again, with 2 teams that right now are fighting for somewhere in the top 4 or 5 of CRL league play, this is a very important series, and it's important to start it off right as well. One of the big things we have seen for both of these teams is you start off hot, you're probably keeping that streak going. And for a WVU that seemed to be very confident in their abilities this season, giving them this much of a win in the first game does not bode well for St. Clair.
I was going to say 4-1 is nothing to laugh about in that sense. It's a dominant victory when you're able to score that many times, and that is just a miscalculation. Nobody touches the ball.
Why St. Clair? I get it, the double, but you also need somebody crashing behind. It's just too aggressive. You could even see it in the player cams. There's no anger, there's no frustration. There's just kind of a sadness that wipes over them as St. Clair realize, really, guys? That's what we gave up?
Yeah, not much more to say about that other than unfortunate. The backboard needs to be protected here, and now all 3 players for St. Clair are crouched in front of net at the same time. This is a dangerous touch, though, for Gyro. Maybe St. Clair can find some pressure here, but a great save by Matt keeps this one out. And if he can manage the 50 with a little bit of support from Gyro, there's their transition, gets the touch through, and Matt has the play on transition.
It's not even just a touch. That's a pinch. Watch this, man. He's trying to dodge demo, so he jumps over Jazzy, pinches it against the ground, and right into the goal. All right, look, they can do it anyway. You want to mess up your kickoff? We gon' punish. You gonna make a mistake on defense? We gon' punish. You give us even a half an opening while you're chasing me downfield, we are going to punish. West Virginia making a fool of St. Clair so far. It is 6-1. Let's see if we make it 7. Tool off the ceiling. It is not enough, but St. Clair, you got to get out of your half, my friends.
It's just WVU is everywhere on the ball, is maintaining more of that boost and finding those 50s. Gyro able to get it through, gets the secondary touch. Can he get a third? Misses that one. Matt tries to put this one on target, but off the backboard and out. Can St. Clair get it out of their half? Arju has some control, tries to get it to side, but he has no boost to work with. In fact, no one on St. Clair has boost. Jazzy just picked up this one in mid and now has to find the touch, gets bumped, almost manages to go on in with momentum, and they have to restart again offensively upfield. Can both of them work together? No, Tool denies yet again.
Just kind of feels like West Virginia a lot more steadfast on either side of the pitch right now. Their defense seems to have the right person in the right place every time, and their offense, again, no hesitation. Look at how quickly Gyro is there to fill in the space that St. Clair has given them, and even when they try to get back in the midfield, Tool just not going to let it happen and will crash again. West Virginia in full control here of game number 2 so far. We do have a lot of time left, so I don't want to get ahead of myself, but still kind of feels like St. Clair barely mustered a shot. They technically have 2 registered, but I don't think either one of them were all too threatening.
I mean, 2 compared to 8 is crazy. 8 shots for WVU in the first 2 minutes of gameplay. At this rate, they'd get to nearly 20 if they keep it up. It's impressive to note how much offensive pressure they have managed. This one, a good 50 by Arju, releases that pressure, and now WVU will have to come out of their half. Looks like St. Clair are starting to throw themselves at the ball a little bit more, but they still need to be careful not to overextend defensively because that's where they've been struggling.
Yeah, that's the big issue here is that I think St. Clair are starting to get a little bit cleaner of a gameplay. The problem is they're doing so from already 2-0 down. And as much as they can start to kind of tighten up on offense or defense, need to make sure it's kind of an all-around game. Also not give up goals like that. Tool, the shot on target, and yes, it's an impressive one, but watch the goalie in net. In and out save, not necessary here, and kind of sells the entire thing.
Yeah, just being off the backboard is probably a little bit easier. But again, all 3 of them are there. It's because there's no challenge on that ball quick enough. Yep. You notice WVU every time has a challenge right at the ball, right at the player who possesses it. And if they can't get a piece of the ball, they get a piece of the car. But as for St. Clair, they aren't on the ball fast enough. It seems like however they're rotating is just a little bit too slow. They get one here, though, right off of kickoff pretty much. And that's a little bit more life for St. Clair, but there's still 2 down with 2 minutes left.
Jesse, what were you doing in the corner there? I can't tell if you missed the first touch, if you faked it out, if you just got a perfect 50 afterwards, that you totally, definitely 100% plan to have. Either way, it works out, and St. Clair find themselves their first goal of this game and their second of the series. Can't believe I'm stating that, but yeah, that is only the second one they have found now through 7, no, make it 8 minutes of gameplay here. Not enough necessarily to change the tides here in game number 2, but maybe enough to at least give them some life, because with almost half this game remaining, they kind of need to take this one. Reverse sweep against West Virginia, doable, but not probable, so they got to start hustling, and this could be the start of that. Sai, reset in the back, will use it, no, Matt to take away. Arju to take over, pops into the corner, and that should be the end of the offense. They'll send it all the way back into St. Clair's half, but again, a hesitation out of midfield, just nobody diving on plays to keep possession in their favor as WVU can just steady themselves all over again and can get right back to offense.
Yeah, I keep asking myself for St. Clair, where's the urgency? I'm not seeing the urgency that I need from them to keep up this play. You are down by 2 right now. You have to take some risks. You have to take some chances. You have to play as fast as you can and try to get in control of the pace of gameplay that you want to play. But instead I'm seeing tons of double commits and them being stuck on their own side of the field. Where's the contested? Finally comes through. That pinch may actually just be enough. It's a little too high. Gyro misses the read and Jazzy gets one because of it. With a minute left, they're only down by 1.
This is exactly what you want if you are St. Clair. Watch WVU start to fall apart in places they do not need to. Gyro, not sure if that ball is on target or not. He does go diving, but to the backboard he goes and not actually to the ball at all. The miss happens, an immediate punishment here from St. Clair, and maybe that's the fuel that they need. Just watch that WVU. They are vulnerable. They're not completely invincible here. There are mistakes they can make, and if you can punish them in the right moments, you might be able to win this game. Not unless you give up a goal here. Sai, great recovery after getting chased down. There's still more to be done. This one off the backboard, Arju to clear it, but under a minute to play now. St. Clair got to hustle.
Nice back pass. Tool's able to get past 1. Arju still lurking, has full boost, allows this one to go to Sai, and he'll have to go the length of the field from that back wall. Gyro can't find a piece of the ball. Matt has to be there next. I don't think he gets a piece of Sai either, but Arju is back. He again needs to transition, allows one to fake, needs to go through. Gyro can't manage to do so. And this one just floats in midfield. The pass down to Jazzy, gets through, but Tool's there to find the save. All WVU needs to do is survive another 10 seconds.
Chance here as this one pops back out. Jazzy to take over. That's a great 50, and Matt's on an island by himself. He's got to do a lot here, and he does exactly that. Is he just stays next to the ball? Where's the challenge? St. Clair let that one hit the ground, and West Virginia get away with highway robbery, as now they're up 2-0.
Yeah, they were starting to fall apart at the seams. It seems like St. Clair had a couple recipes for success, managed to get some nice transition goals, but at the end of the day, they again didn't have the urgency needed to come back after being down too early. Keep in mind, both the WVU's goals were in the first minute and 30 of the game. So they got off to a very quick start, but that kind of faltered away and St. Clair needed to come back a little bit stronger. Still an impressive game by WVU. They outshot their opponent 11-5, nearly the same as last game. And for majority of the game did have that control.
This wasn't a bad game for either of the teams. I think the concern that I have here is that the only goals we've really seen so far from St. Clair are off of West Virginia making a mistake. Meanwhile, in West Virginia, they can get goals through a myriad of different ways, whether it's passing plays out center, where it's offense that just kind of is unrelenting, keeps this pressure on the backboard, and in the final third of St. Clair, they're making a lot of options for themselves versus St. Clair that I don't think they've had too many options. I do think the midfield pressure has gotten better as well as the defense and offense as a whole, but still a lot of the goals they are getting are off of West Virginia being a little bit shaky on defense, and that's not happening all that often. So, St. Clair, I know how good you are as a team. I have seen all three of those players just hit the highest of heights. They need to do so now 3 times in a row. A reverse sweep required versus West Virginia if they do not want to start their season off with a negative record.
Yeah. I mean, a lot of players right now for St. Clair need to step up.
No
and
way.
Tool manages to get that one. I saw the ball was halfway through the net, and somehow it gets saved. Another one by Tool denied. Another one by Matt denied. 3 back-to-back-to-back attempts, and WVU denies it all. They still need to get this ball out of their half, and they don't have the boost yet to do so. A demo here by Matt maybe opens up some space. Yes, he can transition. No read here. Gyro trying to get through, just didn't have enough on that one to shoot it. But oh my goodness, could St. Clair have gotten off to the right foot? They could have, but instead they get denied.
This was everything we wanted for St. Clair. They're aggressive instantaneously. They're taking shots on target. They are not shying away from challenges out of midfield, and it still results in nothing. That's got to be so painful for them to finally figure out the game plan that's effective against this West Virginia team, and it's still not enough to even get yourself a goal on the board within the first minute. Things not going well here for St. Clair, but it's definitely going better than the last couple of games as they haven't conceded yet. I might have spoken too soon, though, as Matt, great air dribble with the immediate challenge from Arju on the ceiling will deny that. That's the old St. Clair we're looking for here. Pre-jumps off the ceiling, no hesitation, and an offense that is finally starting to show itself.
A lot of demos as well at the start. Another double one there. Seems like both teams are trying to cause a play, make the play themselves instead of react, as we've been saying. Only off of mistakes that St. Clair able to score, but now, adding a little bit to that pressure, changing up the game plan, which we hoped from them. And now, this game has gotten, I think, a little bit more even when it comes to both of these teams, because now we're getting through that 2-minute mark. That's an open net that St. Clair can't get to quick enough, but it's still 0-0. This is the first time we've seen a lot of gameplay and manage to work on out to resolve into nothing.
Kind of feels like West Virginia still do have control here. Maybe not overall control, but they don't seem nervous about what's currently happening. Good example is they march down pitch and immediately they're taking shots and not finding their first goal. Gyro's still there to contain this one and Matt to take over. You can get another pinch, my friend. Instead, it's just a touch off the sidewall. That doesn't really go all too far. Arju will chase it downfield, and Tool will be well prepared for what is another required save from him. And really, that's all that's been required from West Virginia so far. They've got 3 total shots registered, but they've also got, let's make sure I'm doing this right, 8 saves through the first half of this game. So it's definitely St. Clair that are on the offense, but nothing's been effective so far. Gyro got to be careful here. The second mistake from the veteran will cost him the first goal of game number 3.
9 shots it takes for St. Clair to get 1 goal. That's the combination of 1 and 2 games. Shots combined total they managed to get in the first 2.5 minutes of game number 3. They've certainly stepped up their game, but it has been a very difficult task to score on WVU. They have to be careful not to overextend themselves, but it's nice to see a new face of WVU.
No.
Jazzy denies, and now it's a race down the field the other end. St. Clair can't get there, but man, what a play that could have been the equalizer.
I still kind of feel like it should have been the equalizer there, considering that was a full breakaway with a defense that's just getting harassed by 2 different players from West Virginia, and they still can't do anything with it. Confusing scenario there, and it's one that might come back to bite WVU as they only have 2 minutes left to just score 1 and even get it to an overtime. They seem more confident here in the back half of this game, but confidence is only one part of the equation. They need to now start scoring goals and maybe also keep some boost. Low boost totals for almost everybody on defense here. Matt will finally pick up the corner and will start to play from it by himself. Another good 50. Tool, not a good 50. His side just kind of muscles through him, and more time being wasted off the clock. At this point, that's all they need to do. And also be careful of Matt cherry picking downfield, and Arju won't even give him the chance.
I wish he had jumped for that. I think he might have been there, but hard to react when it goes off of a pinch so fast. Oh, somebody missed there. I don't know if Gyro was trying to purposely. Matt has some time, tries to float it through, but Arju gets in the way. This one's still in midfield. Tool puts it on. Gyro can't get back to it. Still in the middle of net and size there to get it away. Again, 0 boost for most of St. Clair. They have to get this out of the half side. The only one with boost manages to only get it to midfield. The follow by Gyro off the corner is good, but Arju now has boost. Flicks it away. That net is pretty open, but Matt, a nice touch to keep it away. And if only that one was on target.
There's a chance still here for WVU. This is the best offense we have seen from them throughout all of game number 3, but it matters not if one of these does not hit the back of the net, and especially if St. Clair can just lock them into their own half. Arju, a pop-up high. Jazzy is there, and Gyro, despite his low boost total, will send this all the way downfield. Tool in a 1v1 with boost to work with off the backboard, and there's no follow-up yet. Matt's low on boost. He can't do much. Gyro's low on boost. He can't do much, and try as you like, St. Clair will get a game in this series. Arju to secure it with 10 seconds to go.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Take a step back. We already saw 1 kickoff goal. I'm just saying, there's always a chance. Let's not caster curse this to ending this series early. I still think St. Clair should end up with this win. They just need to, I just don't want to hold my breath. They have control. Time is certainly not in the favor of WVU, and now this game is impossible. A phenomenal shift by St. Clair. I enjoyed seeing the offensive capabilities across the entire team, and I applaud them for the amount of pressure that they had in bumps and demos. I'm actually quite curious to see how many they ended that game. 5 total, same with WVU actually, but that one had a lot more packed into it.
That was probably the best game we have seen from St. Clair. That's unsurprising considering they get the win, but it was also still a good game for West Virginia, and I think that's what goes to show how impressive this win was, that it wasn't like the initial games. West Virginia are taking advantage of a St. Clair that are not playing at their best performance. This is St. Clair and West Virginia playing at that level, and still St. Clair manages the win. I think one of the biggest things here is that the goal total for West Virginia has gone down every game that we have played, meaning St. Clair's defense has gotten more competent in every game that has been played. 4 in game number 1, 3 in game number 2. Now here in game number 3, they allow 0 from a West Virginia that had scored 7 in the previous 2. It's clear their defense is getting better, and for that, their offense is getting more opportunities. A total of 10 shots here in comparison to 5 that West Virginia had. So it's clear something flipped in game number 3. Now it's up to Coach Angel there for WVU to figure out what exactly went wrong and adjust everything.
I also like to see the smiles from St. Clair. I like having the player cams. They looked quite gloomy after those first 2 games, and now laughing, smiling, maybe getting, that momentum back with the team and the charisma, everything back with them. They seem to be much happier as a group, and that always projects you forward. You don't want that doom and gloom over your heads while you're playing a game, especially to the level that we see now. So it's nice to see St. Clair has their confidence back in this one, but they are still on match point. Keep in mind, like we said, they have to reverse sweep, so still a long rest of series for them. They have to win 2 more back to back, and that is not an easy task against WVU that dominated those first 2 games.
We have seen many a series here die on Neo Tokyo. It's very possible for this one as well, but it's up to St. Clair in order to try and avoid that. Definitely going to be an intense game here between the two, as we have seen them ramping up in every game that has been played so far. That doesn't necessarily mean we're going to get early goals all over again. Could be another scoreless first minute here, as both teams have had their opportunities. Here comes another one. Sai trying to get this past the defense with a lead blocker, and will deny it without a second thought. On the sidewall, this one goes. Matt not going to take over. We'll leave this to Gyro, who will pop it up, and a bit awkward for both Arju and Sai, and I think that was the goal from that touch. Work out for WVU, but no shot found still, as we do eclipse that first minute.
Nice pinch by Jazzy on zero boost, steals that 100 as well, but Arju can't get the contest, and Tool's pinch goes across the field. Can Matt get to it first? No, his size there. Tool only manages the 50. Gyro lurking, decides not to contest. Tons of space for Arju, only goes through with the flick, and this one should be able to go across the field. Sai, last man back. Tool gets there off the backboard. Arju gets the touch on the read. It's a phenomenal job by St. Clair to get this one out on transition, and even a shot to boot.
I do like the defense we're seeing right now from St. Clair, way more than the defense we've seen throughout the rest of the series. The backboard is way better defended. It just kind of oh, no, don't do this to me. I literally just complimented y'all. You cannot concede right now. All right, they don't, but for the most part, I stand by my statement. Better defense all around here for St. Clair, as they have had better backboard defense and have been more prepared for a lot of the offenses that have been thrown at them. Is anyone prepared for this one? Back out center, Jazzy puts too much mustard behind it, and although Arju is there, he will find no shot. Huge chance for the first goal of game number 4 on a breakaway, but unfortunately St. Clair will leave it at the table.
Jazzy now out of his back wall, gets it down, but Gyro contests in that midfield. Tool has some boost to work with. Gyro's there first, but misses the read, so he'll go back. Matt, not a lot of boost in the tank, but is still able to be patient. Gets a couple of touches forward. Tool and Jazzy pretty neutral on that 50, and Arju now last back. Somebody always back for both of these teams to allow for that defense to shine. This one still ends up getting back into midfield, and this is a very neutral game 4.
It kind of feels like both teams are waiting for a mistake. Somebody to slip up in the wrong place, and that's why you see them just kind of huddled around midfield. They know that if there is a mistake, they have to get them intercepted out at mid to take advantage of it. I gotta say, we were talking about Caster Curse, Caster Blessed. I knew this was coming.
It's a very nice pass to midfield. We often don't see many of those because of how contested that midfield is, but it was the first time that we see a little bit of space for WVU, and they take full advantage. Have the lead, of course, didn't get any goals last game, so an improvement for WVU, but still a lot of time left to play with 2 minutes. They seem to be back in control, calm, cool, and collected, but still, it's nice to see St. Clair has been so much more contested. A demo in the backfield. This one can get deflected. Gyro can't get much off of it, and St. Clair will be back with boost to defend.
Plenty of time for St. Clair to find an equalizer here. 100 seconds left, but that is all they will get. And they cannot miss their opportunities. That's a bad one, especially with the transition the other way. Sai will make a touch, but West Virginia, they're recognizing the shakiness starting to come to St. Clair that I don't think I've ever seen them succumb to the pressure on them. Again, former champions. This team won it the last time that we had CRL on the Rocket League channel. And here they are, potentially starting off their season 1 and 2. If they can't get a goal right now, and they do. Jazzy to equalize with 74 to go.
I love the persistence out of St. Clair here. Everyone rotates through the middle field, offensively speaking, and they have that follow-up opportunity. This one trickles out into midfield again where we can clean it up, and St. Clair equalizes. A minute and change left, and this could go either way at this point. Impressive performances by both teams. It feels like it's never been more even in this series.
These are two teams that came into this one with about even record. I think actually almost identical records, basically. Played the same opponents outside of CRL. It had been a little bit of a different story, and that's why we had the narrative that we did. But they're starting to show exactly why we stayed. These two teams are as even as ever. That's an insane save, and had Sai not been there, surely would have been a counterattack from WVU. They will still seize the moment anyways. 40 seconds to go. Tool on the sidewall, getting harassed by Sai. Where's the follow from St. Clair? It's not there, and Matt will get a freebie off the backboard. It's not that great of a clearance, but with only 30 seconds to play, that is another opportunity missed for the St. Clair team.
Gyro has some boost to work with. He'll beat Sai here. The demo in the backfield by Matt.
leaves that net wide open, and WVU take advantage with limited time left on the clock.
That's a huge demo from Matt. I'm glad he gets the assist for it as well. Every once in a while, those demos do not count on the score sheet. This one will. And West Virginia, if you can hold on 24, I can add another thing to your totals for the season. 2-1, a positive record, and miss out in midfield. Sai, you cannot afford that now. Double commit from St. Clair. Everything going from bad to worse in the final 20 seconds.
I don't know if the nerves are coming through or there's just still mistakes that are very much apparent on the side of St. Clair. They have one final opportunity and Gyro comes through with a phenomenal assist upfield. This one by Tool contested to hit the ground. Tool can't put it in, but it touches the ground nonetheless, and WVU sneak the series win in the final seconds of gameplay. What a series to start off the day.
Chat, can I get a quick mountain mama for WVU? They're taking it home. They take the W and they take down our former champions in St. Clair. Again, a team that I think by most people's standards, we did not expect them to drop down at all in comparison to last season. Unfortunately for them, they're going to have to accept that to at least start the season. Like we said, there's time for them to recover. But unfortunately, with only 7 games being played per split, they've now done effectively almost half of them, and they're 1-2.
Still time to come through with the rest of course, their round robin. But yeah, it's not a great start, and it's not a great look. We could, of course, see the cameras. There were smiles not even 5-6 minutes ago, and now it's the face of that doom and gloom. It just wasn't the showing that St. Clair wanted, and it seemed like they had the control for the first almost 3 minutes of that game number 4, but it just fell apart at the end. They were missing the ball consistently. They weren't getting to the ball quick enough. There was a lot of mistakes that were quite apparent, and it kind of just fell apart at the seams.
There were moments of brilliance there, but unfortunately, like we said, moments are only one thing. Consistent in this current CRL format, and unfortunately for St. Clair, they do not have that, and things could only go from bad to worse here. Do not go anywhere. When we return, we've got St. Clair in their second series of the day, going up against Baylor, one of the newcomers on the block. St. Clair can't get this win. They're starting off 1-3. If Baylor can get this win, they're starting off 2-1. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Get lost in the sound, go back to the start. Get lost in the sound, go back to the start. Let's go out of the dark. Let's go out of the dark into the light now. Let's go out of the dark, out of the dark. Get lost in the sound, go back to the start. Lost in the sound, go back to the start. Let's go out of the dark. Let's go out of the dark into the light now. Get lost in the sound, go back to the start. Get lost in the sound, go back to the start. Get lost in the sound, go back to the start. Get lost in the sound, go back to the start. Into the light now. Let's go out of the dark. Into the light now.
Hello, welcome back, everybody. And we are sitting down with the man previously known as Dom, previously known as Matter, and now just simply Matt after a nice win over their opponents here on broadcast. Matt, how are you feeling?
We're feeling good. That was a really good win. Really happy with it.
Yeah, I would also be happy. My camera's a little out of focus there, so I'm just going to lean in real quick and then fix that. So outside of that, don't want to get too close. Want to make sure you're comfortable. But it seems like you guys are at least on the pitch. So not just a win that you guys got, but a win over the defending spring champions in St. Clair. How are you guys feeling closer to getting to that top half of the table, staying in league play for Split 2?
Yeah, so obviously last season we struggled with beating a lot of these teams that we're now beating with no problem. It feels really good. Obviously, it's better than starting out like 0-2, 0-3. we're putting ourselves in a really good spot, especially not only for making the top 4, but for seeding wise too.
Yeah, and based on that, in a league play where you only have that one shot at every single team, what has been the preparation that has gone into league play? Like week to week, Sunday to Sunday, like what are you guys focusing on to try to make sure that you actually have these games count? Because as you mentioned, it's not just about getting a win, but sometimes it really is about making sure you do it decisively. You don't want to be able to go to 5 and drag it out.
Absolutely, yeah. I don't want to spill too much into what we're practicing, but we've done a lot of replay reviews to the point where we're not really focused on what the other team is doing. We're more so focused on, are we sticking to our plan? Are we doing what we want to do? And after the game 3 that we lost, we talked about all that and we made adjustments, and obviously it worked in game 4.
Yeah, and that's exactly what I wanted to talk about. Angel is a player that we've seen in CRL for so long, but now he's maybe in an unusual situation for him, or at least trying to adjust to a coach's role. And from y'all being former teammates, I know we had said that he knows how you guys play. He knows your tendencies. Yeah. And so because of that, when you guys were struggling in that series, what's it like when you only have that 60 seconds between games? How do you guys talk through what you need to fix and what you're doing well and how to kind of make that all come together?
Yeah, he's really concise with what he says. And obviously throughout the week when we practice, we already know what we're talking about. So he can just kind of be really broad with how he says it. So in that 60-second time, we know what he's talking about. He doesn't have to say a lot. And usually we don't even use all the 60 seconds. He just uses like 30 seconds. And if we stick to that, we'll win. If we don't, we'll lose.
And after that, just get some water, grab a snack,
yeah,
stretch.
Exactly.
It's like, it gives you a little time. Yeah, I mean, it's a good thing to have.
I wanted to talk about too, like, I think he's been one of the best coaches we could have got because, like you said, he understands us really well. But for someone with having no coaching experience, like he's went above and beyond for sure. So shout out to Angel.
Yeah, it's sometimes just having that analytical mind, being able to step in. And it also helps he is personable with all of y'all. So that obviously helps within CRL, but I think we've seen a lot from just generally in CRL. It's so important to stay consistent. And I know obviously we're focusing on CRL, but a lot of teams, we have not seen too many shocking things, I guess, coming out from West Virginia. But for the most part, St. Clair, other teams within like Concord, in and out of CRL, those league play results, those tournament results, those qualifier results, they've been a little shaky. How much do you think in this era of Rocket League is it important to make sure that you're showing up for every single series and making sure the outside results, do you think they really do matter for keeping you in form and kind of affect how you're thinking?
I absolutely do, because I think it really affects your confidence. And also, like, as the years have went on, CRL has just only gotten better and better. So every year, the competition, like, you got to take every game seriously.
Yeah, and there's no other way to do it, especially because your next series within league play is against Cumberland. Off stream, actually, I suppose on Somber TTV's stream, shout out to him, he was able to broadcast Cumberland getting a sweep over Concord 3-0. They are still at the top of the league play standings. What do you think on your behalf is really required of a team to take down Concord, really hitting the peak of their form so far?
Yeah, I think we just really have to play as a team, use each other, because with today's meta, it's really beyond solo playing and doing everything yourself. You can't do everything yourself. So I think that's our focus going into the series. And obviously, they've proven that they're showing up this year.
Yeah, the improvement's been insane, but of course, we say the same thing about you guys. You changed the roster a little bit. You're back in the starting lineup. Angel's doing apparently stellar as a coach, so I'm hoping for the very best for you guys going forward. Thank you so much for being able to sit down with us.
Thank you, Taco.
All right, and we'll dissect that with the desk a little bit. It seems like they're feeling confident, and there's no reason they shouldn't be.
Yeah, I mean, great results that we saw throughout that series from West Virginia, especially hearing about how much Angels coaching has helped them elevate their game. I think that's the biggest game changer we've seen for this team. Yeah, it was doing great on the field as a player, but really making sure that they have the right decisions, the right mindset going into each individual game, especially after the one where St. Clair did take a win against them, got a shutout in that game, and then St. Clair, well, they weren't looking the exact same. They were following game afterwards when West Virginia were able to close things out. I mean, talking to you, Bass and Chicksa, Bass first on this one, looking specifically at the kind of minute play differences between St. Clair and West Virginia, it just felt like West Virginia were also more confident on the pitch.
I think that's one of the biggest things we talked about throughout that series, pretty much the entire time, and that confidence really showed out in midfield. You would watch St. Clair go for a challenge, and it wasn't a bad idea, but it was like, a quarter second late. And against the West Virginia that pretty much had no fear in any of those plays, that quarter second makes all the difference. When all of a sudden a 50 doesn't go your way, it's popped over your head, 2v1 on a West Virginia that seized the moment on a counterattack multiple times throughout that series. You just can't afford to do so. So St. Clair, I don't know if it was they weren't woken up enough for the series, if they didn't come into it with the expectation that West Virginia would have this sort of throw everything at a wall and see what six attitude. I can't really tell you what went wrong, but I do think a lot of it definitely was the pace of play, something they just really never got comfortable with.
That comfortability is like a big factor for a lot of these teams too, and it definitely seems like West Virginia with Gyro, as you're talking about, Chixa, seem to have that comfortability in lock here. I mean, going forward for their future matches, is there anything you would say they need to really improve upon so that they can close out strong in that top four?
I think maintaining consistency across a full 5 minutes of play was the biggest thing, because for the majority of the series, they did have that control, but we did see spurts of time where they just kind of lost it and they weren't able to hold on for the full 5 minutes of the game. You can't allow your opponent to come back in a series, especially when you're so far ahead and you're doing as well as we say they are. So they had still a couple mistakes. I mean, Gyro, for as good as he did at times, did also make a couple of misses that he shouldn't have that opened up plays. So cleaning up those mistakes and maintaining themselves, I think will go a long way as they continue on.
Taco, we've always kind of been doubters a little bit about West Virginia, where to kind of rank them, where they feel against the rest of the competition. They said it themselves that they struggled against these top teams. Where would you say they fit in that hierarchy right now after this victory over St. Clair?
I was about to actually be like, whoa, but do not put words in my mouth. Then thinking back, I'm like, yeah, we kind of have been hating on WVU, but that's only because we say their potential is immense. We only say, man, we really should be better because they really should be better. And now I feel like they are playing that well. I have them personally ranked within kind of my power rankings pretty highly. I really like how they're playing. And exactly like Matt said, when I asked him, hey, how are you going to deal with Cumberland? That's a game you have to come up against. They're playing spectacularly. What do you have to do? And his first answer is like, we have to be able to use each other on the passing. We need to be able to facilitate all of that. It's gone are the days of just solo play trying to open up mistakes. Like, you have to be able to all be able to click in. And I feel like every game I watch, I'm more and more confident they found that run of form.
Well, we'll have to see how St. Clair are going to be looking in their second matchup of their doubleheader. And the start of the doubleheader for Baylor, two teams have to play multiple matches on stream. We'll see if they are able to deal with the spotlight on top of them. Baylor dealt with it pretty well last week. They were able to get a sweep over Concord themselves, but now we've kind of seen where Concord are settling during the rankings after, as you mentioned, falling even further downwards without getting a single game so far. St. Clair, they've at least gotten a series win against Oklahoma Christian, but they still need to bounce back if they want to make their way into that top four for the second half of this specific season of league play. And looking at kind of the things that we were talking about with Arju, Jazzy, and Sai here, Bass, I mean, they have everything that they're capable of in their hands to take on this team at Baylor and get a victory. But Andy and Hoxer and, JT, whatever he's able to pop off as well, is a tough team to take on.
It's a tough team, but it's an inexperienced team at a CRO level. I'm not going to sit here and try to tell you that Andy and Hoxer haven't been in big environments and don't know pressure like this, but JT doesn't necessarily. He's proven he can handle it, but they've also not played a team, I think, of St. Clair's level yet, or at least not gotten a win over a team of St. Clair's level yet. Again, this team did well. I'm not here to try and state that they've had a poor start to league play, but the win they get over is off of a Concord that, look, this probably comes to nobody's surprise. They are slumping severely hard. And then you look at the other game that they played, and they lost 3-0 to CMU. That is Cumberland. So it's not exactly been a proven path quite yet for Baylor. That doesn't mean that they can't play well here, but if there's one thing I do know about St. Clair is that they are usually good at the bounce back. If we expect them to have as lobby a series as we just had again against Baylor, I think you've got another thing coming.
We will have to see. That tends to be the theme for these teams, is we don't know exactly where to keep people at in these rankings and how they'll fare throughout the rest of the semester. Because again, it's only been a single week of competition, 2 matches at most, 3 now for St. Clair that they've played through, and they have to prove themselves every single time. It's single round robin. You don't get second chances against these squads. So we'll have to see exactly how it progresses for them. But Taco, kind of going forward off of this note for Baylor, I mean, there's big expectations with this roster on their performances, making it into league play. They lost to a B team of Ball State and then came back and took down 3-1 victory back-to-back to bracket reset Ball State to make it in. And that's a team that we've seen in Collegiate Rocket League for some time, but they've also suffered some strange losses in other leagues. How does Baylor lock in here?
I think Baylor, ultimately, the dialogue for a while is going to mirror Concord in prior semesters. It's about JT. If he can keep up and he can keep going with Hoxer and Andy, then it's fine. And that used to be something that I would say is the biggest kind of like yellow flag about Baylor. But after what we've seen, I think he's doing actually really well. He's playing at speed. All the broadcasted games we've seen, he looks pretty confident with this squad. I was able to actually talk with him, and he said that exact thing. He's like, I think that Hoxer and Andy are super easy to play with. They're teaching me a lot. And ultimately, they feel encouraging, like we actually can get this done. So I think ultimately, if they're taking care of that, Baylor just needs to focus on being able to stay with St. Clair. Because even if they are, I would say slumping, I think that's a legitimate way to describe them. They're ridiculously mechanical and very quick. They will catch you off guard, and I don't care how bad they look in other series, they will still stomp you if you come in maybe a little overconfident on that.
Spring semester champions for a reason in St. Clair. I mean, again, they came from another region across the pond here. And I mean, here's another factor we haven't really talked about, Chicksa, while we wait for these players to take their time to get into the lobby. My goodness. They are basically coming from another region. They don't have RLCS to keep them as warm as they did during that spring semester. Do you think that some of these teams might be taking it a little bit easy compared to what we saw them in the spring because they don't have as much pressure on them? It's just Collegiate Rocket League for them.
I wouldn't say easy they're taking it. There is a lot of other league play outside of this that keeps them warm, and I find any team that's actually serious enough does scrim fairly often and has the opportunity to keep themselves going. If anything, I enjoy this time period more because they can actually focus on CRO, because as we've mentioned, the transition from RLCS to CRO is a totally different ball game. How you play, the type of coaching you get on the field, the coaches that you have, who you're playing with, it's a whole nother thing to do and to figure out. So we mentioned a lot of JT maybe falling behind with Andy and Hoxer, but at the same time, it's just another time to get comfortable and figure out your place on the field. Hoxer may play different on a pro team as he does with the CRL team. He may be the most mechanical, so he has a different role. Figuring out your role and how you mesh together as a team is the perfect time to do now during League Split and play in open and scrims, because they can fully devote that time to figuring out their chemistry.
Hopefully that chemistry is going to be enough for these teams to come out on top. We're ready for the predictions, Chicksa. I'm throwing it right back to you. Just give us a quick answer. Is it Baylor or is it St. Clair?
I'm going with Baylor. I'm very interested in how this team will play, and I also think St. Clair's loss that just happened on stream is not going to benefit them. As I mentioned, they were very doom and gloom by the end of it. In fact, they had to walk away and come back again. So they need to mental reset, and if St. Clair doesn't do that, then they clearly are doomed. I think Baylor has a fresh feeling by coming into stream as this is their first game, so hopefully they do well, and I think they have a lot of surprises behind them to put out on the field.
Okay, I respect it. They had a lot going well for them in their first series on stream last week. And Taco, you got to see that firsthand. Is Baylor all that we have been hoping for, or are we looking for a little bit more there?
I think we're still discovering exactly what this team looks like, but even with that said, my thoughts mirror Chicksa's a lot. Not only in the fact that I am also choosing Baylor for this victory, but I don't think it helps that St. Clair, we cut to Arju after the series. He's rubbing his eyes, kind of figuring out like, man, I don't like how that series ended. And the worst part is taking a loss is just part of competition. Taking a loss and then immediately going back on broadcast to play it in about 5-10 minutes. It's so hard to bounce back, figure out what you need to fix beyond just kind of saying, okay, this, let's try to do this. All right, let's move on. And Baylor, meanwhile, they're coming in fresh. They freshly scrimmed. I think they're just going to be a little bit more comfortable in this environment. St. Clair has that high skill, but I think Baylor's there to match it and more.
Okay. Baylor's looked pretty good for the most part. They did struggle against Cumberland, but now we see Cumberland were doing really well for themselves. I mean, are we just going with a death sweep Baylor here, Vass, or is it going to be going the other side for you with St. Clair?
No, I'm taking St. Clair on this one here. Yet again, look, man, as much as I do believe Baylor are a very capable team, I think this is their biggest competition yet. And I think on top of being the biggest competition, we've talked a lot about there are kind of tiers to current CRL. And one of the tiers is the top 5 in all of Collegiate Rocket League. And I don't think Baylor has quite shown themselves to be team of that caliber yet. If they win today, I'm taking all those words back, but it's a St. Clair that I don't expect to continue falling further down the power rankings throughout all of Collegiate Rocket League. They have done well in multiple events in the past. They are too good of a team both on paper and in practice to start the season 1-3. I just don't see them affording a loss here, and I think they know if there's a time for them to shine, it has got to be against a Baylor that on paper they should be winning in this matchup.
Okay. Well, I'll have to agree on that one. No mix-up this go-around. I'm going to also be going St. Clair as well. I think Baylor still has a little bit more to prove. We'll have to see if they can do it against here. Doubts will be crossed out of my mind if they do get the victory against St. Clair. And St. Clair, well, I'll continue doubting them if they aren't able to get this victory. This is their time to shine. This is the time for them to step into the spotlight and prove themselves the victors that we once knew them to be for St. Clair at Saints Green. We saw them strike gold in the beginning and the end of the spring semester, but so far they have found nothing. They are digging deep and have come up empty. They need something to keep them going throughout this league play of week 2. We still have a couple more series to go, but St. Clair, this is the last of theirs for the day, and they want to end off on a high note. Baylor, they want to take down more Titans. First Northwood, now St. Clair. We'll see if they can add to their ledger.
Middle of the table matchup means you have to bite and claw to be able to get back into safety. Baylor sweeping and then being swept in week 1, and now the Saints slipping into a losing record. A lot to play for, so much to prove, and the only way to show your true skill in collegiate play is on the pitch under the bright lights of CRL.
This is the premier matchup for both of these teams on the day. Not necessarily because it's the greatest competition or the closest matchup, but for both of these teams, this series in particular means so much. Baylor have done well against multiple teams, but this would be the true proving that they are of the best that Collegiate Rocket League has to offer. For St. Clair, this is the proof that they're still at that level. Again, not the start to the season they wanted, both inside of CRL as well in other leagues outside of Collegiate Rocket League itself. They need to prove themselves. This is redemption. There is no two ways about it.
And I even feel a little bit harsh toward my own rankings because I believe in my own personal power rankings. I do actually have St. Clair higher than Baylor.
You do?
But I just really was not a huge fan of how they react that last game. I'm not saying you can't be disappointed, but I just figured, man, those losses are starting to tick down on them because I think it's not just the fact that obviously we want to win. It's because they know that they were super successful last semester. They're one of the best teams in the nation, but they're going to start this game potentially behind. That's a first-grade save, but he can't make it again.
One thing staying constant between the two series we have seen from St. Clair today, and that is shaky defense. Sai, that is not a challenge you should be making if you're not going to even touch the ball. You just leave Jazzy in a 2v1 that he's got no option but to concede a goal in. It's 1-0. It is not the start that St. Clair wanted.
And it's a rough one because that pass was open in the middle. So an early lesson that if you're going to give Baylor those opportunities, they will pick them apart. And now it seems that it's their turn now. Sai, I think maybe almost getting faked out. Communications from RJ were locked in, but not able to actually get that generated power. And I'm really looking forward to who's going to be able to control the midfield. West Virginia seemed like they had open range for a lot of that last series. St. Clair definitely needs to remedy that.
They need to also start playing more confidently. Sai, I get the fake out there, but I don't think that's necessarily a strategy you should be carrying in between series. A lot of those half-hearted challenges ended up giving space to West Virginia that they took full advantage of, and you cannot afford to do so in a game like this and a team like this. You can exactly see the problem. Sai backs off that initial play. It gives a free counterattack to Baylor, and this is what they do with it.
Yeah, but at the same time, we have to give a lot of credit to Hoxer there. Understands he's not going to beat that first guy. He goes up to the ceiling, taps it then to the backboard, and then beyond that, make sure he gets the extension. He's not trying to score that because he knows it's not going to go in off the save. But the deflection and an open follow-up, that one is more up JT's alley.
This is already not a good start here for St. Clair, and I feel bad because we've been kind of stating that for, I don't know, the last like 15 minutes of them playing on stream. They've got to find a way to clean this up, and we keep saying this, and it may feel harsh, but this is what we expect from the former champions. The last time that these teams actually played in a bracket, this team won it all, and they did so against very talented competition, and right now, they're missing the ball on defense from the backboard. This is just not the caliber of play we expect from a team like St. Clair, like these three players that are on the pitch. Things haven't exactly turned disastrous yet, but 2-0 to start this game, to start this series, is definitely not how this team wanted to get this one going.
And at the end of the day, when you are playing defense against a team as quick as Baylor and as coordinated as they've been putting in a lot of work, actually, we're talking to some of the Baylor staff and some of the players, that when it comes down to these games, it's about making sure you're putting the defense in uncomfortable positions. And I think right now, St. Clair looks like they're being contorted to sitting upside down in their gamer chairs. So I think being able to remedy that is probably the biggest thing I'm looking forward to out of them. It's only halftime in game number 1. They have plenty of space to be able to grow into, although they're not going to get that early game double tap, giving them that confidence like we saw in West Virginia.
They got to keep this ball a little bit closer right now. Kind of feels like they're just throwing Hail Marys at the backboard, hoping something's going to stick, and this is against the Baylor team that are more than prepared for that. If they got to meet you midair, they will do exactly that. Keep this ball a little closer, bait out those challenges. That was what was more effective against West Virginia in your last series, and seems to have been forgotten here in their second one. 2 minutes left to play, though. Still plenty of time for either team to get some more goals on the board, and if you double commit on defense like that, it might be Baylor. Awkward off the backboard. I do think they will call it off eventually, but still, the defensive woes here for St. Clair continue in our final minutes.
I wouldn't even say it's necessarily an issue right now. They've stabilized for the most part. The problem is you have to turn defense into offense, and right now it seems like it's all Baylor offense. Double tap to the back post, taking no chances is Jazzy. Arju has an open look, but I don't think realized just how open it was. A little bit wide, and now here comes Hoxer yet again through the air, saving that reset, but Sai will not be fooled.
Jazzy's got a full tank here, but not the greatest start to his air dribble, so we'll have to just settle for a 50. That's not a 50. That's the backboard. Hoxer doesn't have this. The shot's off target! There's still no follow-up. St. Clair, their best chance so far here in game number 1, and they can't do much with it. Arju on the rebound. Reset in the bag. Pass on out. Sai is there and doesn't take the shot. St. Clair, this is a lot of build-up. There better be a payoff.
Honestly, on that last one, Arju got such a good reset. It surprised me. I wouldn't be surprised if it surprised Side, too. Maybe this one, Jazzy can try to make up. That's an excellent strike, and Hoxer meets it with the save of the game off the inside of his corner to be able to get that one through. Sai trying to set up. Arju beats the challenge, but also beats that back post.
How many of these shots are going to not go on target and even register as a shot? Surely this one should, unless Andy gets to the 50 in time. He'll also get to the rebound here and pop it in midfield where Sai is waiting. This is more the midfield presence we want to see from St. Clair, but the passes still are connecting. That's a full send attitude. 35 seconds left. I get why they would send it there, but that will send them to a 0-1 start as Baylor secure it with a third goal.
Yeah, that was just 100% faith type of situation from Arju. He's sitting in the middle. He knows Jazzy is in the goal trying to just wreck any goalkeeper, but it's got to get there first. Very well done by Baylor, making sure they have the backboard and goal covered, but also anything in the middle, you have to have someone quickly up to disrupt, and that's exactly what they did. No surprise, that's their third goal, and being able to close this game 1 out.
This is definitely a better back half of this game here for St. Clair, but that doesn't really matter if you can't get a goal on the board and can't stop the effective offense that Baylor has come out with. Baylor hasn't necessarily been too flashy. They've just been making plays like this. If St. Clair want to keep pushing up this aggressively, pop one down Main Street. This is what's going to happen. It's 4-0 to Baylor.
And being able to get another one. This is more just a stat pattern goal. You know, you got to have those. But at the same time, it does help to be able to boost the confidence. I always like the approach where you don't just drown down the time and say, okay, yeah, we're just take the win. Let's just run it out. Let's play possession. No, keep getting goals. Really enforce your will on the other team and understand, yeah, even if you are giving us just the slightest bit of daylight downfield, we're going to take it and be able to plant our flag in this series. Boy, did they. The Bears looking fierce in game 1.
This is kind of crazy. This is not what I was anticipating as Baylor is going 4-0 here, just absolutely smacking them down. This is such a beatdown that I just got a text from my dad watching this going, man, you picked the wrong team on this one. All right, Dad, it's game number 1. Let's calm down a little bit here as it is 4-0 Baylor, 1-0 in the series. And St. Clair, look, as much as I do want to defend you, I've got no defense right now. 5 shots total is just not enough. You play defense for a majority of this game. This was a beatdown by all stretch of the imagination. There cannot be a performance like this again if St. Clair even want a game in this series.
Oh, shout out to Papa Bass, keeping you in check, making sure that you understand what's going on. But also, it's about being able to look at St. Clair. And of course, I think understandably, people are going to say, man, we're really railing against St. Clair. But it's just because we know what this team has accomplished. Yeah, if any of you are familiar beyond the layman of CRL, this team was winning trophy after trophy after trophy, getting so deep in brackets. For a while, it was basically a foreign sight to see them outside of top 3 in pretty much any CRL competition. So I think right now, it's not necessarily that they've regressed as much as I feel like everyone else has found a way to play a playstyle that is dynamic enough that throws them off. Game 2, I think, for St. Clair is similar to West Virginia in that they were not prepared for that level of pace. It might be a confidence issue, but at the end of the day, you gotta have a goldfish memory in a series like this. Yeah, that game 1 got away. It's fine. This is game 1 now. Let's just focus on it one game at a time and make sure Forbidden Temple is at least a bit more competitive on the follow-ups. Make sure that midfield is turning into something more competitive rather than getting smushed against your backboard.
I would recommend also taking this game and not trying for a reverse sweep. You did that once today. It didn't work out. Doing it a second time, although it is Baylor, not West Virginia, who West Virginia right now are probably one of the top 3 teams in the CRL. Again, this is more what we're looking for. That's exactly how you start the game. Arju and Jazzy combine for a kickoff goal.
No wasted movement, gets a 50, and then Jazzy actually holds power slide, diagonal flips forward. That forces Hoxer to say, oh wait, that's actually a bump attempt, slows down, and because of that off-speed change, he's not able to recover for the save. Very good job by Jazzy to make sure that he is keeping in that play, facilitating a kickoff goal.
I can't believe I'm also just now realizing that's their first goal of the series. That is St. Clair's first goal of the series, and they do not concede immediately after. I was well prepared to say it matters not considering that play, but I don't know who it was. Congratulations to you. We already had what I thought was save of the series in the last game. That is definitely now the new one.
I feel like a lot of time I'm a little scared actually to say, well, it's the save of the series, that's the goal of the series, because this season we've had a lot of moments where everyone just needs to have to one up. At this level, in order to score, you have to have a lot of teamwork, or sometimes you just have to pop off, and that comes on the defensive side as well. They're going to need to again, because JT, that is a stellar pass. It won't get to its target, but how about the third? Andy, easy pickings.
Still some miscommunication here on defense for St. Clair. Another double commit they just can't afford. Jazzy's already way up for this one, and by the time that he decommits, Arju's diving into him to try and make the save. They've got to be careful here. You cannot afford mistakes like that. It is something we stated in the last series. It is something we will state now. This cannot be this sloppy if St. Clair want a way back into this series.
We'll be able to have Hoxer try to jump at this one, and
oh boy,
really well done. He's going to go for that boost steal. JT is patrolling, but actually does get around that high lob. So Jazzy will look for that pass and the pinch past that back post. You know JT was sweating on this one. No pass available in the midfield, but I think honestly I'm more a fan of this from St. Clair. Of course I say that backwards got me a little bit concerned, but for the most part it seems like they're more controlled. It might not be the most cutthroat of offense, but at the very least it is something that they can at least reason with in terms of competing with Baylor.
They've been able to keep this 1-1 through the first 90 seconds, but that's not exactly enough in comparison to a Baylor that have taken advantage of every mistake. So if West Virginia do take another mistake on defense, they're going to also concede a goal. Reset not going to be found here as they do march down pitch and have really controlled this midfield for the last handful of seconds, but that may matter not as Andy glides one over. JT's there and he's getting bumped off the ball. Heads up awareness there from side and not allow that to be a goal, and to maybe get one of his own. Interference from Hoxer and the skim out at mid. Arju on an island, he'll do enough, and it will still stay level here with 3 minutes left.
Everyone on Baylor in the same corner, though. They're lucky that Clair wasn't a bit too serious. Problem is, Arju can turn anything into a scoring opportunity. The carry pass one, the deflection, the team bump. Jazzy gets saved, I believe, by Arju. Sai can't get the double. Pandemonium in the backfield, and somehow this is still level.
Okay, Baylor, I get it, you know, imitate the greats is like a saying and all that jazz. Don't start making defensive mistakes. I get this team won last year. Do not start doing the same thing as them and panicking on defense. They've been so steady in many of these plays, but you can see it. The pressure might be getting them. They're starting to realize this is the full version of St. Clair. How do you handle them? So far, you handle them with 1-1, but Arju with space, flip reset out middle, Jazzy's there. Jazzy intercepted by Hoxer, but again, the defense of Baylor got to be careful. They're giving way too many chances to St. Clair for my liking.
And he's going to run out of boost, and honestly, the boost has been a competitive resource, as it might be renewable, but it's going to go away real quick based on how fast everyone's playing, especially need it for the recovery. JT had it, predicted it to the back post as Arju looking for the slot, and I think we were asking of St. Clair, we want to get a bit more shots off on target. It seems like they're certainly on a rate to do that. Problem is, he's making sure it's consistent and leaving no gaps. Missed by side, Jazzy left alone in the backfield, and he does with it well. He's going to go straight to the ceiling.
That's what I want to see out of them. I asked for earlier. They need to keep the ball close, and these are the rewards for doing so. Rather than popping to the other side, you bait out a defender, they don't make a touch, and Arju goes, yes, please, on target and in. It's 2-1.
Yeah, it's a rough one too. I don't actually know if that was going to be saved down, but I don't really blame the double commit. That's that perfect placement in between two defenders where it's a little bit weird to know who is actually going to have a better angle at that, but ultimately I think the biggest thing is get it on target and hit it with Venom. Arju does that well, as always, kind of been leading the charge for St. Clair for an entire season leading up to this.
Arju has definitely been one of the most talked about European imports in all of Collegiate Rocket League, and it's for a good reason. This man has a resume miles long, and he's already also proven he can get a second resume by building one in CRL. His first season here was one filled with accolades, and he's already proving that he is not done yet. Granted, again, as we've stated, this is not the greatest start to the season here for St. Clair, but it's a long season, a long semester, and plenty of time, and also plenty more moves. Great way to get around the midfield there, steal the boost, and get this out center. Is there a shot? Not quite, but with under a minute to go, St. Clair know they need to be careful here in their final approaches.
Andy from the ceiling trying to beat in Jazzy. Jazzy was just sitting back in his chair. He's saying, no, you have to get to me first, which is why then I can take that, throw it back to Sai for a double, and that will be turned away. Andy, tough read. He's got JT waiting for it. He's going for a deflection to the corner. Nothing doing. Jazzy has that read, has that deflection. More time being kind of ticked off that clock with every single clear St. Clair gets.
Has been a difficult challenge for Baylor to even find a way to build an offense here, let alone get it past midfield, because when they do throw it downfield, it's stuff like that. Immediately sent back. They got to try to get a game plan all over again, but St. Clair have had some mistakes, so had Arju missed that one in the corner, maybe a chance. Light double commit out of midfield. JT will get a demo to maybe try and solve the issue, but things still not looking coordinated here. 10 seconds left. Hawkster's off the ceiling, and uh-oh, everyone on St. Clair's off the backboard, but they don't recognize out of midfield. Bit of hesitation from Baylor will end at game number 2. St. Clair, they correct themselves, and boy, did they need to.
A lot better coming out from St. Clair. I think not only because, yeah, they're getting more shots, but I think most importantly out of them, they're keeping control of the narrative of this game. They're not giving up too many shots. They're making sure they're just getting steady clears and, more importantly, using each other out of the backfield. You mentioned in game 1, it feels like they're kind of just slapping the ball downfield. It buys you time, but at this level, a clear that long really doesn't buy you as much time as being able to take a 50, take an air dribble, be able to pass it off in the middle to someone else, because it allows the defense to have to consolidate all your resources, gives your teammates time to refuel, and more importantly, it forces the other team to have to come to you. They don't just get given the ball right back. I think that's more St. Clair game, and it shows.
Yeah, this was a very impressive difference from St. Clair. And you can see it on their faces. This is more what we're used to from St. Clair. Just laughing, goofing, having a good time, playing confidently, playing and acting like they're happy to win every single game. This did not happen in the first series versus WVU. Maybe it's because they knew in game 2 that series was already over and that there wasn't a chance, but very clear difference here. The vibes are good. The team is playing well. And honestly, that should be a concern for Baylor, because we have seen this team, when they are in a flow state, good luck to literally any team in stopping them.
And I think this is also a team that understands that they have to come in, obviously, I would say strong in the belief that they can beat absolutely anybody, but then also with a lot of respect. I talked to JT about that very situation. He said, all these teams are mind-blowingly good, but we know we can beat every single one of them. It doesn't have to happen in a sweep, and I think they understand, yeah, right here, they all have to do is just march back into this series. So we're going to be able to go into the 10th anniversary stadium, see if Baylor, in their first season as a team, make sure they can plant the flag a little bit better in their inaugural league play.
Ain't it great to be at the 10th anniversary? We got Collegiate Rocket League thriving, got RLCS starting up soon, man. Great time to be a Rocket League fan with so much action going around. And honestly, the action here has become so close and level to RLCS, you're getting it good no matter where you're watching. So, love to see these two teams competing. Love that we've gotten a 1-1 series, meaning this should be competitive from here on out. I was just trying to state, no. It's time for St. Clair to take control. The skim does not go on target, but goodness, what a way to start for St. Clair.
Arju to the ceiling. Able to get that one down the line and get the reset as well. Andy's going to get dusted.
What?
So with Hawks or side. Pop that up and above. It is wide open on the contest. He's going to go for the flip reset double. And is that the penalty? JT wide open. Never going to miss that.
That was an overcomplication from St. Clair, in my opinion. They had multiple chances there, especially on that one from Jazzy. Throwing it to the backboard with the defense already completely flustered and one player all the way out at mid. You have to at least threaten the net. Not doing so creates an easy passing play and counterattack for Baylor. They take advantage of it. It's 1-0.
And it's a tough one to swallow, because that is really just how CRL is at the highest level, or really any high-level Rocket League. It looks like everything's going fine, everything's fine, and everything's fine, everything's fine. I'm going to take a slight risk. Oh, it's in my net. It just immediately gets punished. So Baylor's showing, yes, even us, we can do that. But hey, it's the same on the other end. Arju, a laser right at JT, and he's not able to handle it.
Arju, you want to share the wealth a little bit here? You're the only player scoring for your team so far. That's 3 goals in just 2 games. He has been electric on offense, and it's been Jazzy by his side at every approach here. Sai has had one of the quietest series I have ever seen from a former CRL world champion, but honestly, I think it's for a reason. He's playing that midfield wall, allowing both Jazzy and Arju to just dive at midfield, and, okay, normally it's working. I'm not really sure what was up with the miss there. That was not great.
Yeah, ultimately, you are going to play off of a lot of reads at this level, but some of them are predictive. You have to say, okay, I don't know if I'm going to get there. I'm going to try to go ahead of it. So honestly, whenever I see St. Clair miss, I don't really think it's because of a lack of skill, obviously. It's really just because they're expecting someone else to contest that. Same with JT. He got there a little late, no boost, and was able to only send it away, which means Arju can create out of it. Double tap off the sidewall to the backboard. Jazzy again in for the strike, and that's what I was talking about. He was playing the clear, and none came.
It just kind of feels like they're now starting to play predictive ball against the Baylor that have been anything but predictable on defense. They've had misses in weird places. They've had touches you wouldn't expect. They've had pinches that have cleared off their half at like 100 miles an hour. You can't predict that. You need to just start diving. This is how WVU took you guys down with full confidence on all of their approaches. We don't start seeing that from St. Clair. Baylor going to take advantage, find those openings, and do something with them. This could be an opening. Jazzy, though, getting chased down by Andy. Andy, though, kind of throws it at his 2 teammates who are low on boost. Everybody scrambling around. Is Baylor going to get away with this one? It seems like for now they will. Scary scenario there for Baylor, but they won't concede yet.
Man, it seemed like 5 seconds without any boost. I think all of them had a single pad. They had to immediately use it. I don't know how that didn't go in, but luckily able to buy enough time for everyone to get their resources back. Just like Hoxer is, using all of it just to delicately guide it back to the corner. JT's going to dive in and win it. I think Jazzy thought he had a bit more time, but no, will be taken off his hood, which means St. Clair going to have to build from the back with Sai. Reset past Hoxer, or at least it seemed like that. Andy bit a little hard. He's going to come out, and now it's down to JT and Hoxer cleaning up everything else. You can see St. Clair almost leaning forward on every attack, knowing that these are their opportunities. Arju strikes again.
And this is the problem, is that if you want to keep playing this backboard defense where you're always going for the clear, eventually one bad clear and a swarming St. Clair will take advantage. Not to touch we're expecting off the ceiling from a veteran like Hoxer, but it will cost them the goal and potentially the game. 2 minutes to go, plenty of time for a response, but in the last 2 games, Baylor's offensive production have not nearly matched what they did in the first.
And that's why I talk about game number 1. I mean, back in the day, it used to be kind of the staple game for figuring things out. And now sometimes it's not about being able to aim perfectly. It's just about being able to absolutely torch a player to an aerial.
I gotta appreciate that this was basically the entirety of St. Clair going, he's not gonna hit this, right? Like, there's just like, we can push up, he's not gonna hit this. Guys, that's the 2nd week in a row that Hoxer has had a perfect wall, or read off of the wall into an immediate shot on target. When are we gonna learn that you can't just give this guy free goals? Put a hand up, or you're giving up another.
Oh, almost a bump on that air dribble right at the end. He had that perfectly glued to the top of his hood, but not able to actually complete the deal. That's fine. He's gonna get a demo for his efforts and then be able to regain from the back with JT, who was playing a 50 that didn't come in. Arju at an angle maybe he's not expecting. Luckily, that does not really punish his defense at all.
Hoxer probably going to steal that boost in the corner, meaning this could be a bit of an extended approach now for Baylor if they want to challenge the ball. Okay, yeah, just give Jazzy the corner boost for free, and then pop it back out center where Sai can take a shot. Not really sure what just happened for Baylor. They're very lucky they didn't concede. They still could. Off the backboard, Jazzy's there, and the shot's high. Andy does have some boost, and the pinch on out will finally clear the lines for Baylor, but dude, I don't know if this is St. Clair playing with their food. I don't know if this is Baylor starting to have the nerves get to them, but this is getting shakier and shakier with every approach.
Well, at the end of the day, St. Clair's getting better offense off on the field, but the thing is, I think the lesson they're learning is we just need to make sure these shots are difficult to save. We can't just constantly go for doubles. We can't constantly go for air dribbles. Andy and Hox have been shutting those down real well. We need to make sure we are getting it on target and make sure the defense has to react. Arju's second goal was actually just that, basically. It was just trying to put it as hard as possible top shelf, or at least on target, so that the defense is forced into making a save. And I think Baylor understands, okay, well, we can't get the goals, but we kind of have to rely on a little bit of counters. We have to rely on kind of kickoff shenanigans. So I don't know how sustainable that is. Both teams almost playing chess right now, figuring out the optimal strategy going forward.
It's going to be touch this ball before it gets to the backboard. Smart play there from Arju, who will get the save credited, and Andy will go for the reapproach. Sai pops it out the corner, and Hoxer, shot on target, just trying to test Jazzy, and it will not work. One more chance here. The back pass to Andy, Arju in the way. Jazzy and Arju up. This one's off the backboard. It hits the ground. The double cannot make it in. And St. Clair, thank your lucky stars you get in overtime.
Oh my word. The replay on that, I need it. I need it right now, because if Baylor doesn't go on to win this game, that's going to be such a brutal thing to think about, how you are pixels away. But hey, that's why there's those custom trainings that program the ball to lob up at 0 seconds for exactly that moment. Got to make sure it gets past the line. St. Clair, take a deep breath, but maybe not too deep, because you need to make sure oxygen is flowing into that brain, because it seems like Baylor is here to play. They're not leaving this half. Goal line save keeps it going in OT.
Getting a little nervous, Taco. They're kind of sending the entire house to literally start off in overtime, and we've seen this before. If teams get too eager, all of a sudden, an opportunity that they cannot seem to hold will get away from them, and a counterattack will ensue. However, JT trying to expose, pass back out to midfield, and Jazzy will dive. Low boost totals for everybody but Arju. He's got to do something important here, and he does. The problem is it pops back out to Andy. Hoxer's harassing Jazzy to the side, and less boost for everyone on St. Clair with every approach. Back out center, Andy's there, and the shot goes off target.
That's tough, because it's not even an off-target shot. He had to put that around that first defender, so he's trying to make sure maybe I can squeeze that in between the post, and does not really work out. Stellar pass coming in from Baylor. They're not overcomplicating things. In fact, they're keeping themselves relevant by Hoxer. 0 boost on the back line. Hey, just go on the backboard and bump the player, waiting for that backboard read. Really well done, and it's making sure St. Clair can't just post up and wait for the shot. They have to always be ready with eyes in the back of their head.
Good thing is for St. Clair, they've got a little boost and a lot better of a chance to break out of their half here. Okay, maybe I spoke too soon. Back to midfield presence for Baylor. They're going to try for a shot here. Jazzy will force it out. He has no boost on this chase, but he can at least bump Hoxer off the ball, and Cy and Arju absolutely do. First real approach for Arju, and I think he went for the reset. It didn't exactly work out, but the offense has finally been found. St. Clair have escaped what was a vice grip on them earlier in this game.
Ooh, that's a rough one from JT. I think he was waiting for a challenge. It didn't come in, which means it's kind of waiting for a challenge. Andy maybe thinking Cy was going to be a faster to it. It's all up to Hoxer to be able to control. No errant touch on this one. Trying to keep it close. Another 50. Technically won by Jazzy, but JT beats out the first man. Deflected on the second side. That's risky. No boost as the last man back.
Arju, not a great first touch, but he's got the drop down the side. That's Hoxer floating, and he shoots it right at Hoxer. You had the whole net to shoot upon, and you put it against the one place that it could have been saved from. The best opportunity for St. Clair falls, but that's a bit of hesitation. Andy does get to the ball. St. Clair, though, swarming, need a shot. Here comes Jazzy, top left, and it's off target.
It's so tough. It's what I talked about before. Sometimes you just need to make sure it is on target. I know that sounds really obvious and dumb, but no, it really just needs to make sure you force the save, because sometimes you're trying to place it so perfectly that it doesn't actually force the defense to do anything, or even worse, if you do have an open look, it's not going to be able to go on in. Jazzy back on defense with the slight catch. JT was waiting for exactly that. It deflects out to Andy, now into Hoxer in the corner. Arju does have the read. Jazzy, you gotta play hero. The slow play takes away that possibility after all of that. Baylor coming out with another dub.
Well, one thing stays constant here. If you make a mistake, Baylor will punish, and that is one you just cannot afford. I think Arju just kind of overthought that one. It pops out of the corner. He sees it, goes, I could either go for the challenge midair, I could try to take it on the ground, I could try to maybe intercept it once it gets to the wall. Doesn't really make a decision on any of those. Floats in the air. That goes right on past, and Baylor get another freebie there. It's a huge one for them. Series point for Baylor now, up 2-1.
And I think that's, I would say, have to be, in my opinion, the worst situation for a defender. Arju, if you're driving to the corner and then turning around as the ball is going toward the side, it's very hard to tell, okay, is that going to hit the lip where the sidewall and the corner meet, and it's going to kind of roll across? Is it going to bounce outward more into the middle and kind of the top of the box? Or is it going to go directly across? And I think he gambled on the second of those options. It did not work out. Even Arju, a player that has been carrying the St. Clair offense throughout a lot of this series, he's going to have to make a play on defense, and even he's going to miss those occasionally. Hard-fought win, but after Baylor got, you could argue, robbed on that double as we see on that replay, they're still coming out with a victory anyway.
Robbed, yes, but also let's just mention about the multiple times that St. Clair probably could have also taken that game. Opportunities left at the table for both of these teams, which kind of goes to show why we've had so many questions for St. Clair and why this would be the match that kind of bumps them out of top 5 and puts in the newcomers in Baylor. This has definitely not been the clean gameplay we expect from St. Clair, and it's been a problem for them. I don't think they are down and out, not even remotely quite yet. However, I do think that if they lose this one, the rest of their semester will be playing catch-up. It will no longer be St. Clair or former champions in control in the driver's seat with really anything to state besides, all right, well, let's prove everybody else wrong. They need to do so here in Game 4. Send us to 5. Give us Champions Field. Otherwise, Baylor, they're starting off the semester proving everybody wrong.
Yeah, honestly, I'm thinking back. I don't think we've had a single Game 5 in any CRL league play match.
So.
I'm trying to think back. I don't remember, even off stream, if we've even had them. So yeah, I would actually love to be able to get past Neo Tokyo. This map is disappointing for players oftentimes, but for the broadcast here, we haven't really been able to see people take this distance. This series almost feels exactly like that. It seems suited for a series that is a bit more back and forth. We're not going to see any goals immediately, but certainly both teams getting looks.
Arju? I don't know how he's recovered this one off the sidewall. Cypre jumping out in midfield. All right. Okay, so confident play is the way that they're going to do this game number 4 here. St. Clair going back to their usual. This is more we expected them last year. Pre-jumps off the ceiling, dives in places you wouldn't expect, and maybe not conceding a goal here. Oh my goodness, how did you get away with that one? And is it going to be a goal on the other end? Hoxer back barely in time. I think the shot was off, but goodness me. St. Clair, what are you doing?
I mean, they're doing their best. Everyone's just trying to improvise at this point. So much of this play is just saying, okay, I got that. You have that? No, I don't have that. Oh, I thought you had that. Which else just has to panic and be able to slide into place to where they're needed. That feels like the comms at a lot of times. I suppose in the interview afterwards, we'll have to see how accurate that is.
I don't want to know what the comms are like right now, and honestly, I just want them to find a way to kind of balance out right now, because goodness, St. Clair, you are getting me nervous, and honestly, at this point, I have to imagine the nerves are getting you as well. You really do not want to start off the second week going 0-2 against two teams that I think in many cases you were expected to win against. But things are starting to get even shakier for them. You're now on defense. Jazzy dives out, pass out to JT on the other team, but it'll leave it for Andy. Good interception out of midfield. St. Clair, do something with this. You've had very limited options on offense.
Ooh, and I like that from JT. And understands Hoxer's the catch, so he just goes out, steals the boost, then immediately demos a player on St. Clair, reverting their offense back to square one. Jazzy, I suppose, restarting it as quicker as he possibly could. Hoxer getting bumped in goal, back post shot, and he's still able to recover. What a player.
That's got to hurt a little bit, considering the in and out is kind of what sunk the ship last time for St. Clair against WVU. This time it goes to keep out what could have been the only goal so far in game number 4. We're about halfway through this one, still no goals on the board. Arju could change that. Double on target, denied by Andy, and another approach thwarted by the Baylor defense.
Andrew, you can't be doing it to him like that. Arju had an open double. I believe he had a reset as well, and he's not going to get it. So Sai says, fine, I'll take the boring finish. Let's just throw that one in a weird position and maybe force Andy into something awkward. I love the pass by Arju, though, not being sure if he can get that shot off, so just spiking into the ceiling to beat that final challenge.
Finally, the first goal scored by somebody who is not named Arju for St. Clair. All 4 goals prior to this had been exclusively from him. Oh boy, and Hoxer's had a lot of goals himself as well. Please tell me they do not concede this one immediately off kickoff. They would have had JT had even a little bit more power on that shot. It is not enough, and mistakes a little bit on defense for Baylor. That had me nervous, but they will stay 1-0 for at least a moment.
Well, I like that cut from JT a lot. Jazzy actually anticipated that very well. He cut in place the moment JT committed on that, so no easy goal right down the middle. Arju also not going to be able to give it up immediately, as he always seems to have that perfect first touch on those air dribbles. It's really been kind of like the last bastion of peace I think St. Clair's had, is every time Arju has gone up for it, it's kind of like, we know this is going to be fine. Okay, we can just reset, get some boost.
Arju has been by far the most impressive player for this team so far. A great example as he does it again. He said, look, you left me out of the scoring conversation for like 20 seconds. Get me back into it.
Yeah, I mean, he's like the most unselfish stat patter we've seen, you know? Because he's still playing in the rotation. He's still getting passes off. We like to see it, Arju, but he's still also getting plenty of goals. Maybe not the best shooting percentage. It took him 5 attempts to be able to get to that point, but hey, he's got assists as well. He's spreading the love, and now Baylor, it's their turn to make sure that they have actually a foothold in this game at all. We're talking about St. Clair trying to bring it to game 5. Baylor, you got to put up a hand here. They've gotten a decent number of opportunities, but not too many that are memorable. Maybe this could be one with a boost steal.
Does it, all right, tell me if I'm being insane here. Does it kind of feel like they have flipped the play styles from game number 1? Initially, it was such concentrated defense from Baylor. They were so careful. They had a man back pretty much every moment, and then it was St. Clair just kind of booming the ball downfield, hoping to find openings. It's now the opposite. JT bangs it out to midfield. St. Clair sees the moment, immediately take a shot, and it's close touches at every angle. Something's changed. Maybe it was the nerves from game 1 already getting to St. Clair here. Maybe it's the nerves to Baylor finally getting to them, but like another opportunity missed and another weird flip of the script in comparison to how we started this series.
But I think the biggest thing St. Clair knows at all levels is there's no room for complacency. Just being able to go up by 2 goals, that's one thing, but it's an unstable lead for a reason. 40 seconds, a lot can change, so therefore I like St. Clair doing what Jazzy's doing. Just little flicks, doesn't really get you close to the goal, but it does burn down a lot of time, forces the defense up to waste boost to come and get the ball, and now you can just continue to throw it across the middle. Hawks are trying to get some demos on St. Clair, but that's barely even going to slow them down, especially with a double commit out of the middle.
God, this is such better defense from St. Clair. Just notice already before the shot fires downfield, Jazzy is there and prepared, and look how quickly they transition into an offense of their own. Here comes Sai. Let's see if he can get another. Absolutely. Chat, we finally get it. It's game 5 here for the CRL broadcast, and a 3-0 for St. Clair will send them there.
Bass, I wouldn't assume. I mean, 3 goals is totally... No, I'm not. No, okay, it's not. Yeah, I'm not going to even play that card. Baylor, yeah, you didn't pull it together here. This is the best we've seen from St. Clair. And we said, hey, St. Clair, ideally, can you get some more offense? How does 17 shots in regulation sound? Neo Tokyo dominated by the Saints. We'll have to see if Champions Field is the same. One more for the road for Hoxer, but that's just going to be a little morale boost going into the final game of our series.
I did not realize that they had 17 shots, and I think the most impressive part about this is we talked about it. Basically no offensive production from Sai the entire rest of the series. He had been quiet, not a goal, not an assist, nothing had gone his way. This was even across the board. 6 shots, 5 shots here. Every player on the team getting involved in offense with at least an assist or a goal, and it's Sai in particular that tops the scoreboard with 2 goals and assist for himself. Baylor, you have got to find a way to slow this team down. We said it. Once St. Clair get into a flow state, good luck to anybody who dares stand in their way.
I would say the biggest thing for me, I was watching from Baylor, is how often, and everyone on broadcast, you can play along at home with this type of analysis. Look at that top right, how often we see barely anything in the boost tanks for Baylor, especially from these longer bouts of defense. St. Clair essentially just got to the point where they were rotating across and understanding not every shot has to be completely on target. It doesn't even have to be necessarily on the backboard. You just need to steal the boost away, keep it in a weird situation, force the defense to have to catch that one, and every time they keep it close, you can use that against them. They might be buying team for their own defense to recover, but if you're on offense, you can use that to force bumps, be able to get some boost steals, even just take away pads. A couple times I was watching JT in the midfield, kind of just trying to wave dash somewhere as he's looking around. There's no big boost. There's barely any small pads because they're all been snarfed up by St. Clair. It's a tough situation to be in. I love St. Clair because this is what high-level teams do. Find a strategy that works and try to execute on it until eventually Baylor has to counter, which it has to come now. This is game 5.
This is their last chance here. When the way that they started off this series, it's very clear they're going to need a new approach. As much as that was successful in Game 1 and technically in Game 3, Game 1 was a different story. Game 3 was a mistake in overtime. You got to get to overtime before you can even think about that being a possibility, and you can't concede off a kickoff. Another one close for St. Clair, but they do start off the offense here in Game 5.
JT a little heavy on that touch side, should be able to get that one at least close to the backboard. Hawks are going to choose boost over ball for right now. That 50 will deflect across. Arju, deflection. JT, it's wide open, but he didn't have the boost. The pre-flip takes him past it.
Oh, and a big bump, meaning Sai off the backboard. Double again off the backboard. And all right, I like the approach. We did say you need to use the backboard a little more. That might have been a bit too much backboard, but at least it's showing the offense for St. Clair is not missing a beat in between games. Eye up for this one. Great catch. You could even get it off the ceiling. Reset to the backboard. Where's his teammate? Not there in time, but at least Arju's swinging around to keep this in offense.
Sai gonna take that away. What a pass into Arju, but it was actually too fast for him. You can see him hit the brakes hard and realize, I don't know if I can get this, but I like the effort from Sai. Nice read, and now he's gonna be able to, I guess, pass Arju on the far side. This time Jazzy getting involved. No real ability to get it on target, but at the very least, force Hawks to have to catch that one seamlessly.
And smart to take that boost in the corner again. He's forcing them into these touches, keeping them low on boost. They want to get them back into that spin cycle, and although they haven't so far, offense definitely in favor of St. Clair. They'll get us started with 75 off.
Oof, no, not the ghost touch, anything but that. So close to the save, but Arju's does what he does best, put it on target, just a little bit behind, and Baylor's not able to actually fully wrap around that. But hey, that's to be expected. St. Clair came into this game with the momentum, and they're carrying it forward, making sure that they are just trying to set up anything to be able to put on target, force Baylor into their half. And right now, I think that's Baylor's probably biggest weakness right now, is not able to fully take advantage of their defensive opportunities, but they are trying on offense. They had a lead blocker, but not able to actually wrangle around the hit.
And again, it's just too heavy of a touch. That one goes to the ceiling after Andy's initial play, and it just goes skyward where eventually St. Clair can get prepared for it. Is anybody prepared for this? Andy barely back, but he will make the save, but it leads to another 50 and potentially St. Clair offense. If not, for JT cherry pick, and he misses the ball. All right, huge opportunity with low boost for St. Clair, but again, I think the nerves are starting to get to Baylor here. Misses that were not happening in the first couple of games are starting to become commonplace.
I think a lot of it is overthinking. You have to play instinctually, but also there are some certain areas, especially on a wide open area like that, where JT probably in between different options, he's thinking, well, I can probably lob that down, but at the very least, you don't have to probably get back. You need to make sure you don't give that man an open look. Weird deflection, but everybody forward for Baylor.
The pinch of the series. I don't think this needs to be argued. It may not be the goal, but it's one thing staying constant yet again. Guess who's popping up on the scoreboard? It is Arju and Sai. Sai, who did not have a single offensive production through the first 3 games, now has himself with a goal and an assist in the back 2. This is a problem, Baylor. You got to shut this guy down. Otherwise, he's going to start stunting. Pass to Arju. Off the backboard, denied, but you can see the offense is starting to click.
Halftime in Game 5, this is where it starts to get into the crunch time. You don't really have the luxury of sitting around and waiting for your opportunities. You have to generate them, and right now it looks like St. Clair, they are not charitable. Not very saintly of them, but hey, I don't really blame them. They need all the wins they can get.
It's newcomers, man. You got to make them feel welcome. We can't scare Baylor out immediately here. Come on now. I know we've talked about there are levels to this game, but Baylor has proven they can stay up at the best of levels. Maybe just not quite top 5 yet. Like we said, St. Clair, we've had questions about where they land, but it's pretty clear they are still a top dog within the collegiate scene. And if they can finish this one off, they will definitely prove that. 2-0 with 2 minutes to go. It's been all St. Clair so far, but that does not mean Baylor do not have a chance. They first need to get a shot on the board, though. I'm just now realizing they do not have one.
Yeah, very well done to be by St. Clair, being able to get these clears, get these resets, back post as well. And again, look at the boost totals, be monitoring how much they really have, because they have to be able to be at kind of the peak of their economical play. Hawks are going to use all of it just to be able to get it downfield, but then that means Andy and JT have to clean up the rest. JT too far forward on that rotation. Now it's to head back, make a save. It's only a deflection. Andy with the half rotation, trying to put it forward. Again, they have to really start to send everybody. Only under 90 seconds. Arju, can you put this one to bed? No, the read just a bit too far out of his range.
Good thing, though, is it does lock Baylor back into their half yet again. Jazzy on basically 0 boost, just harassing the potential of an offense that's blooming here for Baylor. Finally a chance, and the shot goes off target, and it's a passing play now. Hawks are in a 1v1, the double off the backboard. Never mind, it's a pass. Fake him out, draw him out, and Jazzy says night-night.
Really well done by Arju here. I don't even know necessarily if he sees that defender, but he knows I have to put it to the back post. And if you over-adjust, it's fine, because I know I have someone there to bury. Everybody getting a goal for St. Clair. And like you said, Andy missing that one wide, couldn't adjust in time, maybe overthought the angle he needed. That would have been their first shot on target in Game 5. St. Clair definitionally locking in, even with this one, the goal line save, denying JT.
You can't draw up a better shot on target or a better opportunity, and despite that being their first shot and by far one of the best of the game, it will matter not. 40 seconds to go. Jazzy, you want to rub some salt in the wounds? How about you just let it, wait a minute, turn it into a 3-man passing play? I don't know if that was intended to be a back pass to Sai. I don't know if they're just playing with their food. Either way, that's a little bit cruel, St. Clair.
Yeah, ultimately, you got to get all the goals you can get. We are keeping stats within CRL, so making sure that you have the top. You want to be the, I don't know, golden boot, golden bumper? We'll figure that out later. But right now, Baylor has to figure out some offense, and they do. Good job, JT, but maybe a little too late for that one.
Well, hold on now. We talked a lot about kickoffs today. I don't know if Baylor has scored a kickoff goal. It's been mostly St. Clair scoring kickoff goals. But there is an opportunity here. Hold your breath. Let's see what happens.
We'll have to see if there's some trickery. I know Andy and Hawks said there's some twos demons, and they're going to commit to just the standard. So both teams not really too worried about that, but they need to be worried about being able to get this one near target. Sai is a whiff, but hey, there was no one there to punish. That long clear means, yes, it is certified. St. Clair doubters, be warned. They march back. Our first Game 5 on broadcast this season, and St. Clair going to be able to come out the victors.
They do it again in the same fashion as in Game 4. 3-1, 3-1. They do it twice. They proved themselves to still be some of the top competition within CRL. This is what we talked about. As much as Baylor are a very capable team, well, I was going to say basically nobody, but literally nobody has pushed St. Clair to Game 5 so far, and they do. So as much as I believe that Baylor have proven themselves to still be a very, very talented team, it's going to take a while before you dethrone the former champion. St. Clair, maybe not the start they wanted, but they will stay at least at 500 for week number 2.
And that's a thing that, as you can see, Baylor trying to be a bit more pensive about that, because that's not necessarily just about, oh, we lost that game. It's about the fact that it really went off the rails. I think that's a definition of what separates very good from great programs. St. Clair, they've had their struggles. I doubted them within this prediction. I was not 100% confident they'd be able to do it, but you see this a lot in series where the beginnings of it are a little bit more feeling out. I'm not sure how this team's going to play. Hey, they might look a little unstable, but then it seems like the best of the best down the stretch, they find a way to win. St. Clair found their strategy. They did not let it go, and poor Baylor's going to have to wait a little bit longer to be able to get some revenge against St. Clair. That was their one shot. St. Clair made sure, at least for them, it counted.
And this is the big thing about St. Clair is we talked a lot about them having not maybe the greatest record against the top teams in Collegiate Rock League, about not being able to find consistency in all places, but one thing you can kind of guarantee for them is the bounce back. This is a team that is way too talented both on paper and in play, consistently take those losses multiple times. They prove it here. They did well in this series, and this is kind of the form we need to see from them going forward if they want to continue to be in our mouths every time that we talk about the top teams in CRL. Very talented team, but this is only one part of the puzzle. They're technically halfway through their first split, but again, they're only 2-2. This does not guarantee them playoffs, not even the second split yet.
Yeah, I feel like every time we talk to some of these players, it's just kind of like, hey, congrats on the win. They're like, job's not done. It's not even close. Like, we are so far away from being happy. This is, yeah, cool. It's a win, but that's it. We're just going to be able to fist bump and then go on. And I think that's the right mentality to have. Not the best start to the day from St. Clair, but hey, a win is a win, and we like to see it. Baylor, you're just going to have to repair, but hey, at the very least, they're only 1-2. Plenty of space to be able to navigate within that top 4.
Yeah, plenty of space to navigate, not plenty of time, though. When we return, we've got our third series of the day. It's Baylor, back-to-back. They're doing it again, and this time it's against OK Christian. Do not go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Comes from nowhere, makes you wonder if you lost control, leaves you breathless, changes what you think is possible. Got me to brought me to you. It's got you too. Your magic's true. Your magic's true. Never thought I'd hear your voice again, and now you're taking up my mind. One spark to ignite the flame, and then it happens all the time. And I'm feeling every little thing you say to me. Wanna wake up and ditch the city. Break out, these walls are caving in, and you're a tidal wave. Yeah, take me back when you said we can do this until we're dead. Just a little bit farther, we're breathing underwater. I'm keeping your heartbeat like a drum. We can be kids out on the run. There's nothing better, I'm just glad we're young together. Dance with your silhouette. Tell me where you wanna go. Your smile's looking dangerous, and I can feel the afterglow. I'm believing every little thing you say to me. Spinning you around until we're dizzy. Caught up like a boat in a hurricane, and you're a tidal wave.
Hi everyone, welcome back to Collegiate Rocket League. I have Arju with me on call, and the team is kind of floating in the background, but he seems focused now. How are you feeling? You had 2 back-to-back on-stream games. One didn't go your way, this one did. How's the team vibe? How are you generally feeling?
I mean, I would say we're not really happy how we're playing right now. I think West Virginia series was disappointing. Second one, we brought it back. We went to game 5. Shouldn't have been a game 5, but it's okay. We still won. They're all laughing around me. I can't do this. But yeah, no, I mean, we're happy we got the win, but we're going to do better next time.
That's good. You guys are the defending champions. How is having that pressure? Has it felt overwhelming that you need to do better or the same as last semester? What goes through your mind having that, in previous seasons?
I mean, I don't think we care at all about like being champions. Like so far, like the season started like with other like collegiate tournaments. We started a month ago. We lost so many games. I don't think we care anymore. So we're just playing like we are not champions anyway. So we're trying to improve though. So that's what matters.
Awesome. So this is a little tidbit, maybe a little fun for you. Of course, I am not Canadian, and neither are really you guys, but St. Clair is in Canada. It is Canadian Thanksgiving, I think tomorrow. Are you guys adapting to the culture in Canada? Are you doing anything?
No, we're not.
St. Clair isn't doing anything for you either? No?
No, we're probably, I don't know. No, nothing.
Nothing? All right, just playing it like a regular day. Regular Rocket League. Got it. Well, do you have any last comments, words for the viewers? Any thanks you want to give or anything the team would like to shout out? You currently have a decently long left of season ahead of you, but...
Yeah. I mean, obviously, like, thanks for the viewers, thanks for the fans, and shout out to, obviously, Chris and Sean, our directors, always for helping us. We're going to do better next time. Thank you.
Awesome. Thanks so much for joining us on stream, and good luck, of course, the rest of your season.
Thank you.
Alrighty, guys, that was Arju. And of course, they VOD are not doing anything, hopefully to your disappointment, about
Sam's going to be very disappointed
Canadian
about that one, is all I got to
Thanksgiving.
say. Yeah, I mean, you got to celebrate when you can. They're not ready to celebrate just yet, which makes sense, especially with performances we have seen from St. Clair this semester. They thought that could have been done before it went to Game 5. I mean, we saw inklings of that as well, but I mean, talking specifically about this series, this seemed like a breath of fresh air in that final game, Bass, for St. Clair.
That was St. Clair playing how they are supposed to have been playing the entirety of the semester. We've yet to actually get to that outside of that game number 5, and there were glimpses in games 4 and 3 and 2, but especially the beginning of the series, they were very much exposed. I hope St. Clair can find consistency from a win like this, but genuinely they need to. This was still, I think I agree with Arju, way too close of a series for comfort.
Yeah, not as well as they would have wanted it to go, especially from the series before, but at least they ended off with a win. They're currently feeling a lot more confident. I think they're 2-2 right now, so even, but not comfortable as they can be going forward. And kind of looking towards Baylor's side of things here. I mean, Chicksa, you kind of got to see a little bit of Baylor before. You got to see them in this series. It felt like they were confident. JT was doing a little bit better. What really went wrong for them at the end there?
I think it really was chemistry. We talked a lot about, could they mesh well together? Could they have the opportunity to look like a well-oiled machine? But a lot of times they just fell apart. They weren't where they needed to be. The rotations weren't quick enough. It just looked like they were disjointed at times. They had a lot of really good plays, and Hoxer, for the most part, held up his end of the leaderboard. He had a lot of really phenomenal solo plays, but I needed to see more out of Andy and JT consistently in order to win and feel more comfortable. The rotations still aren't very pretty, and hopefully they can continue to clean that up. Granted, they don't have much time in this format, especially.
Yeah, just a couple of weeks remaining, a couple of matches remaining for some of these teams as well. But we still have the doubleheader ahead of us for Baylor here, Taco. The next series that we'll be getting into after witnessing them here, they're going to be facing off against Oklahoma Christian, who currently are at almost the bottom of the standings, 0-2 for their first couple of matches. They faced off against the teams that we've seen already, St. Clair, West Virginia. Now Baylor is on deck. What can we expect for this one?
It's hard to know. Honestly, I feel like that's how you take a so often.
True.
It's just like, I really had to take it. I had like 3 different thoughts there, and I'm like, you know what? Who's to say? And you know what? As an analyst, you have to say, I think ultimately you have to consolidate all your mistakes from both teams when you look at this, but I feel from Baylor, the biggest takeaway is looking at that St. Clair series. You were in control. You were looking great. You were being able to make your plays. You were able to dictate a lot. And then down the stretch, it was like you were just passive observers to that game. It was not what you need to see. I think the hardest thing about a lot of teams is finding a strategy that works across all games. You can't just like be able to come out of the gates saying, okay, this is how we're going to go. And then when it starts getting countered, you don't double down. You have to adapt. And I feel like that didn't really happen. OKC is going to be another test, I think, for this squad because they are real quick, dynamic, and creative.
We'll have to see if that creativity will be enough for them to get the victory here. Of course, they had some tough competition in their first week. They played pretty close against their competitors and got to a couple of overtimes, got a first win against St. Clair in game 1, but then fell afterwards. And now seeing the rest of the playing field, the bigger picture. I mean, Oklahoma Christian, we still have some question marks. We've seen a little bit more out of Baylor here. What do we need to see, though, as, former coach Bass of Oklahoma Christian from this team?
I think, so I've talked a lot about this team. Okay, granted, it's been like over a year since I coached this team. So it has been a while since I was able to really understand the dynamics of them. But back in the day, one of the big things we talked about when I was working with them was that this team needs to play confident. And when they play confident, they annoy any team that they play against because they have a very aggressive play style that is extremely physical, extremely demo heavy, and just kind of removes players from the pitch. If they do that against this team in Baylor, I think they've got a really good chance here. They just cannot get scared of the fact that Hoxer and Andy are on the other side. If they see one of those guys approaching, they still need to make that challenge instantaneously and then have their third man go from third to first and just dive downfield going headhunting for JT. I think that's their strategy, and I think Baylor also knows that, which makes this a little bit difficult. So if Baylor all of a sudden is a little bit less stagnant on defense and are more moving around, it becomes a bit more difficult for them to do exactly that. But I still think OKC can. They've proven it. They've been a very solid team, not only through CRL qualifiers, but they just qualified for another LAN in the side event. So they've been doing well as of late.
Yeah, a lot of great results from all of these teams. They're in league play for a reason, but only 4 can move on directly into that next split. The rest of them will have to go into that kind of promo relegation close qualifier against the 8 top points earning teams from the Opens. Again, those are happening every single Wednesday. But let's talk about predictions here and now. Bass, I'm going to put you in the hot seat first. Is it Oklahoma Christian, your hopefuls for the West so long ago, or is it Baylor going all the way? We were also, this is kind of just a central region matchup.
Yeah. This is 2 teams that are about as center as you can get. Well, at least definitely for Baylor at this point. Look, I'm going to put it very simply here. OKC, this is my last straw with y'all. I know this team is good. I know how capable they are. I know they have proven this at multiple points. And in the own words of JT and Baylor themselves, there will not be a team that does not get a win here. There will be upsets and weird results. And I think this is the one that OKC need to prove that they can avoid that unfortunate 0-7 that is looming. I don't think it's happening, but I do think I'm voting for OKC here. And this will be my last vote for them if they can't get it done today.
Oh man, there's so many like last legs that teams seem to be
Seriously.
on. I know Seb was saying that before for St. Clair, but I feel like they gave a little bit more in that series against Baylor. But looking at Baylor throughout their series, they look pretty solid. I mean, Taco, do you think they have it to kind of pick up their mistakes and the pieces that they left behind in the last series and improve into this one?
If you ask me the first half of that last series, I would say they're going to do fine. The second half is where I'm starting to wane and say, I think Baylor really ran out of speed. I don't know how well they can actually contest with some of these play styles where they have to deal with low boost. It felt like they were a little bit too lost in the sauce. Okay, Christian, I was a little down on them, I would say previously, because they did take some losses in league play. They're 0-2, but looking back, one of those losses was a 3-1 or 1-3 rather against West Virginia. Seeing how well they're playing, especially now off stream, we have an unofficial result where they have beaten Cumberland, the number one team prior to this. Now looking back, I'm saying, is that loss really that bad? I'm going to say on this one, I'm going to go with OKC because I'm like, Bass, this is kind of my last chance, especially between two teams that when you look at that top 8, this is probably the matchup of the two teams where everyone says these are the teams that kind of snuck in from their spots.
And we could have seen other squads instead, but it worked out on the day for both of these teams to make it through. Oklahoma Christian, they took the upset over Akron to get in, and we saw Baylor taking it down Ball State. So some new faces, some familiar faces, but Chixa, these teams facing off in this specific series, who do you think is going to take the cake?
You know, I went really back and forth on this because I did look at that open qualifier and I said Akron Blue is an impressive win in OKC's hat, but that was then and now is now. And so far, they haven't done well in this league split so far. St. Clair, we just saw, had the bounce back, so I'm giving it to Baylor. I think they have a similar bounce back in their second series on stream. They pick up the pieces together. They are definitely warm now. You cannot say they're not. And they managed to pull this one out, but I think it goes to 5 for sure.
I think we could have easily seen Baylor taking the victory at the end of that series if St. Clair did not lock in that final game. And that was the St. Clair we were expecting to see at the start of the season. They just woke up a little bit later on, it felt like. So Baylor, they have the ball in their court. It is their time to shine and try and come out on top. So I'm going to be rooting for them this time. I know normally I've been kind of doubtful of this squad, but they looked a bit more confident in that series than they did in a couple of previous ones I have seen from them personally. But again, everything has to be laid out on the field for both these teams. Both of them need these wins to stay in the selection for the top 4 potential of league play itself. Only one of them can rise to the challenge. Will it be Oklahoma Christian taking the victory here for their first one in CRL league play history, or will Baylor be able to tie up the record of St. Clair, who they just fell to? We'll have to find out now in another best of 5, so let's take the field.
We are in the second half of our CRL Sunday, and we are also potentially with 2 teams that are on their last leg. OKC looking for their first league split win. Baylor, who has struggled so far today, looking to extend, keep themselves alive. A lot is on the line for these 2 teams. Back-to-back for Baylor on stream, and another kind of first look for us at an OKC that could be.
Yeah, and not only are really a lot of things going against Oklahoma Christian coming to the series, the chat is as well. The prediction is currently 520,000 to 2 million channel points. So really difficult for a lot of people to say, well, I think they look at the resume of Hoxer and Andy and say, how can you compete with them? Well, if they're passing like this, yeah, great question.
Yeah, off to a hot start, and you know, let's remember from the St. Clair series, they won that first game 4-0 as well. It's important for Baylor in this one to keep their momentum throughout the series. If they're off to this hot of a start, they better hold on to it the rest of the series.
Yeah, and I think like Bass said within the desk, this is a team that plays fast, they're mechanical, and most importantly, they are aggressive. Ooh. Hey, on cue, Chili slapping Hoxer into the net.
Yeah, I love the bumps and demo plays that we've been getting today. Even in the air, we've seen if you can't grab the ball, you grab the car. And that's a phenomenal job to find the last man back. keep up that open net, create a play for yourself, not just work off the mistakes of the other team, and manage to find that equalizer. I said this would go to 5. I think these two teams are very closely matched, so I expect to see a lot more similarities in these equalizers to come through throughout this one.
Yeah, especially getting creative, having to use all 3 players are OKC on that last attack, and I think there's going to be a lot of that. I think gone are the days where you can really just have one player peak on the entire defense. The stacking of defenders is just going to be a bit too frequent, so it's really coming down to who can really want to get in the face of these challenges and maybe go for some of these reads. Another bump play, JT going to get away with it. I don't think it was on target, but either way, it just shows Baylor, you do not have a lot of leeway when it comes to being able to navigate your own goal line.
Oh, not a great 50 for Hawkster. JT luckily lasts back. This will go to him, but he gets contested and Chili wins that 50. Looking for another car, can't find a piece of Hawkster. He'll have to jump early. 50s with G-Man that turns through with North, doesn't find it. And this one pinched just crosses the net. Baylor's still not out of threat. More pressure coming. Chili has the flip, sends it over to G-Man, but the shot's off target. It's over the bar, and that's a missed opportunity for OKC.
Sometimes I understand, you're trying to rush that shot. That 100% has to be, and Chili does exactly what he needs to do. Gets a flip reset double, uses it to get the pass a little bit further along, and I think G-Man, he was too in his head. I think he was anticipating that goalie jumping up. He wanted to keep that high, go for the top shelf, but sometimes you just got to make sure it's underneath the bar. At the very least, North can try to guarantee that, but actually overruns his own pass, gets ahead of it, and takes off all the power.
What a turn by JT. I don't know if he can find the angle here. Off target, follow up by Andy, and North manages to get a piece of that ball. Both teams heroic last second saves on the goal line, keeping this at 1-1. Hawkster some boost to work with, but G-Man comes from behind him, interrupts his play, and like that, retreating is Baylor. They'll have to try to put the pieces together and get this transition upfield. Can Hawkster do it all by himself? But G-Man, great play over to the corner.
JT turning in place, and so with Andy, so a little discombobulated. I'm watching JT in the midfield, and it seems like he maybe is a bit too eager. I think maybe wants to be let off his leash and be allowed to chase, but at the very least, you got to stay home and get these saves. He's not able to react to this one from Chili right over his shoulder.
Yeah, that's a pretty basic save there. Unfortunately, he just doesn't jump early enough. I still think trying to situate himself maybe would have been better coming from the backboard and falling down. But, you know, a lot of questions to be asked. It's something Baylor needs to figure out defensively, how they want to hold. Hawkster gets contested. Good thing JT spawns exactly where that ball ends up being, but low on boost is Baylor. They need to manage to get away upfield and some pressure going.
Love that pre-jump by North. He's not rushing it. He understands he doesn't have to get on this immediately, but there's really only 1 or 2 options that Baylor even has. Let's just float in the air and wait for one of them to come true. And now there's no one floating for Andy, but he unfortunately can't get back to it off the ceiling. No bumps, no challenges. Hawkster honestly really surprised there. Both him and JT had a lot of boost and wasn't able to use it. Now trying to facilitate. Little 1-2, but cut out well by G-Man.
A little bit of a double commit there. I don't know if I like that. Hopefully Andy communicated that to Hawkster, but still that's the biggest problem I see. A lot of the rotations for Baylor, they tend to bunch up with one another, and that leaves a lot of the space of the field open and for the taking for OKC. They have to jump on it a little better, and they have to be more fluid. Good contest here. It seems solid enough. Baylor finding their footing, not giving the likes of OKC as much time upfield, but that still doesn't mean OKC doesn't have their opportunities.
Really good touch by Andy. He has to beat Chili. He's the only one to boost up until G-Man able to get that recovery, and that's always a scary sight, seeing Hawkster or Andy go into the air dribble. JT also, it's a scary sight when he realizes he's a bit too far forward, almost caught in no man's land, but now maybe he could do something on offense. Double committed by OKC. JT is too far forward, and the catch goes to the corner, trying to rescue it. Out in front, Andy, no boost, no problem, up until G-Man forces it off the post.
Yeah, just like you said there, JT was a little too far forward and Andy was just behind him. Where's the spacing on that? Or calling somebody off? Make JT move. Take it yourself. You know, have that communication forward. With only 40 seconds left, Baylor is still down by 1, and they just haven't had a quality opportunity upfield to bring this game back to even. And wonderful job, of course, continuously by OKC. They've contested at each and every time. Hawkster trying to make a play here, and G-Man comes across from the back and able to find the save yet again. Holding on is OKC. Can they hold on just a little longer? 15 seconds is all that's left.
Excellent touches across the corner by Andy, forcing that near post defender to sweat, but doesn't actually return into anything. Baylor, one more chance. Andy lurking downfield, almost man-marked by G-Man. He goes to the backboard instead. Back post, look! G-Man saves it away. JT, how brave you feeling? Not brave enough. He'll turn around, and that will mean no contest on the ball. OKC holding on.
Yeah, a great quality win by OKC. They understood they had the lead, and they held it. They stayed calm. They didn't play any risky plays at the back half of that game, and they just continued to burn down clock time. G-Man, 5 saves. 5 of the 7 for his team across nearly 11 shots total for Baylor. Impressive stuff to keep it out of the net. They did well locking down the defense and preventing Baylor from really giving them any inch more of opportunity.
Yeah, and this is the thing that I started to see from OKC in more, I would say the more recent matches, is that yes, in league play, they're not doing the hottest, going -4 in game differential coming into this week. But the one thing that you can say about them is that they're able to take games, and more importantly, they're able to stay in the games. There's very few times where you can see like, I don't really know what they're doing. There's some double commits, there's some awkward 50s, maybe some missed touches that they probably would want back. But for the most part, they believe in their play style and they're willing to commit to it. Taylor, their coach, I know has been working really closely with these guys and making sure they are fully dialed in, because you have to be. You're playing against Baylor, which is a team that got into league play on merit, just like OKC. I mentioned, yeah, maybe some upsets in their qualifier pools, but those don't happen by accident. You have to play at an elite level, and I feel like right there, OK Christian showed, yeah, they're not here by mistake. Yes, they beat Akron on merit, and right now they're taking it to Baylor, trying to get a little bit higher up in the league play standings with a win, but also, as we mentioned, really important to make sure you do it efficiently. Try to see if they can maybe go on their way to match point.
I think it is very much possible. Best of 5s go so much faster than the best of 7s that we're used to seeing, and teams have gotten off to the right foot and have been able to sweep at times, carrying that momentum throughout a best of 5. So we'll see what happens in this game number 2. Baylor desperately needs to bounce back, get their footing back. They started with first blood, but weren't able to score much following that very early goal in game 1.
Ooh, I actually really like that touch by JT off the ceiling, but then tries to go underneath. Looks like OKC had that one handled, but let's see how they handle Andy. Being able to spike that one almost all the way to the roof. Looks like North can be patient, but they're not prepared for Hoxer. Cut across. G-Man has to make sure that rolls up the side. He's going to get his boost, but not the read. JT exploring the option there, but will decide to let that one drift, take that one off the sideline, but then Hoxer to go for the double. Quick read, Chili, you got to get there. He doesn't, but fortunately for them, no one on the follow.
Yeah, that's my problem. The follow-up hasn't been there many times over for Baylor, and they need someone else lurking a little bit better here. Hawks are not able to find the touch. Andy keeps one close, but not enough power. Chili, not much boost, but does have North in front of him. JT gets to it first, does have Andy in midfield. He's able to get a couple of touches. I don't think he had that one planned, but it works on out for JT.
Works on out is a great way to describe that, Jigsa, because ultimately you just shoot that one forward and it deflects right back into him. You know what? Pure skill. He had that calculated from the first touch.
Yeah, we'll go with that.
Yeah.
Sometimes it just works out like that, and we need the persistence from Baylor to just keep on playing. JT has been timid at times. He hasn't jumped when needed. This time he jumps, and you know what? He follows through on his aerial, and that's all that's needed to finish out that play. This one's to Andy. It's an open net. Great pass upfield and back-to-back goals for Baylor.
Yeah, a lot better positioning here from Baylor, understanding Chili's going to take that one to the sideline. You don't actually have to full commit on this one, but JT understands, let's not go in at any angle. Make sure we're angling this so that we get through the center mass of the ball. Don't try to beat the play around. Just get a solid 50, and understanding that most of the time, if you do, it's going to go in the middle and you have someone to cheat up. Speaking of JT, he's going to get rewarded. That's his second, Baylor's third. It's only 90 seconds in.
Yeah, just a solid kickoff goal. Baylor will give a little bit up to luck and a little bit up to skill. They're doing a well job taking every advantage they can off of these plays. They're at least forcing them by being more persistent upfield, and it's worked out in their favor. North, though, little cheeky one-on-one, able to flick it and beats out Hoxer.
Yeah, everybody gets their own kickoff goals. I like this from North, understanding, yeah, I can smack that as hard as possible. Let's go for a double. Let's go for whatever. But he knows Hoxer has that back corner. He's on a 100 boost, so just use that wave dash, get a light touch, and wait for that moment for the flick, and that's all you need. Because ultimately, okay, Christian, yeah, the comeback is real, but you have to take those guaranteed goals. If it's off a kickoff and you're a one-on-one, even if it's against Hoxer, you may have to make sure that goes in.
Miscommunication there. JT luckily finding a piece of it. Hoxer was also available for that save, but as long as somebody gets it. G-Man, though, now off the top, unfortunately pinches it too far in the corner. JT, not much boost. Hoxer with a demo on Chili, meaning the third man last back isn't just there yet. The shot here, another one. JT wasn't ready for it initially, but can follow up, and another one for Baylor off the demo.
I really do like this play. Watch how often Baylor will do this. Hit the ball, chase it a little bit, and then peel off hard, go for the goalie. It makes it a lot harder to predict from the defense because it looks like they're rotating out and then suddenly they're right in your grill. Your eyes are glued to the ball on the ball cam and you can't see the threat that's coming right at your front grill.
Hoxer controlling off of kickoff. North up early. Phenomenal challenge, but he needs a teammate to get on it. JT there first, sends him just on target. G-Man controlling now, brings it to the ground, able to get it over and get some 50s for it as well. North trying to pass this one forward, and Hoxer 50'd back to Andy. It's been hectic in the corner, trying to get those 50s and consistent pressure through. I hope Chili was missing that on purpose for North because that could have been dangerous. Halfway through this game number 2, and Baylor off to a sizable lead right now.
I think this is OKC kind of getting hit with the reality check as, yeah, if you win game 1, it's great, but it doesn't mean anything about game 2 or any of the later games. I think even Baylor learned that lesson in the prior series. Starting off strong, they had that first goal, couldn't hold on to it, and this time I feel like the pendulum has swung a lot harder than the normal Rocket League physics seem to allow. I think right now they're just desperately trying to say, okay, maybe or not we get this comeback, but let's at least get something on target. That looked promising with all 3, but even still the goal line defense is locked in.
Yeah, a little bit of a double commit there, but it ends up working on out. A nice pass over, but G-Man just jumped too early. That one as well, a rush touch, so it ends up going upfield. Hoxer has the flip, can't really get to it, passes it over to Andy, who is there. Backboard touch, but G-Man's there first to send it out towards midfield. OKC get a 50, North off the back wall, follow up for Chili. A little bit of a double commit again for the likes of Baylor, but it's been working out. They've been able to relieve all of this pressure that OKC keeps bringing.
I like that from Andy. Watch how often he just waits for that play to develop. Hoxer on the counter, nearly doing it smoothly. Past that defender and off the bar. Not going to work out, but at this point, I think Hoxer's trying to get on some points. In that first 90 seconds where we had those 3 goals, Hoxer only had 38 points, so I think he's kind of desperate to get some points on the board. Maybe an assist as Andy will get the handoff, early flick. Not going to be able to beat out Chili.
JT is there to follow up on the contest shortly after. Andy to stay with it. JT, the demo turns on in. Needs a little bit better of a pass, though, to Hoxer. I think greedy on that play to try to go for the goal instead. And now it's difficult for Andy to come back through. JT gets this one off his own post, and everyone, it's just a cluster in front of net, and somehow this ball makes its way out to the corner.
Yeah, somehow, but the thing is they're taking laps around the goal, OKC, but they're not actually going right through the heart of the defense because right now it is closed for business after that 1 goal off kickoff. Baylor doing a lot better to make sure they're stabilizing the foundation. You have to be able to build from the back, and it seems like that was their note to take into game 2, and they've executed on it fully. Wasting down time as Andy. Baylor taking care of business. The Bears back in business.
Yeah, not the cleanest game for sure, but one that worked out for Baylor and one that OKC needs to think about going into this next one. I think, no, they won't get one here, even though it was open. Yeah, that's one of those momentum-grabbing goals maybe, or just a little bit of a laugh, but Baylor takes advantage of every opportunity that they were given in that one. JT had a lot of moments where he was right place, right time, and that worked out in a goal for Baylor. And as for Andy and Hoxer, they continued to control the ball, do their thing, or burn down clock time. You just didn't see OKC on the same page as they were in game number 1.
No, and that's partly due to, yes, yeah, it kind of looks like a goofy goal, but as you watch some of these other goals, watch the rotation coming through from OK Christian. You can discount the kickoff goal somewhat, but a lot of these are just kind of rough 50s they're not preparing for. There's a lot of reads to the midfield where multiple players are clustering in one area, and then one player gets beat, and suddenly the entire defense is out of whack. That really just simply cannot happen at this level from OKC, and I think that's probably the number one thing they're getting whispered in their ear by their coaches in the 60 seconds between games.
Mm-hmm. I hope to see OKC kind of pick up the pieces a little bit in this next one and feel more like a cohesive team and unit. They also have to manage those bumps and demos that we've seen Baylor pull out a couple in those later plays. It's not, unnatural to go for a bump or a demo, and Baylor has been bringing that pressure a lot to try to create opportunities for their own. So that's something they have to be more ready for, and I think also just generally challenging a lot earlier so your last man back doesn't get caught up in a demo. What are you laughing at, Taco?
I just saw that poster behind North. That just sent me a little bit, that cat. So I don't know, I guess that's just something that you want to hang up. That's all the inspirational poster that you need, and I think North could use all the inspiration he needs. He's been a little bit quiet, I would say, in this series based on what we've seen from him. So maybe they can get back into it, or maybe JT going to continue to rack up stats.
You know what? You gave JT a little bit of an inch, and then he took a mile in that last game and ended up with a hat trick himself and, 3 goals. So with that being said, JT is now feeling himself, and he is doing a wonderful job starting it off for Baylor.
And I also like how he does it, too. A lot of people are saying, oh, that's such a weak shot. But that's the thing. That's the reason why it goes in. Hello. If you're not waking up right now on defense, then I think Baylor fully awake after that one. Cost sleeping in the backfield, and somehow that does not go in. Any justice there from Chile? No, he's not even going to get that 50.
JT taking his time, has some boost, gets the dribble through, almost manages to get the bump on G-Man. G-Man bumping Hoxer, though, and Andy can only send that to Chile, who's waiting in the air. Hoxer, I think, needs to keep this one a little bit closer. North waiting, gets a challenge, but Andy back on it. He can't get to that one quick enough, and JT, last back, needs to save this one. Actually didn't get the read, but good thing Hoxer was underneath to send it away. Pressure still coming from OKC, and that is a pass back that luckily G-Man was there to take.
Now it looks like Chile trying to continue on, but it feels a little chasey right now from Oklahoma Christian. I don't mean that from rotation, I just mean they're trying to get on top of these reads by just getting after the ball, and I need them to get in front of these reads instead. It gives them a lot more flexibility. On 50s, it means it's not chasing deflection, it's being able to actually control and channel where it goes, but I don't really know if they really have a choice here. It seems like Baylor is doing well at modulating their speed, sometimes trying to draw in a defender and then be able to react to that, and other times taking in their time and being able to take those close 50s. Hoxer, you have to have a lot of confidence to take a 50 that close to your goal.
Yeah, G-Man, in fact, got past his 2 teammates, so Hoxer was last man back, managing to find a piece of it. Chile low on boost, manages to get this one out. Andy keeps it in. JT didn't jump as he wanted, so late to this one, and off the backboard, Andy is there to send it away. Hoxer has some boost to work with, does beat the first contest, but North there to follow it up, sends it back onto the Baylor half. Can Baylor find a way to get out and get a solid transition? Hoxer just leaving it for Andy. Andy up in the air, is not contested. Flip reset here. Hoxer on the follow-up, and a great bit of trickery on that play for Baylor to manage it out.
Yeah, they talk about air dribble bumps being super unguardable within high-level Rocket League. I would say this is probably the second. You have a reset, you have another play creeping up, but there's so much to focus on as a defender. Not only that, but North is heading backwards, he's turning around, and at a certain point, that's why they kind of recommend you have to go down swinging. You just have to jump at it and figure you can maybe get a deflection, maybe at least have an effort at it, but instead, I think he tried to just react to it, and with a shot that quick, you're not going to be able to. G-Man doesn't have to on this one, although he knew that was close enough to that back post, nearly 3-0.
Gets the demo onto Andy as well, and that ball doesn't manage to find its way out. This one on target. Andy comes back, gets a piece of it. JT missing this one. Hoxer, though, did get a demo, so the follow-up is late. They're able to transition upfield, but only temporarily. Chile in the way, has some boost to work with. 50 by JT. North needs to save this one, and he will do just that. Baylor knocking on the door of potentially another goal. This one by Andy on target. Hoxer, JT, everybody is upfield, but the rotation in to keep on that ball was just a little too sloppy.
But I do like that 50. That is just decisive from Chile. He's got a boost steal in the corner, and North is going to go around that. I like the low play on the near side. Hard to react to from the defender. He got away with it, but no reward. How about the follow-through, the makeup, the triple commit from Baylor? It's still sitting for G-Man, but that angle asking a bit too much.
Chile keeps it back in midfield. Andy up in time, winning that 50 against North, ends up putting it down, and JT can just clear it upfield. Actually can stay with it just that much longer, being a nuisance even on 0 boost. Burning time is all Baylor needs to do with their 2-goal lead. Hoxer still playing in the corner.
has enough boost to work with, taking his time, beating past a couple. G-Man is backwards here, looking for the shot, manages to find it, but Andy back on it. JT falling, Andy in the way. Chili just built different, pushes on through, and there's one for OKC.
Yeah, this one surprised me a little bit, but also I understand JT's struggle. I don't think he realized how far forward he was on that near wall, on that near post side of the back wall, because as he goes forward, his front tire falls off, which means his next jump is going to be a flip. And I think he realized that late, gets that weird deflection. OKC sniffed it out. Now they're on the march to try to equalize this one in the final minute. That could have been a chance, but instead, everyone going to rotate out and pick their spots more responsibly with a demo, with a bump attempt on Hawkster, but it just turns into a back pass, which is immediately rolled right down the center.
If only that one had a little bit more power, it would have been one more for Baylor. Instead, they have to still hoard off this last 30 seconds remaining on the clock. Andy, not much boost to work with, quickly contested by Chili. JT finds the save. This one bouncing down for G-Man off the corner. Andy, a great read to work with this one upfield, but Chili is there to send it exactly where it was. Hawkster the read. Chili's still there. Keeps it off the backboard. G-Man's up, but JT wins the 50. Has enough boost to work with. Somehow still has so much boost to work with and is able to get it that much farther upfield. Time has run out for OKC. Andy, one last 50, and this game is over for OKC.
Spectacular defensive play by JT to pre-jump that read and then be able to follow that one through. Andy putting just the cherry on top of this game, being able to put them that much further into taking a win. But I have to say, OKC, a lot improved down the stretch, getting back to demos, getting back to boost steals, but it's still just not enough. Baylor building up a play style that they seem to like up against the Eagles.
I think JT has found his place a little bit in this series, better than what we saw in the past out of him. He's actually providing most of the pressure for the team and just being a nuisance upfield. As for Hawkster and Andy, they're continuing to play that contest game and a lot of those last second saves. Of course, across the field, all of them getting a savior medal. 9 total saves for Baylor, 3 each for them. So, I mean, they played the game that they needed to play, and they held it out when they had to hold it out.
I would say when it comes to these situations where we're seeing how close you have to be, I mean, we just saw in the replay that one that rattled off both posts rolls out. It's getting all crazy. I mean, that's how close it really is. Baylor is a team that doesn't seem to be afraid of, I don't want to say parking the bus, but they're more than content just kind of stacking the goal line, making sure all their players condense when they are under pressure, which can be a little risky because you might leave the middle open, but for the most part, they seem like they're getting on these reads quick enough, and OKC doesn't really have the solution. So I'm thinking physical play to disrupt the rotation would definitely help. You saw elements of that within game 1, a little bit of game 2, but I feel like as that's fallen down, you have to play Baylor on their own pace, and I feel like Baylor's setting that pace way better than their opponents. So going into Neo Tokyo, if we want to have back-to-back game 5s, that's my number 1 note, and I'm sure Talo trying to whisper to OKC, stop trying to react to what they're saying, give them something to deal with, because you know we can be a handful when we're on our momentum.
Absolutely agree. Hopefully, we'll see those adjustments. Of course, still a lot of game to be played, and Baylor is not afraid to double commit. As much as I scream and get worried whenever it happens, they are not afraid to stack where needed. So we'll see what ends up happening in this game number 4. We've seen most series, I would say, in CRL thus far go to game 4, but that doesn't mean another 5 isn't possible. For now, we're playing the keep away game. No one has had distinctive pressure just yet. A nice touch by Hawkster into the corner, but OKC so far staying upfield against Baylor.
Yeah, for the most part, being able to at least keep the ball in just weird pockets of space or handing it off at the appropriate moment. Chili going low. I like it. 2 players in his way, and it's not a problem.
Yeah, that's a wonderfully placed shot by Chili. Just when you thought JT was covering that high ground and low was Andy, it didn't matter because Andy started going off that backboard, and it's a much more difficult adjustment to make to try to get that shot through. Phenomenal opportunity by OKC, and they end up having a lead to start off in 4.
it's crazy how many things you have to think about when you're playing at this level, and that's one of those things where, yeah, there's players in goal, but sometimes at this speed, you're going to have to pre-jump, so sometimes just maybe put it low and see what happens, and that's exactly what happened. So it's good to see that even in all the commotion of a CRL League play match, OKC is still thinking analytically. Maybe not on that defense. That looked pretty open for JT, but he looked as surprised as the defense.
Yeah, Baylor comes up very far too. Andy last back. JT has boost to work with as well. Hoxer the clear up field. Andy cherry picking a little bit. Will get a touch out into the corner. Follow up by Chili. Just sends it far and cleared up field. This one dangerously getting towards net, but Hoxer is there. North another 50, and Andy taking it across, has it on top of his car, does get the flick on through, and Chili deflects it to where North is, who has full boost again to work with, but can't get past JT. This could be a breakaway. JT no touch. Hoxer can't get to it either. Now Andy needs to defend all by himself and does manage to find the 50.
Yeah, and that's Two's man right there, understanding it's a 2v1. He's just got to break check at the right time and then full commit to the 50. He does, and that's what means Baylor can get back on defense. How well they play, that's up to the boosts and the quality of clears. How about that one from Andy? Nothing the tank and still finds Hoxer downfield. If not for a bump, maybe an air dribble.
North has boost again to work with. Doesn't have the flip reset, so just playing the 50. JT to win it out and gets a nice clear upfield. G-Man last back to collect this one. Doesn't keep the ball close, and JT can't find the demo either. He'll retreat back. Andy full on boost. Similar clear, but Hoxer isn't there to deflect. He'll just go up, try to contest Chili here. Does find the bump on it, but North to be on it first again. Pretty neutral game thus far.
Up until maybe you give too much space. Andy, I was thinking you might want to find a Hoxer cross, but he opted for the backboard just to be able to test just how alert the Eagles are feeling in the air. At least right now in front of their goal. Seems fine enough. North gets that first deflection, but now here comes Hoxer for try number 2. Close angle 50, and North just stares him down, says, no, you're going to have to get through me.
This one deflected away, but G-Man's still there, still on this ball, and has a lot of boost to work with. Great contest, though, by Hoxer. Catches him off guard and sends it over to Andy. The shot, though, off target. JT needs to be on this one. No deflection found, but Hoxer there. Straight down. Does somebody get the touch? G-Man somehow. Andy keeps it there. Who's first to it? It's G-Man who sends it away. Chili does get the boost steal in mid. Can't do much with it as Hoxer's still in the way. Andy winning this 50. Doesn't have much boost to work with. He's floating and can't find the shot again.
Yeah, you can't form an emotional attachment to boost because it's gone immediately in a game like this where you just get that 100 and you use all of it to get back up because there comes Andy, there comes North having a challenge, and then get a wall dash, get an extension and a 50. That's the type of effort that's going to burn off this clock and get you that much closer to securing a victory.
Taking it up as Hoxer gets a bomb. Andy on the follow-up, and that's a great transition upfield for Baylor.
Yeah, it's a tough one as well. Hoxer being able to air dribble this one. I said the air dribble bump is always going to be present for Chili. He's looking right at the ball, and that was by design by Hoxer. Just bait them in and then immediately slap them away when they commit.
I love seeing the little team plays sprinkled in with some solo play in there. It's great teamwork for Baylor to get back in it. Andy, I think, was trying to go for a flip reset, but didn't have much boost to work with, and I don't know if he was able to get one there. North, I think, to this one first, has an open net. The contest comes too late, and now back-to-back. OKC can score.
And North trying to get his first goal, and says G-Man says, no, me first. I'm going to grab this away. Let's call it a goal secure, but at the very least, there's no one to secure the goal, at least on the defense, so someone had to do it. Baylor cheating all the way up. I think maybe thinking those 50s are going to have go a little bit differently. Sometimes you have too much faith in your rotation and say, you guys will handle it, and then suddenly your ball cam turns back on, and you realize nobody is minding the shop.
Hoxer, another air dribble bump. Unfortunately, the follow by Andy wasn't through a demo, and JT couldn't go for it. We talked a little bit about the hesitancy of JT, and part of the reason why he was late to that 50 earlier was because he hesitated. He needs to decide whether or not he's going for it, or he's not. Much quicker than that. How that stayed out, I did not know, but a lot on JT right now to make sure that he goes for this ball or he decides to stay back. He has to make his decisions much quicker. Ooh, what a save. Taco? Oh.
Off the post, that's a brutal one. I was shocked on this one, but hey, it's still going. JT top shelf, triple commit nearly, but triple needed to be able to keep that one out. My goodness, OKC wondering how long do they have to survive? Everybody in front of the goal, back post effort again, and nothing doing on that one. OKC, you just need one more save. Chiksa, absolute madness, but they pull through.
I was at such a loss of words, and I think you were too. I couldn't believe that they just couldn't manage to find the on-target shot. They had it so many times. They had the shot potential. They just missed it. They missed it. And because of it, we now go to game 5. Instead of Baylor potentially securing overtime or at least the series.
Yeah, being able to get this one 2-5 is one thing, but also let's shout out the players elevating every single week. Last week, I think across all on-stream and off-stream matches, we had no game 5s, and now back-to-back on broadcast, we have 2 game 5s. So clearly, it seems like the secret maybe just is Baylor. They're our common thread. They just love drama, they love that entertainment, and I'm all for it. Thing is, OKC, I think they would like it to be a little bit more wide on their victory margins. Baylor's doing really well. When they win big. With OKC, it is a grind, and as you can tell, it goes down to the very last chances of regulation.
Yeah, I think that's just kind of the mentality and momentum of how both of these two teams play. You know, when Hoxer and Andy get going, we mentioned how mechanically inclined both of them are and how much of a menace that they can be. So that tends to come in loads of goals, and, you know, oftentimes where OKC has to, in a sense, double commit or contest a lot of resources to contest them in particular. And that's why JT has been able to come through and sneak in a lot of those goals and plays that we've seen earlier. But now OKC, when they have that lead, they do grind it out. They do slowly have to work through and calculate that plan on forward. So both teams have potential to take this game. It's going to be a close one. And at least if my prediction isn't totally right, my game 5 was correct.
Yeah, that's kind of my thought, and I was actually messaging in our production chat a little bit earlier in this series between games and saying, honestly, I don't really mind if I'm wrong. It just has to be close, and that's kind of been the case so far. OKC looking like they've rediscovered a decent amount of spark in these games, and I do like the return of the chasing bumps. G-Man nearly clearing out that one player, but not fully working out, so therefore Andy does have his chance to take it to the back post, and a bit too far to that back post.
JT puts it in mid. Hoxer isn't there just yet. A little late to contest North on this one, who doesn't have any more boost to work with. Andy sending it back upfield, puts a shot quickly on target, and Chile just deflects it away. North back on it, who's been the menace more upfield. G-Man searching for those demos, finds one. This one across net. Andy deflects it away. North the follow-up. All 3 of them commit and manage to find the save, but can they come back? Get back to the rotation and follow through. Somehow they do, and Hoxer sends this forward. JT waiting patiently. Andy back up. Has boost to work with, but no contest coming through. North has a lot of space to work with. Flip reset right underneath the bar, and North finds his opportunity.
North is going to be the guiding light, the star in the sky that you can rely on. He's not usually the player we highlight, but that is a real making play. Flip reset double, Baylor shocked, Eagles flying high, and what a way to kick off your Game 5 scoring.
Yeah, a wonderful opportunity for them on the transition. Again, worried. JT fighting between 2 different situations north of back-to-back goals. He doesn't contest early enough. Instead, he starts to retreat and then contests North, who already got his flip, and then uses that reset. Great persistence by OKC. They lead that lead even further.
And that's what I mentioned before, is that sometimes you trust your teammates too much. That one on JT, I don't truly blame him. You had Andy and Hoxer both saying, hey, I'll follow that. Don't worry, I got it. I'm up for this. And they don't get the read off the sidewall. It's difficult. Therefore, North takes a little bit more time, has a bit more of a stable ground to jump from, and gets that one on target hard enough that it beats out JT. 2 back-to-back goals, and right now Baylor has to be thinking, we just had this happen to us. We do not want it to happen again. They need something at least to keep their mentals high. Otherwise, we could be going down the slippery road where tilt sets in.
Hoxer on this one has an opportunity to make a play. 50s, this one straight down. Where's the follow-up? JT there, also off the ceiling, but Chili sends it away. Hoxer back on it, sends it to the ceiling, gets the second touch, but this one off the mark. Andy lurking behind him. I don't know if that was communicated, but it's sent away. And back on defense, Baylor goes. They have to make adjustments, and they need to score soon. No one wants to score 2 goals when there's less than a minute remaining. They still have time, but they have to make adjustments now.
And right now, they have to make sure that they are not overcomplicating things. Andy, downfield, nothing complicated about that. He's just lurking in the shadow of that last defender.
Oh my goodness, I did not see it coming. Sometimes it's hard to see on the spectator cam who's lurking upfield, but Andy has been looking to cherry pick occasionally, and there he does find it. Gets a gorgeous deflection from Hoxer, and that can easily bring Baylor back in this one.
And that's the goal. I mean, is when you're down, especially in a crucial match, some players, they overcompensate. They get way too aggressive, acting like this is do or die, I have to get it. But no, you have 2 minutes. It's only 2 goals. Just get one, and then suddenly everything's to play for. Then you just have to focus on getting one more clean opportunity off of. And it's going to be hard to do that when the demos are starting to ramp up from OKC. Their third man is away. It's up to Andy to try to generate something on his own, and nearly does, if not for Chili.
I love his patience, and now more patience.
What?
This one almost threading the mark. Andy back on it, sends it down. Can Hoxer find the angle? No! North manages to find the save. JT follow-up bar down, and we are tied in Game 5.
You gotta say it's deserved. He gets that saved off 2 players and the bar. The follow-up also goes off the bar into player, but this time the reverse order seems like exactly what was needed. 2-2, Baylor marching back, and of course, this series is gonna continue to just give us banger after banger of dramatic moments, maybe even another off the kickoff, though G-Man ready for the task.
Holy peak. Amazing performance defensively and offensively. You can't say both teams that didn't get enough, opportunity to try and go for it. G-Man last back on this one, carrying through midfield. JT lurking, finds the first challenge. Chili on the follow-up. Andy's there first. Andy, though, contested. Demoing North. Hoxer has boost to work with. Has time in the backfield. Dropping it down. Can't get it down low enough. North, no boost. JT sending it to Andy. Andy has control, at least going for a 50, and G-Man safely puts it in the corner. G-Man sending it forward. Hoxer looking on this 50, manages to get a piece of it. Another 50 made. Andy, though, can't find his footing. Gets there a little late, but JT, a phenomenal challenge to keep it upfield for Baylor.
Way to demo. Had a little bit of an opening. Hoxer didn't trust in that. I think it was maybe trying to play for the safer read. Kind of like Andy, taking to the corner with a pinch up. He could get one more extension with 2 players combined. Maybe a power of friendship, able to get that one into a situation that Chili can't handle, but he seems to do well enough, and it yields another clear. Final seconds. This might be the final look at goal in regulation from either one of these squads. Are we destined for a Game 5 OT? Maybe out of Andy has his way. That's a demo on the goal line. A double on the goal line. OKC was able to survive last time, but not with a Hoxer pass down to Andy. Just robbed away. Yes, indeed. It's going to have to go to one final golden goal.
OT Game 5. What more could you want? And we still have another series after this today. This feels like one of those final markers. North denied here. Andy manages to get a piece of it, but still Baylor on the back footing. A great 50 by Hoxer releases that pressure. Now, OKC will have to start again. Andy in the way. JT lurking in midfield. G-Man won't be bumped off of this one, and a great deflection to continue. Granted, no contest early enough. A miss here. Hoxer, back wall, still can't find it, and now Chili has boost to work upfield. Oh no.
Not only that, but he has a reset and a lead block and a roller off the post. G-Man, is this your time? No double. Hoxer clean read just over the top of North, and G-Man will get a bump. Chili does not want to commit, understands that the worst way to lose is on a counterattack. Let's just build up one pass at a time. North intercepted. Baylor's goal line defense standing tall.
Oh, Andy. This one not going far, but G-Man doesn't have much boost to follow up. The 50 trickles out to Chili. Chili's pass over to G-Man, but I don't think that was communicated. Granted, G-Man may get there almost soon enough. Off the ceiling to flex it away. This one pinched out into midfield. North is up. We've seen him play before, tries to take it underneath, but Chili is there, takes it back to his end of the field, and a restart again. Andy off the ceiling finds the 50. JT up off the corner, gets one more touch to keep it close, but can't get it towards the center of the field. Chili pre-jumped for that one, but doesn't find a piece of the ball. G-Man still playing it in the corner, and just like that, they'll have to retreat. They'll have to retreat for now, as this one gets at least 50'd out in midfield and deflected into the corner.
North, slow play, past JT, not past the post. Hoxer with no boost. Andy, he's the only one, and he's getting harassed. That back post, it's Chili, it's top shelf. OKC endures for a Game 5 victory, sacrificing so much to get into league play, and now finally has a win to celebrate.
Wow, GG's across the chat. The respect between these two teams certainly shown. What a series. 201 is what we get to in order for that overtime goal to come on through. That was just, outstanding. We thought it was sloppy at the beginning, let's be honest. But that game felt so solid for both teams that they had that push and pull between either of them to get to Game 5, to get to overtime. And all it was that last opportunity.
And being able to, just play down to the final opportunity, the final shot. It's OT. It has to be the final shot. And being able to see Christian struggle throughout these series, honestly, the moment North hit that flip reset double, I'm thinking to myself, that's something that gets you fired up. That gives you a lot of perspective. Hey, not only can we peak individually, but we have to make sure that we keep this going, and they never let off. Baylor started to march back, but I never really felt like there was a moment OKC was out of this game. I still think there is plenty of growth to do in terms of keeping things consistent game to game, but at the very least, you have to start somewhere in league play with a win. This has to be immensely satisfying.
Yeah, what an incredible game. Again, especially that Game 5 had so many surprises and moments. Again, the way that Baylor got back late in the game, and then to find that persistence later over so many incredible saves for it to finally go on in was just wonderful to watch. Baylor has a lot to give. They aren't a polished program and team just yet, but as soon as they become polished and gel more together, I think they will be very competitive in the games to come. And OKC finally finding their footing a little bit, maybe figured out pockets of what they need to focus on to be more successful the rest of the season as well.
And that's huge because, the rest of the season, as you mentioned in the very beginning, you said it's already halfway through our broadcast right now. It's also almost halfway through the entirety of the League Play Split 1. So a lot of questions to be answered, but hopefully then we'll get those answers from an interview, which we'll hear about after this break. Please stay tuned. More CRL action coming for Week 2 of League Play.
thought I'd hear your voice again, and now you're taking up my mind. One spark to ignite the flame, and then it happens all the time. And I'm feeling every little thing you say to me. Wanna wake up and ditch the city. Break out, these walls are caving in, and you're a tidal wave. Yeah, take me back when you said we can do this until we're dead. Just a little bit farther, we're breathing underwater. I'm keeping your heartbeat like a drum. We can be kids out on the run. There's nothing better, I'm just glad we're young together. Silhouette. Tell me where you wanna go. Your smile's looking dangerous, and I can feel the afterglow. I'm believing every little thing you say to me, spinning you around until we're dizzy. Caught up like a boat in a hurricane, and you're a tidal wave. Yeah, take me back when you said we can do this until we're dead. Just a little bit farther, we're breathing underwater. I'm keeping your heartbeat like a drum. We can be kids out on the run. There's nothing better, I'm just glad we're young together. I'm just glad we're young together. Take me back when you said we can do this until we're dead. Just a little bit farther, we're breathing underwater. I'm keeping your heartbeat like a drum. We can be kids out on the run. There's nothing better, I'm just glad we're young together.
Everything will be okay. Move. Okay. Move.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Collegiate Rocket League. We just wrapped up our last series between Baylor and Oklahoma Christian. I've got North from OC Esports with me here. North, it's been a while, man. I miss talking to you on the regular. How you doing after that first win of the season?
We're all pretty happy. We're all focused on the next game, to be honest. Talo, as soon as we won, was like, you guys have another series in 30 minutes, so...
Dude didn't even miss a beat. He was ready to keep you guys on track, ready to keep you guys kind of locked in here. And you seem locked in. North, I mean, this comes as no surprise to anybody who's been following the collegiate scene. You're the, quote, newest player to your team, with G-Man and Schilling having been on this OC roster back when they were playing with Chicken way back in the day. How are you feeling personally about your performance this year in comparison to seasons past? Because a lot of people are pretty confident in you right now, and I think you're kind of backing it up.
I'm very confident. I took a long break over the summer just to kind of like refine my, it sounds cringy, but to refine my love for the game. And now, like, ever since college has started, which is kind of weird how that works since I'm more busy now, but ever since college has started, I've been like on at least 50 past 2. So, which sounds like not a lot, but it's a lot.
No, that's a grind.
An actual college student.
Yeah, exactly. You're being a college student, you got classes to go to, you got yourself, the hours outside, you put in 25 a week. That's a part-time job, man, and it's paying off. It seems like you guys are in pretty good form right now. I will state, the series got a little shaky in some places. Game 5 seemed like frustrations across the board for you guys after you conceded 2 goals while starting the game up 2-0. What were the comms like after giving up that second goal and having the game get tied?
Honestly, we kind of like got a little bit panicked. We didn't get panicked going into game 5, but once we saw like going up 2 goals, we knew that we could win. And I don't know what it is, but after that, it's kind of hard to like calm yourself down, especially on defense. Like defensive comms get a lot more jumbled, and I don't know. We regained though after the 2 goals. We were like, we're better than these guys. We have to throw everything at them. So.
I like that confident talk, man. You're better than Baylor. You proved it here now. Your 2 losses so far this season, though, are unfortunately against, I would say, top dogs in WVU and St. Clair. 2 teams that, again, are agreed upon contenders. How do you feel about your overall chances with you guys now getting a win over a team that people had question about, and your only loss is really coming to like the best of the best?
Honestly, I was talking to Chili before, like after we made league play, I was like, we know we can win against every team in league play. We just have to kind of play spoiler. Nobody expects us to be the first team, so we're kind of like going into every week, every matchup, just trying to ruin the other team's day.
You're ruining predictions. You're out here taking numbers. You're finally getting a win on the board. Last thing I got to ask you about, because the entire production room is like, it has been a buzz about this. What, that poster in the background? What, man? What? That's the greatest thing I've ever seen. Like, what is it? Just like Disco Cat? What is it?
My roommate, I think he got it from like a fair, and he saw it at a booth and decided to get 2 of them. So his girlfriend has the other one. I think she hung it up in her room. I don't know. But yeah, I love it. We also have a shower curtain with
that on it?
No. It's similar. It's a giant cat shooting lasers at like a beach full of people.
What? All right, you know what? We're gonna have to find out more about that another time. North, thank you again for all your time here. I know you guys got another matchup against Winthrop. Good luck in it later today or this week, whenever it's played.
Thank you. Love you, Bass. Thank you.
Much love. Thank you, North. All right. Bring back everybody else. Talk a little bit more about that series as they get it done, but in shaky fashion here, Vaughn.
Yeah, expected some great things from both these teams, of course. Very hotly contested for the most part. We saw a great start for Oklahoma Christian, which I feel like is their strongest suit, especially against some of the top teams they played against. They got a great win in overtime against St. Clair before start off their semester, but this is where they're actually able to show that clutch factor. That was the biggest question for me. Did they have it? And they proved it this series. Of course, they had some trials and tribulations in that last game, but Taco, I mean, they were able to overcome it, and I feel like Oklahoma Christian now, looking at the odds that they have to move forward against the rest of the competition, looking a little bit more hopeful for this squad.
Yeah, and that's the biggest thing that I wanted to see out of them. And it's part of why I rooted for them within that last series, was saying that Oklahoma Christian being able to get that victory is huge. Obviously, the first one of league play, but it's also against a team that I feel like they knew that they were at a similar level to. It's just about being able to, I would say, be consistent and prove that, yeah, when you're playing the very best of the best, you're playing some of the most elite players within the collegiate scene, that you can make plays and do it consistently across the series. Game 5, obviously not exactly what you want, but you all have to start somewhere, and I think I like that approach by Taylor. Yeah, you got to win, but that's just one. You need a lot more.
Well, we have to see a little bit more from both of these teams, from a lot of teams that are in Collegiate Rocket League currently, even the ones that are playing through those opens. But looking specifically at this squad of Oklahoma Christian, I know we had our doubts about them, but Bass, you are the biggest believer for this team. What do they need to continue doing to keep up the good pressure against these top squads and prove themselves better than the rest to make it into that top 4?
I think they need to have the mentality they have right now. I'm glad to hear what North is saying in that interview about like recognizing, hey, you know, people are going to be doubting us. People are going to look at us as the underdogs in pretty much every series we come into here. Surprise them with that. Come out and play exactly at the level of your opponents and eventually surpass them by putting in the same play style that has worked for them in the past and doing it again. I came into that series stating they needed to play confident, they needed to play aggressive, they needed to play in the face of their opponents. That's how they got it done in games 4 and 5. They were in the face of Baylor, giving very, very little room to breathe and kind of forcing Baylor to make their own mistakes that would eventually create openings. So I need them to play like that. If they keep playing like that, I have no doubt the sky's the limit for this Oklahoma team.
Well, we will see what the limit is for some of the top dogs in Collegiate Rocket League in our next series. It's going to be Northwood versus Winthrop. Chicksa, break it down for us. What can we expect to see from these two amazing teams throughout the history of Collegiate Rocket League?
Yeah, I was going to say, historically, we look at Northwood as a team that has won multiple championships, still has a phenomenal roster in Creams, Hockey, and Zanil. They have been together for quite some time now, and they are just someone that you know does really well in their open qualifier. They beat Florida, they beat St. Edmunds, they beat LCU, you know, teams that we're well aware of, but they have been struggling, you know, a little bit so far in their league split. We expected them to come through, kind of show up, and they've still dropped one series thus far. They're 1-1. So, you know, a lot of eyes on Northwood. Are they historically the powerhouse they've been? And then you have Winthrop, which, I mean, just look at the names. Like, what do you expect? You know, it's a little weird seeing all their names, to be honest with you. You look at it and you have to do a double take a couple times over. They did really well. They've won both of their games so far. One to WVU, which you saw just kind of upset, you know, our top contender. So there's a lot going on right now that you really have to question how legit is Winthrop, and if they keep on streaking as they are, their history in Rocket League in general is showing up to really be a powerhouse.
I'm expecting big things for this team of Winthrop. Northwood, the big thing is, can they bounce back? They looked really good against Concord. Yes, they did have 1-goal games and very close affair, but they did sweep them like the couple other teams we've seen go down so far. And well, Cumberland taking a victory against Northwood, not too surprising now, Bass, that we've seen the performance from that squad. So really, my biggest question for you is, Northwood, how do they get back to their former glory, where last semester that we were talking about, in the fall specifically, we talked to Creams, he's like, we're going to win it all, and then cut to, you know, we actually didn't win anything.
Well, okay, all right. Let's not be too harsh. They won an outside league. Yeah, I believe on land. They won a handful of opens. They did well. They did well. I think the big issue is that we keep coming back to that statement. They probably have that statement in their mind, and it's time to stop thinking that way. There are too many good teams in CRL. At this point, you take it a game at a time, you take it a win at a time, you take it a split semester, whatever it is, step by step. This team's ambition to want to win it all, I think, has come back to bite them. I think they are too confident in themselves in a space that you can't play that confidently if you're not getting wins consistently. They need to start taking this game by game, focus on the now, and then go from there. Because if they keep having this sort of like, we got to get back to the throne mentality, I don't think it's good for them, nor is it going to really succeed.
Well, we'll see which team comes out on top for our final series of the day. But let's get into our final predictions here as well. Chicksa, who do you got?
Yeah, I was gonna say historically, I've probably gone with Northwood 99% of the time, but this is the 1% where I am not. Winthrop has so far shown up against all of its opponents. They have a very strong, historically well-known roster in terms of just skill level in general. I'm really excited to see them out on the field here myself because this is my first time really watching them as a trio, but I think they're going to do just fine, judging by how they've done so far.
That's one for Winthrop. Do we got two, Taco?
Yeah, you do. I think right now Winthrop is at least the most talented team that we do have in CRL League play. They have the pedigree, they have the resume to back it up, and I think for right now, Northwood, I kind of ebb and flow with them. I think they're returning to form and that they're playing up to the scale of a continuously making main event rank X average roster should. But you're playing against Winthrop. Even though they're dropping games, I don't think there's ever really been a series where I'm truly like, this could be the one, this could be where they drop it. I think it's up to Northwood to really prove that if any team's going to take them down, it's going to be them.
Okay, we'll see. Northwood, Winthrop. Who you feeling, Bass?
Same as the rest. Look, man, as of right now, Winthrop is the #1 team in Collegiate Rocket League. And this is both based off of results, the names on paper, a myriad of factors at this point. But it's kind of universally agreed upon that this team is #1, if not #1, 2, or 3, and somewhere in that range. And Northwood isn't universally agreed upon that. It's been a while since we've been able to state that, but this is a team that we're used to being top three in Collegiate Rocket League, not a second thought in our mind. And now we have those second thoughts. And Winthrop, for the moment, I do not have those. Until proven otherwise, Winthrop remain on top. I'm taking them for this one, and I honestly think unless Northwood comes to play, this is going to be a beatdown.
Ooh, I don't know if it's necessarily going to be that, but I am also sweeping the desk for Winthrop. We'll see if it ends up cursing them in the end, but they have to put up with the results and all of the expectations of the entire Collegiate Rocket League scene. They have a world champion on their team. They want to be champions this fall semester, and to do that, they got to take down the former undisputed champions that we saw for years and years of CRL history in Northwood. This is a benchmark for Winthrop. Can they overcome the Huskies, or is it going to be Northwood clawing back themselves from the brink of destruction? One of them can rise to the challenge. This is our premier matchup of the night for week 2 of Collegiate Rocket League. Winthrop versus Northwood. Collegiate Rocket League world champions versus the other side with a world champion in RLCS. Only one will take the field and take the win.
The kings of old have slowly slipped off the throne. The problem is, if you come for the crown, you best not miss. One shot here during the split for Winthrop to try and dethrone our former champions, the most prolific team in Collegiate Rocket League history. Taco, let's get it started. Our best match of the day starts now.
I mean, there's a lot of people just from the culture of Rocket League that would put Garrett on a Mount Rushmore. You can say the same for hockey, and lately you can say the same about Creams. Right off the rip, if you're looking for a bonus, how about a fake kickoff that they see right through?
All right, that's not how I anticipated this one to start in pretty much any facet, but it started that way. And Northwood, hey, if there was anything to build confidence off of, it's getting an early lead versus Winthrop. I do not believe it's going to stay this way. I'm ready to see the slugfest back and forth, but it could be 2-0. That's an open net. That's another one. Northwood, I don't know if you're coming out of the gate screaming, or Winthrop, if you're still half asleep.
Percy really did not anticipate hockey, I think, turning on that one in the half rotation. He went to the side wall, immediately went up for that one, and I think Percy was kind of trying to play something a little bit differently, whereas Garrett and T-Corell, they're upfield, they're fighting for boosts, just 2 easy goals, and I knew we would see like a little bit of back and forth, but oh no, maybe 3 goals now in the first 10 seconds. It looks like Winthrop not that quick to get to that one.
Okay, Northwood answering most of the questions so far here. Winthrop, this might be the first time all season I've actually got questions for you. This is not how I anticipated this team to start off, but like you said, it's plenty of time left. 30 seconds into this game so far, it has been Northwood just throwing haymakers and all of them landing. Finally, we get back to some sort of normalcy as hockey bangs this off the ceiling. Demo will open some space, and Winthrop may be going to find their first approach.
That's a roll perfectly for T-Corell. He's going to try to snipe that near post. It will be saved to the side, but how about the follow-up? Creams, light touch, but going to quickly run out of resources. He'll play for the 50 and does so well to ramp that one straight to the ceiling. T-Corell catches it with a reset and nearly carries it past, but Hockey, a good janitor of the goalie, just being able to sweep that away.
All right, now that we've gotten out of sort of the chaotic start that we've seen, it's a little bit more even here. But despite how even it's become, I'm still looking at Northwood kind of in the driver's seat right now. Good boost totals, good just ability out of midfield to just contain themselves and contain their opponents. All Problem is that those 2 goals that did come were both off a kickoff. So far, the rest of their approaches haven't been as powerful. This, a great save, though, from Zanil on the back end. Although he will try to carry this out of the corner. It's an immediate approach from Percy. Bream swinging from the corner will bang this out. And Winthrop, a lot of approaches, but still no goals yet.
Zanil not be able to get that double. Cream's going to take out a defender. Now T needs to get to this one. Hockey and him are going to nearly meet directly in the air. Oh, it looks like a one-sided challenge ultimately. Now pass into Gary. He's trying to snipe that top shelf. Excellent awareness by Zanil to get out there quickly.
Keeps it out for now, but it's more and more approaches from Winthrop the longer that this game goes on. That 2-goal buffer got to be feeling huge for Northwood at the moment. That touch has got to feel insane for Cream. Not sure if it was intentional, but he keeps it close and keeps it around the defense. Not far enough to get past Tikro, who is just diving at Zanil. This one, back out center. Garrett's there, and Cream's prepared with a save. 3 minutes left, and Winthrop starting to finally get their first shots on the board.
Cream's just going to delicately feather this boost. Zanil says, why not on that challenge? I don't really know the odds of him getting this one, but at the very least, it forces a 50 into the corner, which then yields the next attack. Cream's excellent touch. First one going past the reset on T. Corral, past Garrett, past the post as Percy tries to rescue, but Northwood, they seem to have found the correct spacing. It seems like Winthrop really struggling to be able to get these clears and more importantly, extend those plays into a possession.
Which is a bit odd, because I don't know if we've ever seen this type of struggle for Winthrop against any other team, both in CRL and in outside play. So, good start here for Northwood, but they gotta hold on. That shot barely turned away by Zanil. But man, it could not have come at a better time as Creams takes it the other way. That touch way too heavy. Northwood starting to show not only can they get goals early, but they can handle the pressure when Winthrop starts throwing it at them.
Zanil upfield, and I would say even that one just unreadable from Hockey. He got every single bit of that pinch, or rather that perfect power shot off the corner. And you're going to have to hope for something similar from Winthrop, if not for Creams slapping Percy into another zip code. He has no ability to follow that play up, and that seems to be the disconnect entirely for Winthrop. His Hockey's going to knock that one into another awkward position. That's really what it has been. Kind of uncomfortable for Winthrop. Really good solo plays by T-Curl, but outside of that, not much to speak of on Winthrop's offense.
Does it make sense when I state that it kind of feels like Northwood are just playing like traditional Northwood, and that's the problem, is that Collegiate Rocket League traditionally has been very chaotic. Even in the games that Winthrop have played against well-organized teams, that chaos has still been apparent and abundant. Here, it's not that. Right now, Northwood seem to have a game plan, and they are playing to that game plan with every approach. All right, well, now I'm not really sure what I can say here, because it felt like Hockey was prepared here, yet this finds its way in.
Well, this is soccer, and just like regular soccer, right before you shoot on goal, you look up real quick just to monitor in your mind's eye where the goalies are, and you see one player kind of slacking a bit on that back post, one player rotating near post, grabbing 100. I think if I hit it hard enough, that might sneak in. Garrett has those instincts. He's been at the top for so long of competitive Rocket League, so naturally he's going to be able to find his way through, but you'd say the same about everyone on Northwood. Hockey, I thought, might have been able to get that double, but no. Going to have to keep on searching, and now have to attack with the awareness that their lead is one counterattack from completely disappearing.
Good thing is for them, they've only got 50 seconds left to hold on. That seems a lot easier said than done, though, with a weird double commit on defense, and still no clearance of this ball. Percy will technically actually help out Northwood as he clears this all the way to the corner. He will take over again. Zanil pre-jump on the ceiling, catches the entire defense by surprise, and I didn't know Cream's demoed, but it opens the lane, 3-1 to Northwood.
All right, I'm just going to delicately take this. And Neil, how about no? Immediate challenge and dunks that one into the ceiling. And I love challenges like that. It's exactly why going off the ceiling can be useful. Obviously, yeah, sometimes the ball is just up there and you got to reach it, but other times it allows you to get those angles like that. It spikes not only back on target, but directly down underneath the bar. It's a rough goal to give up, but that's why sometimes you just got to ego challenge. You just got to get right on that ball because it can be completely unexpected and not something you can really counter.
Not much counter here to whatever Northwood has put out in game one. It's been a mix of things, and that's the reason I stay. I need to stop trying to compliment Northwood. Every time I do, Garrett G goes, open net for me?
Yeah, all the Northwood players are like, Bash, shut up! Just try and talk about the game. Stop talking about the defense, because ultimately Garrett is just being opportunistic. That one looks like a kind of a basic goal, and it is, but it's not necessarily a mistake as much as I think Hockey is just trying to grab pads and thinking, well, no shots, Garrett's going to shoot that. He's not going to get any power, and he's right, which is why he didn't anticipate him shooting it. It goes straight on in, and right now, Captain America trying to float Winthrop some leg to stand on here within this game, but it looks like Northwood, for the most part, has the answers. Do they have to clutch, though, to close out in the 0-second play?
Well, that's a good lob downfield. The only problem is Creams is there, and the bump from Zanil. All right, that'll do it. Northwood, you get it a lot closer than I was hoping for, and probably you guys were hoping for as well. As 3-2, what could have been a confident start for Northwood is more just, all right, well, we got the win. I guess that's good.
One thing to keep an eye on for everybody playing along at home is notice, yeah, you're getting boost deals, yeah, you're getting decent aerials, sure, kickoff shenanigan, whatever. Watch the exit bump and demo rotations from Northwood. There has been about 4, 5, 6 times I have watched where Winthrop has been slowly mounting up an attack. It looks like they're building up for a third, and then suddenly I see that third fly across my screen at Mach 1 because they just got slapped across the field, because every time Northwood's coming back, they are headhunting a single player. And even if they don't connect, it's getting in Winthrop's head because now they're aware, okay, not only do I have to rotate up and make sure I'm in a correct position, I can reach the reads I need to, but also I need to make sure that I'm moving around and snaking, serpentine, making sure I'm not an easy target, because it looks like Northwood is doing a decent batting average right now in terms of hitting these players.
It's been good play from both sides, and I think that's what makes this all the weirder of a game number one, because you get like 30 seconds in and it already feels like we're over for Winthrop. Then all of a sudden, they start to play more normally. But despite the more normal play back and forth, we do also see a goal from Northwood as well. So both teams starting to find their flow, and when they get to a bit of a flow on both sides, it feels like a much more even match. That's what I want to see in game number 2 here from Winthrop. Don't let Northwood come out to an easy lead that you just kind of give to them. Play this one close, play it for the full 5 minutes, and you might just be able to tie our series up on Forbidden Temple.
And right now, we will be able to see how this one goes on Forbidden Temple. Typically, we've seen a decent pendulum swing so far within our series. We have gone to game 5, but it hasn't really been a reverse sweep situation. It has been games kind of being traded back and forth. I don't think Winthrop is going to be too pleased about how that game went, especially since they kept it close. But let's remember, those first 15 seconds, we had 2 goals. So ultimately, we might not have as early of goals, but how is that going to go in off the pinch?
Do we just kind of like give these up? Because this is the second one you and I have now casted in a very short time frame. What is that? Perfectly on target this time. They didn't need the finish. They just need Garrett G to continue shooting.
That wasn't even a pinch. That was a pre-flip, and then his teammate hit it into the bottom side of Garrett. So you could technically call that a teammate-assisted skim. What in the world is that for an opening goal, especially on the counterattack? Hockey doesn't care. He just wants to get it on target, but no bump from Zanil and no counter.
All right, so a little bit of a different way to start off this game. Maybe for the better for Winthrop. Oh, I would say definitely for the better because they're up 1-0, but it's only the first minute, and we've seen these games can get a heck of a lot closer the longer we go on. I don't think Northwood are going to take that first goal sitting down. Hockey definitely won't. Great save on the line, and Creams up quick to try and interfere with Garrett G. It should still be some more shots, and yeah, that'll technically count as a shot, but I don't think Percy would like that too. He'd rather try again, and that's why Tikra will fire one from the sidewall, and still won't be enough. Winthrop not letting up on this pressure, though. They saw that first goal, and it ignited something in them.
And now that you don't want to let go of any of the ability that you do garner, if you're able to force pressure, if you're able to get these 50s, you gotta take them. Garrett wins that 50 with a crossbar. As always, a reliable last stand for the defense. I don't think they're really gonna mind it because ultimately, even with this clear, Winthrop's still able to get on these reads, or so I thought. Again, Zanil gonna dust him, but the crossbar is saying absolutely not.
Neither team a fan of the woodwork right now, but it's all right. You still have more chances, and I think the more that they keep shooting like that with just sort of these exquisite attempts, closer they're going to become. Percy, don't miss here. I'm going to recommend you clear this to the side, and he does so perfectly and keeps the ball close. Great stuff from Percy on low boost, and that's everybody committing. Garrett can get to this. It would be a goal, but Zanil knows he needs to get at least a wheel in the way, and he does. Clear out to the side. Ball goes straight to Percy, though, and Winthrop still on the approach.
Hockey. Heavy touch, but on purpose to Creams, and I think he didn't mean to leave that one, but at the end of the day, it acts as a fake. It works like that, and they have the recovery to at least retain possession. Hockey going to be deflected, but that's Zanil from the sidewall skim. Percy taking no chances. He went right back to goal. That's the respect that these two teams have for each other.
They recognize if you leave an opening, somebody will take advantage of it, and both of these teams are absolutely ones to have any of the 3 players do so. The awareness here is just unbelievable. The experience here is otherworldly. The problem is that for Northwood, despite their experience, it actually hasn't really resulted in much this season. We talk about it again. These guys are former champions. They were pretty much the kings definitively of Collegiate Rocket League for multiple years. They have not really been in that position throughout this CRL semester so far, but maybe they can get back to it with plays like this. Shot just goes a little bit high as Garrett G can get the touch. Yet another approach from Northwood, but still no goal on the board yet.
Zanil taking a soft touch, using that pre-flip to try to force out that weird angle, and it does. T-Corral and Percy both commit. Garrett, the only one really with boost, gonna try to buy some time, and he finds that pocket of space, dances past one, gets a boost steal, trying to get that to the ceiling, and he does, but Percy, he didn't truly believe in that. He was headed toward the sideline. Who knows what could happen if he was waiting for that bounce out and maybe getting that open shot on. I suppose don't linger on the pass, because this is the present. Garrett G bearing down and getting rejected again.
Kind of feels like Winthrop should have a second goal at this point with the amount of offense that they have produced. Just shot after shot, offense after offense, and pressure after pressure that's continued to mount. But fortunately for them, they'll have to be content with the single goal they have found so far. Though, that's a bit of a weird touch out of midfield. Northwood maybe not being aware they need to clear their lines quickly. A double commit on the line, but nobody there from Winthrop. Maybe playing this one a bit more safe than sorry. Is that gonna be a mistake? Potentially if the follow-up had some more power. Hockey puts it back out center, but that is not nearly enough to get past the defense. And with a minute to go now, they're not gonna get many more chances.
Good communication by Northwood there. Zanil not in a great position. He's going to hand it off to Creams, who had a bit better of an angle for it. Problem is, you're going to have to keep that coordination up, especially since Garrett is out for blood, getting bumps. T-Corral following up, just making sure you're around the play, because Garrett's going to make one.
This felt inevitable, just so much pressure, and Garrett just completely clearing the lane there at that point. The bump is great, the pass out center is great, and it's Garrett going, yeah, we're gonna do this. Let's end this game, let's get to a tied series, let's move on from Forbidden Temple, and they're 48 seconds away from exactly that. Fake kickoff, definitely not going the way the Northwood were hoping for, and this is just gonna waste even more valuable time off the clock.
Garrett, excellent angle on that 50, and that's really what I think Garrett brings to the table. I don't think anyone's necessarily going to say Garrett was at the peak of his powers, but he's making the good decisions, and ultimately his teammates have to do the same. Everybody moving forward, but did not anticipate Creams able to get this one off the ceiling.
Yeah, this is where things get a little bit scary, because as much as we're talking about, it's been very clearly Winthrop in the lead throughout this game. One bad kickoff and things go awry. Could Northwood have some shenanigans here? The double kickoff, and Creams is still on the ball. A 50 there would have gone a long way, but instead, Percy clears it downfield, and Northwood, with only 30 to go, have to restart their offense again.
Ooh, Garrett, nobody up to shut him down, and I think maybe overthinking that. I almost guarantee, based on how he approached that, he thought there was a challenge, so he played for the 50 instead, and that's what happens at this level. Sometimes when no one challenges you, it's kind of surprising. It's not really a strategy, but something you can tap into, just like these 1, 2, 3 passing plays. Hockey tried the fake. Garrett's not going to bite. Zanil up quickly. Another miss, but that's something he can rescue with a high flick. Hockey desperately jumping at this one. Absolutely no shot. Percy's just going to dunk that one down. Winthrop answers back, and we're now an effective best of 3 to end the night.
All right, Winthrop, keeping it close. This is the response we were asking for from this team. It did kind of feel like at moments they probably should have done even a little bit more than this, but a win is a win, and in a game like this against Northwood, who are definitely firing on all cylinders at the moment, it's really about just being able to sneak them in where you can. Yes, an overwhelming shot total here, as let's do the math. 14 to, I believe, only 7, so outshooting Northwood by twice the amount. Yeah, technically they scored twice the amount of goals, but it did feel like there were a couple opportunities that either they were just a bit shying away from, or maybe they didn't necessarily want to take the risk. I don't know what it is, but Winthrop, you gotta have some confidence here. You guys are a team that has proven themselves good enough.
Yeah, and I think this right here is where they aren't necessarily locking in as much as I think returning to the form we anticipated out of them. Building a lot of pressure, using all of their individual skills, but also doing so without any hesitation. I really want to pay attention to that eventual game-winning goal Garrett was able to set up for T-Corral, and that Garrett took that touch, and he had more than enough to be able to set up the solo play, but he understands at that level, all that experience, if I just full send it to that goalie, I guarantee he's just going to do a soft pre-jump for the ball and not be ready for me to slap him out of the way. Excellent decision-making, and that's what makes the difference time after time.
Yeah, this has been one of the most veteran series I think we've ever had in the history of Collegiate Rocket League. The accolades here, as we spoke about before, across the board are just unbelievably difficult to try and condense into one sentence to state them all. We won't do that. Instead, we'll pay attention to what is here and now. We'll pay attention to game number 3, a chance to move on to series points for both of these teams, and also a chance to maybe clean up the defense. Goodness, there's been so many mid-air collisions.
Yeah, there's a lot, because ultimately when you're going that fast, you're either going to hit the ball or you're going to hit the player. There's no in between. You have to be able to make contact with something and contest any of these reads. Kind of like Garrett's trying to, but maybe just didn't have the angle he was going. I think a little too fast to be able to get the height needed.
See if maybe there's enough height here for Percy to turn this into something. He gets the initial bump on Creams, but that will not be enough, and as Hockey takes this away, chance for the breakout here. Fortunately, no boost in the tank, so Garrett will meet Zanil for the challenge and bang it right back into the Northwood half again. Despite the attempt there from Percy, he will make no contact, and Both teams taking some aggressive dives here to start off game number 3. I think they're recognizing that these opportunities are not necessarily going to be surefire. When you get one, you've got to full send it.
And you gotta also make sure you keep the ball somewhat close. Hockey touched that a bit further than he might want it to, but that's fine because Zanil has a follow-up. Doesn't have to win that 50 because he's gonna get it right on back with the wall dash into the bump play. Percy knocked out of the way. Nobody there for Northwood, but that's why Creams is ready and waiting. The catch, the reset. I think he might have wanted to take that more middle, but Zanil's still gonna facilitate a pass. He's just not leaving the ball around. Is he playing ones?
It kind of feels like it right now, especially with the amount of demolitions that we've had here. Definitely feels like, anybody remember like old school Daniel when he used to literally just troll people on defense and ones, just literally go around and constantly demo them? No, I'm old? Oh, okay, cool. Great revelation for me. 3.5 minutes to go here in this game, and finally Zanil will shut me up. Gets the 1-0 early in this contest.
It's about the pattern of play sometimes, chat, not always about the stats. That is only the 3rd shot, but watch how long, if you were looking back at this game, that Northwood was able to keep the ball in the half, in their possession, and eventually there's going to be a moment where Winthrop stretches a bit too wide, you're not able to recover, you still got to place it well. Top shelf, that'll do the job.
Garrett trying to keep this one contained in the Northwood half. They would love to get a quick response here. That's been by far the best way to shut this Northwood team down is don't let them start playing a more defensive game. They like this. They talked about this in interviews before. Getting that early goal for them not only instills confidence, but it allows them to play a little more reserved and let you play to them. Something that I think Winthrop could do, but as you can see, this team's capable of taking it around those individual players. The initial approach, Zanil gets around them, and now Northwood have yet another offense.
Hockey taking it high, but immediately low to make sure he gets past that first challenge. Cream's going to deal with the second, or rather, Percy's going to deal with him. Circumvents one. Zanil, low 50, into Hockey. Garrett had to react quickly, and he does.
Good pinch from Zanil. I thought it might get to Hockey. It does not. And instead, Hockey will have to reapproach midfield as Percy goes for the challenge. Northwood starting to get some extra pressure on Winthrop that I don't know how Winthrop are handling. So far, so good, but a double here could be a problem, or the fake out instead. Zanil sees the last defender jump, and Hockey says, bet, I got you.
Ice cold finish by Hockey here. He has to put this one in, but he knows I don't have to power it through. Just make sure I get it low underneath that first challenge and to that side netting. Need to make sure that it stays as far enough away from that retreating back post player. And I think they're doing the job well, Northwood. This is kind of what we were talking about when we said they're a bit resurgent. We're not expecting them to be the greatest of all time immediately, but when it comes to series like this, you know Northwood's never out of the series. And that's exactly what we're seeing right now is Cream's clearly feeling it. I think he just tried to plan B that.
He did, but I've never seen someone hit a plan B with the side of their car. We would have had to have a new name for that one had he been successful. Not successful, still a good game for Northwood. Again, the 2-0 has held up for past halftime now at this point. Like you said, it's not about them playing perfectly. It's about them returning to form and just kind of showing that they are capable of games like this. This has been probably the most impressive game we've seen from them, I would say, all season here for Collegiate Rocket League. But again, the season's early, and this game is not even close to done. A minute 45 to go. They do have another approach from midfield, but you can see Winthrop are starting to send it a lot of these plays. Garrett G jumping there is a great example.
Cream's going to spike that one over the first challenge. Garrett will still get the clear as T will think about it. And honestly, Cream's on the backboard. Honestly, if that was a bump that might have turned to a goal, and now it's going the other way. Zanil already up for it. Garrett knows that. Goes underneath. That's why you have to stagger defense. Cream's immediately there to capture it. Northwood looking so clean. And honestly, after such a great offensive showing from Winthrop, they look almost confused in this one on how they really need to get forward.
I think they're overcooking it on a lot of these plays. They see the goal, and before, the biggest ways that they were getting goal was through just literally shooting it on targets, and this is the man that's been doing that. All right, just give the ball to Garrett. Doesn't matter where he is, he'll score.
Yeah, Garrett's racking up goals, and a lot of them are just being able to be at the right place, the right time. He also understands on this one, yes, I want more power. He probably could have gotten more power, but it actually works to throw the changeup every once in a while because the muscles tense up. You realize you don't have to pre-jump, and then suddenly Creams is reeling backwards, can't get that off the line. A little bit of a light at the end of the tunnel for Winthrop.
Chance here, but unfortunately it's almost identical to what we saw in game number 3. One final goal in the dying seconds of the game. They can definitely get another one here, but they cannot allow themselves to have this pressure alleviated at any moment. Plays like this are required. You need to get around at least one and start to build that momentum. Huge touch out center. Creams, even on low boost though, does not hesitate. Neither does T. Carell on the follow-up. This touch gets around another, and Hockey on low boost still makes the save. This is the burning effect. They're just whittling away at them slowly enough. This fire will get ignited, and if they can find that one opportunity, this could send us to OT.
Of course, every clear, that's about 5 seconds off the clock. Zanil knows it, and that's why he's just playing with his food. Light tap into the corner. He's still backing off, getting the back pass, just disrupting. Winthrop has to be so tilting for the Eagles, especially since they just cannot touch this ball right now. Cream's gonna harass T-Corral, and now with one final heave, Percy is gonna get past one. Garrett a second. T-Corral goes for the bump, and he doesn't make contact. Near post, Hockey, nothing in the tank, just gonna chuck that one into midfield for Garrett, and only T-Corral having anything in the tank. He's got to rely on Percy to deliver some form of dagger, but no, it's the Northwood Wolfpack enduring, and they're going to march on forward, taking the lead in the series.
Gotta give a lot of credit to Creams on that last play. Very patient, recognizing he's got to be the defender for the team. Let Hawkins and Neal dive at a couple of these approaches, then you're the one that, when it calls for it, dive at the ball, spike this down, get this game done. And the whole team, honestly, putting up a defensive masterclass there. 2 for Creams, 3 for Hockey, 1 for Zanil. Everybody getting involved on saves on the defensive side. And that's a terrifying prospect, because we've talked a lot about this throughout the season. Northwood, it's been every game they've played well, but there's like one player that's just a little bit off the mark that isn't quite playing to the level of their 2 teammates. I don't think there is one in this one. All 3 of the players are locked in, playing well, playing to what we expect from a team like Northwood.
Yeah, I think a lot of people are looking at saves and goals and just saying, well, people aren't doing enough. They need to do more. I think everyone's doing exactly what they need to do in their roles. The difficulty is that I feel like Northwood, they are looking a lot more cohesive coming into this one, especially when the games start to click. All their wins, it's because they're following up each other's reads correctly. They're making sure they're not wasting any of their touches. And if they are, it's to make sure they're consolidating and getting back on defense. They're still giving away the occasional kind of awkward one. Garrett has gotten them those opportunistic kind of perfect pocket of space goals. But outside of that, Northwood is looking strong. It's no surprise going into game 4, the one where we're wondering if the underdog can make it. No, they're the ones that are making Winthrop the #1 team unanimously, I would say, almost entirely across the analyst spectrum. They're looking shaky. So is this going to go to another game 5? I would love it, but who really knows? Another 5 minutes on the clock.
Kind of crazy. Week 1 of CRL, not a single game goes to game 5. I don't think even on the ones that weren't on the mainstream here. Week number 2, good luck avoiding game number 5 at this point, it seems like. It's up to Winthrop. They got to get us there. But here on Neo Tokyo, we've seen many a teams crumble, many a teams fall apart, many a teams rise to the occasion. If Northwood can get it done here, it will absolutely answer many of the questions we have had throughout the start of this semester.
Team going to try to answer one of those questions on how Winthrop's going to get forward, but it can't do it all himself. You can see Northwood waiting for the perfect time to get those clears and waiting back to be able to collect this one. Hockey all the way back, and Winthrop going to send 2 into the ceiling for this one.
Whoa.
I don't really know the optimal strategy on that one. I don't know if that's it.
It's a bold challenge, but at this point, that's what's required. This team needs to get in the face of Northwood and try to throw them off till. If they don't, this is going to be the same problem again. Garrett G does make the save, but you can see it. This is how Northwood like to play. Start to put on the pressure, start to develop a midfield, and eventually, one of their shots is going to be so perfectly on target, the defense doesn't have a chance to even save it. As it happened in the first minute here, and T-Corral with a reset could have done something, but I guess he doesn't lock in time, and instead, we go through the first minute without a goal.
Percy, heavy hit. Garrett again finding himself in that space, gets the dunk underneath for Zanil to be able to capture. You can see T-Corral waiting for it, but even there, Zanil doing supremely well to be able to play his role positionally, and same with Hockey to be able to deny Percy one of his first goals.
This is the defense we've been missing from Northwood, man. I remember last year we talked about this so often, just those clutch saves in the right moment, right place, right time. Haven't really seen that throughout this semester, but man, are we seeing it here versus Winthrop. Very solid defense in every approach. Another one from Creams as takes it away from T-Corral, turns it into an offense. The shot is not found, but here comes Hockey on the rebound. Puts it out center, and unfortunately nobody there. T-Corral to clear the lines, but that's about all that Winthrop have been able to do here in game number 4.
T-Corral looking for a 50, but the angle's just not on his side. He's hitting it a little too heavy, so he can't really get it down in place. It's just going to ricochet across, and that seems to be the issue for a lot of these reads. Northwood kind of relying on, not to say losing these 50s, but trying to back up their players, where Winthrop seems a bit more individual right now. They're forcing out some excellent solo plays earlier in the series, especially with their game win, but outside of that, it doesn't seem as cohesive. A lot of hits downfield to force saves, but that's not troubling Northwood. You have to pivot to something else.
They have to get creative here, especially considering we're halfway through this game and neither team has goal on the board, but it has definitely been a majority of shots here from Northwood. Honestly, looking at it, I guess it's just been a majority of offense. Both teams on pretty low shot totals here, 3 to 4, so we've just been Northwood with these more methodical approaches. Speaking of which, that one's awkward for the defense of Winthrop, and will survive, but maybe only momentarily. T-Grill, not a lot of boost there. Same with Garrett G, who goes up. Creams can't get the redirect center, but things are getting shaky here for Winthrop. One bad challenge on defense, and things could completely fall apart.
Creams. Nice save and the continuation. How about Dan Sebastian? Another one. How about another one? Percy, how fast are you? Fast enough to get that save, but how about try number 2 from Creams? Not getting off the ceiling. Hockey doesn't want to experiment too much with that. They're going to rotate back, but getting a little dicey in the backfield. Nothing too much to panic about ultimately, though. Still a 0-0 scoreline, although it feels like we probably should have some more by now.
I don't know which team in the state that should have been able to find this goal, though. As much as we're talking about Northwood with the constant offense, it's been so many counterattacks from Winthrop that have gotten very close, but just haven't been able to find that mark. Shots have been on target, but they haven't really threatened the defense. This could threaten the defense if not for the interference from Garrett G. Unsurprisingly, Captain America has been my MVP so far for this series. He's been so clutch for Winthrop in the right moment. I need to see a step up from T-Crell and Percy. They have played well, but one of the two of them has got to start getting more involved in this offense.
Oh, my pick is Neil, the man who just carried that ball. He has been a menace in the backfield. He is chasing down everybody on Winthrop. It's a huge reason why they're not moving forward, because they know as soon as Neil touches the ball, even if he's just in the corner, it doesn't look like he's doing much. He will zip across your back line, force you into weird positions, and get weird pitches like that as well, especially with Creams on the follow-through to knock it forward into Hockey, into the backboard. Percy was not ready for it. Who's going to be chasing this one? Back post for T-Corral to handle, and Northwood looking like they'd rather just consolidate their resources, get back, and make sure they are safe on the back line.
Oh, Garrett, 1v1, can't get the pass out centers, and Neil, again, like you said, just been a thorn in the side of Winthrop that they just cannot remove. Hockey, on ball downfield. Dumbo Demo will open up some space here. Maybe now Winthrop can start to settle down and really start to find an approach. That's a great play. That's a great shot. That is what Winthrop have been looking for. I asked for Percy and T-Grell to get involved. How about the 1-2 combo?
Yeah, and that's a little bit of anxiety there from Creams as you get into there. You say, okay, well, I don't have a corner boost. It's fine. I can grab a pad. Oh, wait, it's even farther out. I don't think I can get that. Maybe just react to it, and you can't stare down a play like that. You had 2 players coming basically in a V formation back into the game on defense, and ultimately, with an open shot, Winthrop is never going to miss that. Well, Bass, it looks like we might get our game 5, but that's all about Winthrop closing this out. Garrett saying, absolutely, I need to see Champions Field.
He's got to keep the streak alive. That's the 4th game in a row with Garrett G getting at least a goal. And although his team probably had the win otherwise, he's happy to get back on the board, pad a couple of stats, and guarantee ourselves a game number 5. I know it's not technically guaranteed. Obviously, this kickoff could go insanely, but wait a minute. Hold on. Neil off the ceiling. He scores this. There could be time, and that's not enough. Winthrop, you're keeping us going the distance. A trend here today. We've seen 3 out of the 4 series. Why would our highlight match be any different? Game number 4 goes to Winthrop. We're tied 2-2.
And is also to keep up Winthrop's undefeated streak. Right now, the only team to have not dropped a series within CRL, so being able to have that come up to that level would really solidify them, maybe not as the guaranteed first team overall down the stretch, but a feat that we've seen is elusive for even the best. Cumberland taking their first loss and being able to fall down the table a bit just shows that it's really safe for nobody. We've swept the desk with predictions, but this game 5 is coming in as even as possible, and it's exactly what I love about CRL this semester.
This is what we've been talking about, man. With the level of CRL continually elevating, it is not about, okay, this team is clearly the best, therefore they will not lose. It's about a team showing up on the day, and we have asked for Northwood to show up in this form a lot. I am so happy to see them playing this well, but it's very clear that does not guarantee them anything. When Winthrop clutch up, this is how they play. No goals conceded, an offense that punished on the mistakes that we saw to Northwood, and to be fair, Taco, there weren't many mistakes, but in these small moments, that's where Winthrop sees the moment.
And it also comes through those 50s with Garrett, but also just being able to find those tiny passing plays. We heard it from Matt earlier when we talked to him after the WV win on stream, is how are you going to consolidate against Cumberland, against these top teams? And he says we have to be able to use each other and the assists. We have to make sure we find each other because the ball can always move faster than an individual player, especially if you're regaining on low boost. So being able to just feed it into a player with a full head of steam, put that top shelf, excellent. Got to keep looking for them. They're not always going to be free, especially when you're going the distance. One more time, Game 5, Champions Field to wrap up our broadcast day.
Couldn't have asked for a better end. To be fair, I think for you and I with our predictions, we'd like to see Winthrop close this one out to keep our streak alive. However, I'm not going to lie and state that I wouldn't like to see Northwood take this as well. Northwood to finally kind of show themselves as still at least a hand on the throne that has been so hotly contested. feel good, man. It would feel like even with the newcomers, CRL is still CRL, and Northwood still runs this block. Unfortunately, they're not starting off scoring quite yet. A couple of shots, but nothing through the first 30.
Zanil, I like the slow play. It made a little bit of Winthrop panic, but no, it looks like they're going to recover, and Percy will be able to take over from here, albeit with a little bit of a bump in the beginning. Going to ruin some of his momentum. Garrett, corner, T. Corral waiting, no contact. He's just going to have to retreat.
Good first touch, and Creams to take over. He's going to try and send this one back out center, but Percy quick to send it to the corner and alleviate some pressure. Icarel, full tank of boost and a decent touch. Might have been a bit too many touches, but he'll turn it into a dribble and flick it over one. Creams there. The demo on Hockey, though, does open some space, if not for the perfect sidewall skim from Creams. Neo tries to receive it to the backboard, but so far, both teams, a lot of approaches, but very little shots, if any, so far.
Hockey just trying to navigate his way through as Garrett is trying to get 50. Zanil trying to cause havoc as I think he was waiting for a different type of deflection, but that's fine. He'll go for that classic exit rotation bump and then retreat behind Creams to then get the follow-up as that man is going to try to reach Percy's clear. Nothing doing. Garrett sends it all the way downfield. Percy with a lot of boost. So is T waiting on the far side, but they just simply cannot find each other.
There's been a lot of heavy touches like that for Winthrop. They've been able to kind of stop doing that, at least in game number 4. It was definitely not as much a problem, but earlier in the series, definitely so. Can't go back to old habits, especially when the teams are playing like this. Percy, all right, well, that time I'll excuse you not keeping it close. The musty flick with a ton of power, still not able to get a goal, and still no one able to stay on the pitch. Goodness me, a lot of cars sent to the scrap heap.
Slapping the player out of the way. Do like that on the first challenge. Don't always have to get the ball. Just make it easier for the next player up. And that's not going to be easy for Zanil, though. Garrett dances past one, but eventually the ball finds its way back to Z. Going to get immediately slapped by T. And unfortunately, a lot of these plays seem like, all right, now we can build up something. Nah, never mind. I get slapped. Oh, never mind. It's deflected. So a lot of closely contested balls here. And this is going to be yet another one.
It's a lot of surely we score here, right? No, surely we score here, and nothing's a guarantee at this level of CRL. Even this off the backboard needs a quick follow-up, and Creams does come flying in, but Hockey now has to wrangle this one by himself on his own half. He's going to make the initial approach, and I think he's a bit surprised by this as well. Creams pinches it with him and does get it at least in front of the net, but to the corner it will go. Both teams starting to settle down a little bit here, and I'm a bit concerned because we talked about this. Winthrop, you need to be confident in your challenges. If they all of a sudden start giving extra space to Northwood, this could be a problem, especially as Zanil up with the demo, 1v1 off the backboard, and Garrett gets the touch. Hockey to follow it up, but goodness, for a second it looked like Garrett was the hero again.
Zanil, the reset, the double. No, it's the crossbar instead. Luckily, he's just going to do the rest of the work. Bumping T. Corral out of the way, and Hockey has the open finish. The buildup is sublime. It's all three players finding each other in space, and when they do have that space, they make sure to take it to the air, bait in a challenge, and Winthrop did not have the answer. Does Northwood have an answer to this one? Percy, that'd be an angle and a half, and that shows why. That double tap just not finding its way through.
You can see it, though. Winthrop starting to get aggressive. They're diving downfield without a care for the defense. It could be a problem, but considering we're under 2 minutes to play, honestly, I respect the attitude, the full send, and the reward for it. Percy to tie us up.
And that one is a deflection. Zanil just doesn't get around this one. He slows down. Garrett banks on that and is able to get the deflection. Even better, Percy knows if he just gets it past that one defender, which is not in a great position for it, that's a guaranteed goal. He's going to slot that every single time. Despite being somewhat quiet this series, Percy shows up in a clutch moment.
That's a huge play for Percy, and he could have another great initial approach, and Garrett's able to get to the backboard. I think Creams was anticipating that T-Crow would be immediately there for the follow-up, but instead, he'll patrol midfield. Great first touch. Can he find another? Not quite as Zanil comes diving. That one will not find any contact, though, and all of a sudden, the alarm bells are sounding off. Hockey knows he's got to be careful, and same with Creams. Great approach in the corner, but more offense for Winthrop. Percy, pass out center, trying to connect with Garrett G, and he cannot. The shot just a bit across the goal mouth, and unfortunately, another opportunity left at the table.
Northwood was stuck at about 10 boost across all three of them for about 4 seconds on that last attack, and I was just wondering when are they going to be able to grab those pads and get out of here, but I don't think Winthrop was able to turn up the speed as much as possible. You want to keep that ball high and keep it fast to drain out everything remaining from the defense, but it didn't work out, so they're going to have to go back to the drawing board, and maybe they can rely on a miss, be opportunistic here. Percy dances past one, Garrett near post, somehow Hockey gets back.
The clutch saves continue here for both sides. That one in favor of Northwood, but they're still not done yet. 30 seconds left in this game, and it's Winthrop with probably their most oppressive approach so far. Garrett, though, that's a bit of an odd flip, and that's a bit of an odd approach. That's 2 players down. Zanil in a 1v1 versus Tikro, but he's got no boost. Would rather set up shop for the final offense of this game, and they may still not get it. All the way back downfield, and Northwood got to reapproach again.
Zanil, that's a great takeoff. He's going to get met by T. Corral. Percy just going to make sure Garrett can supply the defense, but he's going to get demoed. Pinch to the corner, T. Are you going to just play for OT, or is Northwood trying to play hero ball? They'll take one more effort, but of course, Bass, we can't have a matchup this good without going the full distance.
Game 5 overtime, and it's kickoff shenanigans to start for Northwood. Ream somehow does keep this one close. I thought he maybe had too heavy of a touch, and indeed he will. It will not immediately turn into a counterattack, but a huge opportunity early for Northwood without a shot found. The thing is, Cream, some redemption here. Whole lot of boost and a great first touch. Gets it around at least one. That pops up awkwardly. Is anybody there? Garrett G, indeed. But things already a little shaky here for Winthrop.
You can tell Winthrop starting to turtle in goal a little bit. Not really out of fear, but just out of necessity. You have to make sure you have all these reads. And yeah, you might give away the midfield, but at the very least, you'll be ready for everything else. T. Corral not ready for this one. It's a demo. Creeps doesn't have the angle. What a missed opportunity.
He could have just shot that one early, and it would have been a goal, but instead he tried to buy time for Zanil to not show that the demo was coming. Unfortunate start here for Northwood as multiple chances, none of them converted. How about this one? Hockey sees that pass 6 ways to Sunday and says goodnight. 2-1, 3-2 in the series. Northwood take down Winthrop.
3rd time's the charm in OT. How about a demo to boot? Getting out that aggression, that frustration of being rejected by the woodwork. None involved there. Winthrop is the #1 team in CRL. Let's maybe double check that one. We need the fact checkers to be able to get on it because Northwood's still playing at the top of their game.
We can't avoid the caster curse here, man. We sweep the desk stating that this is the best we've seen a team in CRL so far this season. And Winthrop, you played well, but Northwood stated, we promise it wasn't some cope. Week 1 was an off week for us, but we said we were coming back hotter than ever in week 2. And guess what? They live up to those words. A 3-2 victory over Winthrop. It's definitely not the cleanest game ever, but it's a heck of a lot better than anyone can say in CRL.
Yes, and Winthrop still obviously showing up, getting a good result. This win will not tarnish them, but definitely it's something that just shows a lot of players. And honestly, I see a lot of you guys in chat. I'm not gonna lie, I'm gonna call out Twitch chat a bit, where they say, oh man, these rosters are so stacked. Who could possibly stand up to this one? Welcome to CRL, and I hope you stick around because results like this are not foreign to those of us who really do tap into this scene. Every team can lose on any given day, and Northwood knows, yeah, we've had some weird out of CRL league play losses, but when all the chips are on the table, we're always going to be a top contender.
I got to make sure of this one before I state some nonsense here. As long as I'm correct, yeah, it's a loss for them, loss for them. That means we're officially at the point. There's not an undefeated team in CRL anymore. Every team has taken at least one loss. And it kind of goes to show, we know what we're talking about. We said this would be close. We said this would be the most contentious season of CRL ever. And so far, it is living up to those expectations. Let's bring back in the desk. You've heard enough of us yapping. Let's get their reactions.
Man, what a electric series there from Northwood and Winthrop. It really just goes to show that you can never count out Northwood. We hate to say it, but we always say it because that is how consistent this team is at bouncing back from a rough patch that we've seen them perform in before. We saw those issues in previous semesters this last year, and they were able to at least get top 4s every single time. This is the Northwood we kind of expected going to the semester. It just took them a little bit to get that consistency under their belt. Of course, as we say that, a little bit of a caveat because it was a Game 5 overtime winner yet again. But Chixa, how do they keep this momentum going into the remainder of the 2 weeks we have left for this league play?
Oh man, I feel like it's just a constant battle for every team to keep reevaluating themselves and their competition. I don't think it's more like being just generally confident in yourselves. You have to, I think, be more humble than ever in the new kind of age of CRL that we have, that your competition is really steep. And these games are going to go to 5, and the talent that we're seeing are names that are historically well known, and you have have to continue to go through each and every one of those hurdles. So I think this is the time to buckle down, really prioritize all the small mistakes that you are making on the field and make sure you are as perfect as can be by the time you end up being on that field.
Well, we'll have to see how Winthrop bounces back from this. Again, a lot of us were kind of discussing, is Winthrop the best team in Collegiate Rocket League currently? Bass, does this change your mind on this? I mean, we talk about power rankings all the time, but Northwood getting a big win here, even though they've had some trip-ups before.
I think one of the biggest things for me is that we have a rule. We talk about this every single year. Every team gets one. They get one loss that we can kind of be like, all right, you know what, fine. You're not infallible. We recognize that there's obviously vulnerabilities. This is Winthrop's one so far, and their one is against former champions Northwood. I don't really think this is too big of a blemish on their record so far. I think if we started to see results like this compound, maybe so, but at the current moment, this is just them losing to another top 5 team. And that is definitely not, the greatest result, but you gotta also look at the fact that Northwood have also lost now. So it's not one of these things where it's like Northwood's exempt from this problem. Every team is starting to see this is gonna get tumultuous. You need to be perfect on every day.
No team undefeated any longer, but looking at kind of how Winthrop can pick up the pieces here, Taco, and move forward and make sure that they guarantee that top 4. Because again, it's so hotly contested. There's still so many matches to go for these teams. What is the key to victory for Winthrop moving forward?
I would say not necessarily being able to take off the blinders. I don't think they were playing really one-dimensional, but I think definitely one thing that I really liked about how Northwood was playing was they just let Zanil off the leash. They were like, just do whatever you can to disrupt, just be a nuisance. I don't care if you just act like it's a heat seeker competitive game, just go back and forth and try to get bumps. Just keep doing that. And it felt like after a while, Winthrop stopped being able to more freely explore the field. It felt like they were more just saying, I hope I don't get demoed. Okay, now I go for the ball. Those priorities have to be different. Yeah, demos are going to happen, but you have to make sure you're getting on these reads. It felt like the midfield kind of got completely dominated by Northwood down the stretch, and naturally that leads to them getting higher quality chances, getting more goals, and ending up with a win in Game 5. So if you're Winthrop, yeah, you have the skill, but you have to apply it. Players do not win CRL championships. Teams do.
Well, the desk curse did come true. Northwood came out on top. Chick, so we have Creams waiting in the wing for the interview here. Why don't you take it away for us?
Thanks, Vod. And of course, hello, Creams.
Hello.
Just run me through a little bit past that last series. It's been a while since the desk has kind of not rooted against you, but picked against you. So you guys haven't had, normally you're at the top. And I mean, now you could contest to say that you are at the top. But talk me through how that series went and, did you prep for Winthrop in particular?
We've just been prepping our gameplay in a whole, like, the week 1 loss against Cumberland's fluke. We had a bad series, but we just needed to log back in and play our game, and that's kind of what we've been focusing on, and that's what we did.
Well, it's great to know that you guys think it's a fluke and you're really prioritizing that top spot again. How does it feel being, kind of a team that has been together for a while now, that you have that chemistry? Are you still adjusting to one another throughout a series? Do you feel confident continuously in your teammates? How is that chemistry continuing to work on the field?
Yeah, we've got the best talent in CRL, all 3 of us, top team, and obviously with every team, every season, CRL's different pace of play, different teams that are doing well, so you've got to always be adjusting and learning how to play with each other better, fixing different play styles and playing in a certain way that you can beat these other teams, so it's a constant adjustment.
That's good to hear that you guys are continuing to adjust. Are there any teams that you're currently locked on or maybe even worried about with the rest of this league split?
Worried about? No. I'm excited to see how St. Clair's doing because I've seen they've had some rough losses, but I'd still put us and them as the top 2 teams in CRL, so I'm very interested to play them and see if it's just a bad day, bad couple games, or if they're still that top team that they always have been.
Well, you guys just beat the only undefeated team at the time. I kind of want to ask you to state your case of why you should be number 1 on power rankings, since it's something that everyone is going to need to discuss coming into next week.
I don't think we need to state our case. I think if you were watching that match, you see the goals we were giving up were off our mistakes or honestly, there was a couple lucky goals from them in there. So like, if you watch that game and see us play, you still know we're better than that team. We're Northwood. We own CRL. It's our school's league, so we just got to keep playing confident and keep playing our game, and everyone will see. I don't mind what other people think. We'll show in the gameplay.
Awesome to hear. Any last thoughts, words, or maybe scare your competition? Open to you.
No, I don't think so. Just keep watching us play, keep enjoying CRL, and thanks to everyone on the production and the desk. Appreciate you being here every week.
Well, thank you so much for your time, Creams. Guys, I'm sure you heard it. He said, let the play do the talking. So go ahead, continue to watch Northwood on the field because they're ready to keep on upsetting those up at the top.
What a statement made throughout that interview by Creams. Just shutting any doubt down that we might have had about this roster and feeling all confident that we weren't quite seeing from them in the first week of competition, but now those questions have been answered so far. You can see these reactions too from Bass and Taco throughout the series. I mean, you guys got put through a ringer. So many game 5s today, but I feel like this one was the most contentious so far, Bass.
I would say so, and I think it's really goes to show considering that I think let's make sure, all but one of these games, no, literally every game was a 1-goal ball game. The entire way through, we had basically the most even play possible, and I think the best part about this was that it wasn't the, most even gameplay due to both teams being literally perfect. There were ebbs and flows. Certain teams would have a game where they wouldn't play as well on offense or defense or somewhere in between, but the constant adjustments turned this into a battle of both teams having to take strategies, change them up a little bit, and see what worked out. I don't know if I'm maybe misguided in this, Taco, because we talked a lot about this in game number 5, but it did kind of feel like Winthrop tried to play a more passive approach in game 5, and that's what came back to bite them. This play is a great example.
Yeah, well, there's passive play actively deciding that, and then there's passive play because you're just getting shoved into a locker. That's really what Northwood was doing. They were playing incredibly physical. Like I said, I keep highlighting Zanil, but it was all of them. Looking for exit demos, constantly going up for the ball, and sometimes just being able to go up for the ball, just be able to knock a player away or get it into an air dribble. Down the stretch, you'd start to count, like, how many times has Winthrop, entered into the other half with a passing play or being able to get it clear. It got really to the point where Northwood understood their advantage, and they did not let their foot off the gas. A lot of teams overpress, or they underpress, or they just rotate too far back. I feel like they had the perfect understanding of just how far they needed to be able to lean forward onto offense and just how far off to back off to still be able to remain in control. Very difficult to do. That only comes with that much experience, and obviously with them teaming for so long, the chemistry that comes with it.
Well, teams definitely seem to lock in throughout the matches that we had today. Some great results, a bunch of game 5s that went the distance to overtime. This is exactly what Collegiate Rocket League is all about.
Oh, yeah.
Again, St. Clair fell to West Virginia, but bounced back against Baylor, and that's where the game 5s kept on coming. Oklahoma Christian proved to be the better for Baylor, and it's a rough spot, Chicksa, for Baylor to find themselves in towards the end there with 2 game 5 losses. I hope they bounce back this next week.
Yeah, I mean, it just goes to show how close these games really are. It doesn't matter what talent you have on the field. If it's new talent that is historic in Rocket League, or the same sort of roster that we've seen time and time do well. A lot of new faces still struggling. CRL play is much different than pro play, and that's a continuous adjustment season to season. So I think all these teams have such potential for it to go either way. And keep in mind, these are all best of 5s. Imagine if this was best of 7. That has also changed how we've seen the end of series go.
I can only imagine how these matches would have gone. Probably a little bit differently for the winners of some of them too, just based on how momentum goes throughout a series. But some great results here throughout the day. Every single match was entertaining. Love to see it. Shout out to the production crew for picking these great matches. But let's take a little bit of a look at the current standings here after week 2. There's still a couple of off-stream matches to be played, but this is the most up-to-date results that we have currently. And as you can see, we were mentioning it, not a single team is undefeated. Concord, the only team without a win, without a game at all on their side of things. Not exactly how we expected to start the first semester of league play here, Bass. I mean, how do they really pick themselves up by their bootstraps and improve to the rest of the semester?
You're not going to like this answer, but I don't know if they can. That is what we stated last week coming out of CRL, was that we recognized Concord had yet to get a game. And we went, all right, It's a good team. They should be able to bounce back, but we're starting to do the math in our head, and we're sitting here like, okay, if they don't bounce back next week, there's a world where they start to get mathematically eliminated from playoffs. And they're not there yet, but the best they can do from here on out, even if they sweep the next 4 teams they play, is +3 differential at a 4-3 record. They need to be so careful. Concord, unfortunately, have had potentially the worst... No, this is literally the worst start possible, considering it is no games, 0-3, and against competition that multiple of, I think they were the favorites coming into. So, look, Concord, I would love for you to prove me wrong, but you basically need to sweep from here on out to have a chance at making it to playoffs, or not even playoffs, just make it into the second split and avoid the relegation tournament.
Yeah, that's got to be on the minds of a lot of these teams, especially since we're about halfway through of our split 1 for league play. Again, for those who are uninformed, there is still other competition that is going through. There are those 3v3 opens that people are competing in with the top teams out there. The next one happening on this upcoming Wednesday. But for Open 3, registration is still available for those collegiate teams who want to try and vie for a spot in that closed qualifier. Again, the top 8 teams in points face off against the bottom 4 teams from League Play Split 1. That'll be taking place on October 22nd. The last chance for teams to lock in their bets to try and make it all the way through the distance to that split 2 and then eventually those fall championships. But Taco, this has been a great series of events that we've had through the first week, the second week here. Any words of encouragement that you have for those teams who are kind of on the outside looking in to try and push into League Play Split 2?
I think if they've seen anything, it is not a system of like, okay, you have the good teams and then you have the untouchable elites. It's everybody being able to compete with everybody. And I know there are hungry teams out there. We saw Ball State in the Opens not drop a single game. They just absolutely demolished just Omega Lol all over their opponents and being able to say, yeah, that's how it should be. But they still have a lot to prove. They have a chip on their shoulder. They're beating really good teams in outside competitions and in leagues and tournaments and qualifiers as well. So if you are looking to get into league play, you have your opportunity. That's the Opens are for. Get your points, get in that relegation tournament, and if you think you're better than the bottom 4, that's your perfect chance to prove it. And even better, it gets you involved with the ability to maybe even contest for some trophy at the end.
Yeah, there's some scholastic pricing available for each of the winners of those 6 pools. Again, that's going to be starting on the 15th for our second 3v3 Open. Definitely make sure to tune into the coverage from the community streams ourselves and also the colleges that are out there that will be moving through the brackets and trying to cement themselves as some of the best teams in Collegiate Rocket League. But this has been the show here for Collegiate Rocket League Week 2 of action for league play. I've been Votto, we've had Bass, Taco, and Chixa throughout the broadcast, and our lovely crew of production on the back end. Thank you all for tuning in to week 2. We'll see you on the next one next Sunday.
Never thought I'd hear your voice again, and now you're taking up my mind. One spark to ignite the flame, and then it happens all the time. And I'm feeling every little thing you say to me. Wanna wake up and ditch the city. Break out, these walls are caving in, and you're a tidal wave. Yeah, take me back when you said we can do this until we're dead. Just a little bit farther, we're breathing underwater. I'm keeping your heartbeat like a drum. We can be kids out on the run. There's nothing better. I'm just glad we're young together. Silhouette. Tell me where you wanna go. Your smile's looking dangerous, and I can feel the afterglow. I'm believing every little thing inside me, spinning you around until we're dizzy. Caught up like a boat in a hurricane, and you're a tidal wave. Yeah, take me back when you said we can do this until we're dead. Just a little bit farther, we're breathing underwater. I'm keeping your heartbeat like a drum. We can be kids out on the run. There's nothing better. I'm just glad we're young together. I'm just glad we're young together. said we can do this until we're dead. Just a little bit farther, we're breathing underwater. I'm keeping your heartbeat like a drum. We can be kids out on the run. There's nothing better, I'm just glad we're young together.
Easy love I can show on the outside, it's not that simple. When it's tough, I don't show how I feel looking out my window. I get caught living in these
I like it when my chords move chromatically. Nobody does it quite like me. I like it when my chords move chromatically. Chromatically. I like it when my chords move chromatically. Nobody does it quite like me. I like it when my chords move chromatically. Chromatically. Nobody does it quite like